American Dysfunction Trumps Politics. Cliff Panarda. Credits and honorable mentions. Alicia Martin provided a few sources and answered some questions. Also, I've typed my chapter headers in a style that a few podcasts title their episodes, my way of paying homage to them. The following are sensible personas on YouTube that I know of, in no particular order. Sam Cedar, Kyle Kielinski, Tom Hartman, David Pacman, Bo of the Fifth Column, Joe Rogan, Abby Martin, Jimmy Dore, The Young Turks, Deep Fat Fried. Preface, Part 1. My inspiration and reasons for writing this book. I'm doing this because I'm tired of everybody arguing with each other. One side of the fence saying Donald is great, the other saying he's a moron. Also because I'm very tired of politics prioritizing issues that aren't critical. Marijuana laws, gay marriage, abortion, etc. I've left guns out of that because guns are dangerous. I politically agree that psychological evaluations should be mandatory for gun ownership. I also understand that psychological evaluations are not 100%, meaning such a process will not solve the problem completely. A mandated psychological evaluation is far more effective than a ban, because a ban will only lead to black marketing. Even Canadians are sticking their nose into Donald's presidency. Why? Justin Trudeau has also become unpopular and controversial, so why not focus on him instead? The social conflict is enough to annoy people like me. We have to listen to and put up with the bullshit from everybody else. Turn the TV off? So, we have to turn the TV off when you people are the ones who are being counterproductive. The patriots who support war and voting? The same people who insist America is this magnificent country, a nation that is blessed by God, while it just can never seem to get its shit together. America does an awful lot of complaining for a country that claims to be free. The fear that the government is trying to take their guns away, and the anger that weed is still illegal. This great nation also does a great deal of praying for a country that's blessed by the God they're praying to. Social division. Aside from arguing over the integrity of particular politicians, people also like to argue with each other about abortion, for example. And people like me end up having to put up with the nonsense fucking arguing. Perpetual arguing which never goes anywhere. No end game with anybody. Which makes the arguing perpetual. Just two disgruntled factions, one side with their own facts, and the other with actual facts. Even if neither side has actual facts, they're still arguing to no end. The side with actual facts arguing against the other without ever realizing that other will never listen. Never realizing that other side is not interested in solving the problems, only to make noise because they have an ego-driven sense of morality or to push an agenda. Well, they do realize these ideologues refuse to listen, but they get frustrated and they keep arguing these facts for some reason. What are they supposed to do instead? I would say question them, but nobody ever listens to me. Improper motivation. If there's no money in it, nobody has any interest. Only a few people do, but that's never enough to get anything accomplished. Only if people can profit from something will they exert the effort into it. The problem is, that means they're only interested in masking problems, so they can continue making profit. People otherwise only complain, and expect everybody to agree with them, while telling other people to just think positive, or that they'll pray for them. Money is the economy. It is a tool. Money is to be treated and respected as such, not valued over life, or to fuck people over to get it. Again, aside from Donald's presidency, what also bothers me is the fact that America's political priorities are guns, gay marriage, marijuana, and abortion. The religious are fighting fabricated battles, such as prayer not being allowed in schools, along with the war against Christmas. Unemployment. This being one of the big problems in America, I think discrimination plays a big role in it. People don't look how an employer wants, so that employer denies that applicant of a job. Most parents side with that employer. I've heard many times that getting a job requires somebody knowing you. People who agree with this have no business saying anything about unemployment because they're contributing to the problem. Hiring should be based on qualification, not who people know. That's ridiculous. Long hair on men also seems to be a problem for some reason. As for excessive tattoos and piercings, the question is, why do those people want to do either? If people want to cover their body in either tattoos or piercings, or both, that would indicate a mental illness. Why doesn't anybody intervene on such behavior or desires? Maybe authority is pushed by so many people in this world, others tend to avoid those authoritarian types, because while excessive body modifications are not sensible, neither is strict authority. Social balance for progress and advancement. So how can we have a properly functioning political system if society itself is dysfunctional? Dysfunctional to the point that they disassociate over disagreements with the system that's supposed to be there to make social and economic decisions to carry us all forward. The people, the lay people, taxpayers, blue collars, whatever label you want to use, complain about the politicians and government officials being corrupt when they themselves want to fuck each other over. People lock themselves into either a position of worship or of hate, causing perpetual conflict against each other because neither side can or will listen or reason with each other, while the media cannot be trusted. One side says Donald can do no wrong and support him no matter what he says or does, the other being the opposite. People have told me over the years, and would tell others they have no right to complain if we don't vote. My response to that is, I'll wait till you voters complain, then tell you people to stop feeling sorry for yourselves and to do something about it. This book is a response to everybody's constant bullshit. People like to complain about their jobs, taxes, the government, war, etc. But all they ever do is default on God and politicians. People also know that these politicians are only trying to appeal to the people to get elected. This is a huge problem. Shouldn't these politicians be looking into what the problems are and not be concerned with pleasing the voters and telling them what they want to hear? Why do the people allow this to go on? Why bother with a political system or a government if the voters know what they want, what the problems are, and how to get what they want and how to solve those problems? Many people don't realize parents are also people, and are just as likely to fuck their family members over, just as friends and strangers are. Family members might even be more likely to do so than friends and strangers. Politicians are also people, and those people are only seeking power. Part 2. My opinion that the presidential run was a farce, like a reality show. The election consisted of Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, aside from Donald Trump. Jeb Bush, Ted Cruz, Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, and John Kasich, all of whom were running in the background. Understand that the nonsense came from both these politicians and their supporters alike. I think Bernie and Ben were the only two who actually behaved themselves. There was the suspicion of a Russian interference with this election, which is an actual problem and not something to just criticize and let go, along with the accusation of Hillary's emails. Lots of social media drama made this election a circus and a joke. Some of these candidates pulled illegal tactics to try getting other candidates out of the run. Donald made shitty comments about Mexico, fallaciously generalizing Mexicans as rapists. He also claimed Mexico was only sending people with problems. What does Donald mean when he says they are sending people? His supporters would defend Donald by claiming he said immigrants, not Mexicans. A Wikipedia page says Ted Cruz sent an email before the Iowa vote, implying Ben Carson was about to quit the race. I was previously unaware of this, which I can only say is irresponsible and unacceptable. This is a presidential run for a damn country. Donald's rallies. There were also big disturbances caused at his rallies. Donald was sometimes guilty of encouraging the violence. He even threw tomatoes. Looking at Wikipedia because I can't remember when, this happened on the 1st of February in 2015. I also include a quote. "Knock the crap out of him if anyone should try. I promise you I will pay the legal fees." Some people have even been beaten up at these rallies. Is this what politics is about? It's obviously not about stabilizing society or managing the economy, let alone trying to move forward. If politics was ever about any of that, what's the fucking point? The debates. Before I get into these, I want to clarify that I've never actually listened to a political debate until now. I've never been into politics. In the first debate, Donald and Hillary were arguing at 20 minutes in. Being a political debate, no, they weren't arguing about personal problems or even trying to start anything with each other. But how can I know who is right as I listen to this? We have two presidential election candidates arguing with each other on national television. How do I know either of them are trustworthy? 20 minutes in on the first debate, and I already have a bad impression and feel hopeless. I lied that Hillary took a quick jab at Donald, quoting him, "I hope it does collapse, because I can go in and buy some of it and make some money." To which Donald replied, "It's called business, by the way." Is it, Donald? Their arguing actually became heated when Donald accused Hillary of telling people how to fight ISIS, informing the enemy of their plans, which Donald explained, which MacArthur wouldn't have liked. What does ISIS have to do with bringing jobs back to America, the economy? Donald also went over the moderator's head to make this accusation. Donald later held Hillary's 33,000 emails against her, saying he will release his IRS audits when she does. That's unprofessional and irresponsible. I agree Hillary should be held accountable for those emails. However, Donald is wrong because he's using his audits to blackmail her. Which also sounds like he's using her emails as an excuse to hide his audits. Again though, this gives me an increased bad impression of American politics. This sounds like a legal dispute at this point, instead of a political debate. Hillary took another jab at Donald, accusing him of not paying his federal income tax for a lot of years. After Donald's rant about being $20 trillion in debt and our country's a mess, because the money has been squandered by your ideas. That rant caused Hillary to then mention that she has spoken to some of the employees that were stiffed by Donald. She actually told America about Donald's refusal to pay his employees. The problem here is, how does anybody in America know, aside from those employees, any of this shit is true? They can't. Pure hearsay. Nearly an hour into this debate, the moderator brings Donald's obsession with Barack Obama's birth certificate up, after Donald took a shot at Hillary's preparation for this debate. This makes Donald a hypocrite, because he not only refuses to make his IRS audits available to the public, but also blackmails Hillary. I also don't understand what Barack's birth certificate has to do with ISIS, job creation, or strengthening the border. More drama has risen, as the moderator has shifted the debate to ISIS at nearly 1 hour and 15 minutes in. Hillary accused Donald of supporting the Iraq invasion, along with the actions taken in Libya. All I can really say here is, I'll have to delve into ISIS and research to understand the origin and reason for its formation. The moderator asked how Donald's judgment is any better than Hillary's, to which Donald answered that his temperament is better. He then said he knows how to win. Win is the key word here. Is or should politics be about winning? I think this mentality is a big problem, and is a huge factor in why this world is such a mess. Politicians don't want to solve problems, they only want to win. The supporters of these politicians share this mentality. In the final minutes of this atrocity, Hillary takes yet another jab at Donald. Her final jab of this debate. She brings his sexism up. He called women pigs, slobs, and dogs. Pregnancy is an inconvenience to employers. Also, women don't deserve equal pay unless they do as good a job as men. There was a bit more, but it's all drama. My assessment. I will say that I've learned nothing from this debate. Donald prefers trickle-down economics, while Hillary wants people to work together, which I agree with. How sincere she is the question, though. Taxes are brought up, but they're only argued about. Donald criticized working outside the country, but explained in a heated rant that the downside and problem with that being the tax extractions. He didn't get to explain himself, though, because Hillary was more interested in taking shots at him, making this debate more of a teenage argument, even a legal dispute in court. I must say that I sympathize for the moderator, as Donald spoke over him many times, even cut him out completely a few times. I would criticize him for not trying harder to keep Donald in line. However, I don't think that would have been possible. Not entirely Donald's fault either. Hillary started it many times. My question is, why weren't these obviously legal issues dealt with by the government when they were initially brought to light? The second debate. Hillary right away, only 2 minutes in, made a circular assertion that our country really is great because we're good. Donald agreed with her, but it's too bad Hillary was vague. Donald mentions foolish things done in America, but neglects to provide examples. Not a good start. Hillary does mention working together and overcome the divisiveness in her response to the school teacher, which is probably the only remark I can agree with her about. Donald also spoke empty words. This is a great country, this is a great land. How or why is America great? The moderator ambushed Donald about his sexist insults to women. Donald claimed it was all locker room talk, which I can't accept from a man who wants to become president of the great country. Locker room talk is expected from teenagers. Donald also tried to cover his ass by bringing ISIS into it. Hillary jumped in, after Donald defended himself, criticizing his political fitness, then about his sexism. Donald's defense was, it's just words, seemingly forgetting he said he's a politician about 10 minutes earlier in this broadcast. He didn't deny Hillary's accusations, which were strong. Donald rates women 1 to 10. He embarrasses them on TV and on Twitter, denigrating a former Miss Universe with the harshest and most personal terms. So, here we go again, with another debate that feels like a combination of both teenage drama and a trial. Hillary criticized Donald for not answering questions when she took jabs at him in the first debate. So, not even 20 minutes into this debate, and the drama sinks to a new level. Both Hillary and Donald told each other they owe the country an apology. They also brought other people into it. The audience actually applauded Donald after he mumbled a cheap shot at Hillary, because you'd be in jail, after her defensive rambling about fact-checking. The drama finally ended at 25 minutes in. However, Hillary mentioned people who have told her about how Obamacare has helped their family. More hearsay. More drama arises 20 minutes later. Hillary was doing all right, talking about freedom of religion, but then she accused Donald of continually denying he was for the Iraq War, despite a video showing him saying he is. Donald then talked over one of the moderators to defend himself, also to say Hillary went 20 seconds over. Hillary keeps taking shots while Donald is more interested in defending himself than answering questions. This debate is about America, not them. The moderator asked Donald if his position about the temporary Muslim ban has changed. Donald answered, however, he proceeded to pick on Hillary more. Donald then criticized the moderator for never interrupting her. The moderator asked Hillary at 44 minutes in if being two-faced is acceptable, a politician having his own stance. Hillary did answer and provided clarity about a remark she made, but then went on a tangent about Kremlin, making the baseless claim that Putin is trying to influence the term's election by hacking American accounts, bringing this up because it's what's really going on, when that's a problem that has nothing to do with the American economy or society. Donald proceeded to say he has nothing to do with Russia, which is more hearsay, while this shouldn't even be brought up in a debate. After he was asked by Spencer Moss about taxes, he criticized Hillary for saying she's going to do this and that, but not doing anything, while being in the Senate for the past 30 years. She then got defensive, saying Donald lives in an alternate reality, returning fire at him for not paying taxes for 20 years. Donald did mention he intends to abolish carried interest provisions. My assessment. The moderator has tried to keep both Donald and Hillary from going over their limits. The main reasons they could never comply is because they're too busy defending themselves from each other. The moderator is also at fault, however, because he started this debate off with Donald's sexist behavior. This debate was actually worse than the first. Not only the defensiveness, but talking over the moderators. The third debate. This debate wasn't bad, until Hillary called Donald Putin's puppet, nearly 30 minutes in. Donald being no better, he retaliated by calling her the puppet. Hillary then accused Donald of encouraging Russia to engage in espionage, that Donald is willing to spout the Putin line, break NATO up, and also to continue getting help from Putin. Not only is this drama, but there's no proof of any of it. Donald proceeded to yell, Putin has outsmarted her at every step of the way, only to then say he doesn't know Putin a minute later. The irony being that Hillary has played Donald every step of the way so far. He gets defensive with every shot she takes at him. More drama arises when Hillary criticizes Trump for both buying Chinese steel and hiring Chinese steel workers over American ones. She also pointed out that the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas was made with Chinese steel. Hillary proceeded to declare that her presidency will enforce trade agreements. Then Trump asked her, yet again, why she didn't do so 15 to 20 years ago. This caused Hillary to actually compare her political history to Donald's career. Donald now accused Hillary of paying people to cause violence at his rallies through her campaign. He did mention video footage, although that video footage wasn't shown. There's no time to show anything because they were each given 2 minutes to speak, and that's because they're supposed to be debating. Anyway though, Hillary began her next 2 minutes, and Donald repeatedly interrupted with, I did not say that. How would anybody know? After about 10 seconds of Donald cutting in while Hillary was talking over the moderator about the Clinton Foundation, Donald called Hillary out for taking money from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and other countries, who throw gays off buildings and treat women horribly, because she claims to be all about women's rights. The words, such a nasty woman, came out of Donald's mouth toward the end of this debate. So, after sitting through these political soap operas, what was missing is evidence. They didn't have time, right? Well, these were supposed to be debates. They weren't supposed to be pointing fingers at each other about issues that should have been dealt with at the time of being caught. Now, being non-political, which means I don't have any political position, nor do I identify with any party, I don't know how a debate is actually supposed to work. However, I'm certain a debate isn't supposed to be adults insulting each other or talking over each other, including the moderator, about things that have nothing to do with either society, the economy, or foreign policy. These debates are the most disgraceful broadcasts I've ever heard. The only media I got any political information from were a few podcasts, along with YouTube's The Young Turks. Most, if not all, of the accusations thrown in these debates are probably covered by the media. The problem is, I and many others don't trust the media. Who could know what is actually true, or what is accurate? My point is that I would say these two should have provided backup to show America. Even if they did, however, I don't trust anything they would have shown either. Did Donald support the Iraq War? Donald said in 2002, "I think the Iraq situation is a problem, and I think the economy is a much bigger problem." This means he didn't support the invasion/war because he understood the economy is more important. He then said in 2003, "Probably the first time I was asked, by the time the war started, I was against it. And shortly thereafter, I was really against it." I don't understand his sudden extreme opposition to it, although I don't think anybody asked him for an explanation either. Donald explained to Anderson Cooper that he wasn't a politician when Howard Stern interviewed him. When he answered, "Yeah, I guess so. I wish the first time it was done correctly." Uncertainty was clear in Donald's tone, so I don't think this should be held against him. I don't understand what being done correctly means, although Howard neglected to ask him to explain. Part 3. Liberalism versus Conservatism. I mean liberalism versus conservatism in both the manner of conflict and the differences between each. I'll begin with Republican conservatism first, because they're the focal point of this book. I've learned from the years I've spent on YouTube that the Republican Party is notorious for their Christian beliefs, which includes fundamentalism in pro-life, anti-gay marriage, anti-marijuana, anti-evolution, etc. There is also the denial of climate change that's common. Now, Wikipedia says the conservative tax philosophy is that low taxes mean more jobs and wealth for all. Also that conservatism is all about competition instead of regulation. This party also tends to take the Ludwig von Mises stance that government intervention is bad in all ways. First of all, I don't see how this party can hold any political view on anything if they believe the government is no good for America. This entire political party is a contradiction of itself. Conservatism is more concerned about jobs and wealth than they are about public funding. They're also more concerned about competition than business and employee protection. The idea that low taxes result in more jobs and wealth is fantasy thinking. Even as a non-authoritarian person, I understand that both taxes and regulations are economic necessities. The term intervention is actually key, and not policy, because there are many people in America who need help. Some may have psychological problems, but also have faced discrimination, and somebody needs to step in and investigate that. Continuing on here, conservatism also believes debt corrupts politics, while big spending corrupts people. The main purpose of the Conservative Party is to break the government down and minimize it, when it only needs to start functioning properly and efficiently, so the size of the government is what it needs to be. Conservatism is borderline anarchy. So, what exactly makes politicians honest and care about the economy and the people? And how does competition make people sensible? I don't understand how or why debt is any kind of corruption mechanism. I guess the question would be how the government got itself into debt. People go into debt to pay for big purchases that they can't afford to pay for right away. These people don't become corrupt unless they commit crimes to pay that debt off. However, their debt could cause stress and worry, if debt plays any impact on their life. Economic freedom is an area which I can identify with conservatism. However, if somebody is causing economic interference, they shouldn't have the right to do what they are. The world isn't always about rights, which is what many people don't understand. Many have a mystical mentality when it comes to the legal concept of rights. They believe they have the right to do something despite their action not being a good idea, and can negatively affect others. As for Christianity, if it's religious education, it belongs in church. School is a secular institution. If you're a Christian and you're offended by me saying that, that's your problem and you should go live in a Christian theocracy. Gays and lesbians should also have the right to marry. Banning gay marriage will not stop homosexuality. Christianity needs to step back and let God do the judging, if God is real. Christians believe in free will. To defy that divine gift is to commit blasphemy against God. To ban same-sex marriage is to act on your opinion, and not because the Holy Bible says it's wrong. You obviously agree with this religion, or this religion supports your homophobia. You would otherwise disregard it as bigotry. The argument that God says it's wrong is not a valid reason. Liberalism. Liberals are more about freedom and liberty, along with the government acting by people's consent and equal lawful treatment. Liberalism is also pro-free market, however, something I don't agree with at all. These are all political characteristics that I can stand by, other than the free market concept. Liberalism would be the position I identify with the most, in a world of power-driven politics and government, though I have my own social and economic philosophies. Liberalism still doesn't apply psychology to anything. It's also limited by the Constitution, which is its weakness and insufficiency. Liberalism says go ahead, as long as you aren't hurting anybody, which I agree with. However, I want to know why people do act in harmful manners. As for egalitarianism, again, world equality is of the essence. However, that's non-progressive. Economic and social progress would be solving problems and improving, moving forward. Equality alone is still, it doesn't move. Achieving equality would be a result of solving problems, but that isn't even happening, while we should be going for more than equality. Equality is common sense to me, while freedom of speech should be a natural part of society, and not just a right. My vision is social and economic progress, moving forward. Solving problems and dealing with social ills, and going through economic trial and error, until the system works for all. The world also needs to try different ideas out, to see if they work. The right wing. The right wing perceives societal structure as naturally determined by economics, and inequality is just an effect the economy has on a certain percentage of people. The thing is, discrimination is common with the right wing, which is one of the factors that causes the inequality. Christianity plays a huge role in this political position. I've learned that from my years on YouTube. Wikipedia says natural law, but people on the right tend to insert God into it. What I'm understanding from this Wikipedia article is that the right actually wants inequality. I agree that some people are wrong to have a family, because such couples in a bad position are condemning their children to a disadvantageous life of misery and struggle, which other people will use against them, both at school and in the workforce. The right wing wants to kick them while they're down, which makes these right-wingers a part of the problem. These people use God as an excuse to justify the social order, which they support, as this order causes certain people to be thrown to the gutter. R.J. White says everybody is equal under God. The problem there is, what does homosexuality have to do with economics? If everybody is equal under God, nobody should be discriminating against them or anybody else. Maybe the fact that we even need an economy should cancel God out of the possibilities of how the universe and existence came to be. What's the point of believing a supernatural being created us if this being created us so needy and leaving us to fend for ourselves? Russell Kirk claims that all men are created different, but this doesn't make sense in economic terms. Is Kirk suggesting not everybody needs to eat? Is everybody not subject to obey laws? This guy even takes his opinion to the extreme to say the government becomes unjust if it ignores this idea. Even if this was true, responsible people would make policies to work things out, to work around those differences, not exploit those differences. Laissez-faire is a dangerous idea because the belief that private companies be exempt from government intervention can lead to criminal behavior. Being private should only mean certain people should only be allowed in. The right only seems to want the government involved when it conveniences them. Hypocrisy. They want their religious values enforced by the government. They want abortion, contraception, premarital sex, gay marriage, along with evolution and other sciences that conflict with the Bible, all stopped. Such values are also either against the Constitution or anti-economic. Then there's social Darwinism. Nobody is innately better than anyone. Aside from this divine notion that God created everybody equally but different, we've caused the factors that economically and socially divide us, while psychology and education are also factors. People must apply for jobs, placing them at the mercy of employers who often play God, while some aren't as motivated or ambitious as others. Some also aren't as smart or lucky. The right-wingers simply argue this concept to weed the socially and economically weak out. While the left wing is simply the opposite of the right, I'm interested in why people are disadvantaged and are having problems, instead of just accepting the inequality as mere economic circumstance, and ultimately making excuses for it, even blaming people for their own problems. The left wing realizes the right is a religiously influenced economic anarchist position, and mostly serve as their opposition, a voice of political reason. Personally, I've already come to understand that liberalism is a static political position, which is the reason I don't identify with it, and is also why I'm non-political. I think the root problem is that the root or core focus of everything is economic growth and wealth. The core focus should be life and the planet. Materialism is only extras in life. I believe looking at problems objectively to identify the actual problem, and then researching, questioning people, or investigating to find the cause for the problem is the way to go. Something liberalism doesn't even do. The conservatives not being able to figure out that both the Constitution, along with supply and demand, should both be the premises for their position, not God, economic growth, or wealth. If it's dangerous or unhealthy, but people want it, it's a psychological issue, and not a legal one. Conservatives themselves should get a psychological evaluation. The name-calling, arguing, and insults being thrown back and forth is a testimony to how immature people are, and why nothing works out for everybody. I often see comments and hear people either ask why people just can't get along, or complain that political and religious talk tends to cause problems. Well, how can any sensible person get along with other people who are bigoted, want rights taken away, or preach that people deserve to be punished forever, just because they are different, simply because a creator God says so, somehow deriving morality from such reasoning? People who have the most cruel economic/social or religious ideas against other people, meaning they believe in the worst economic/social or religious conditions which cause burdening complications and struggles for many, even against people who are born different. People quickly become emotional, and that's an indicator that people are very unstable, which is why both politics and religions are exclusive to certain people. The whole world would be able to agree on what's best for everybody if they were educated and mentally healthy. And neither politics or religions would ever be mentioned because politics would always be about moving forward, and there would never be anything to ever argue about. Religions wouldn't even exist. That's why people can't just get along. Part 1. Donald's pre-election proposals. Before I say anything here, I will clarify that I got sick of both the arguing about Donald and the baseless sycophantic worship of him about a year ago. So I've been out of the political loop. My point is, I don't know if he has come through with any of his proposals or not. Everything I say here is based on the presidential run. Also, nothing I say in this book should be taken as anything written in stone. I'm only asking questions, criticizing, and giving my perspective. Because things need to be discussed, and these loyal followers need to be questioned, instead of argued with. Again, I am non-political, although I do agree with some political opinions, only because this world isn't focused on problem solving. I'm simply interested in looking at all issues objectively, and figuring out how to solve them all, instead of demanding a ban on everything, while also calling people names and slandering people who disagree. I am also neither pro or anti-Trump. I'm simply looking at his presidency objectively, to criticize, question, and explain what I think or how I feel, and to possibly credit Donald. Understand that I don't know what sources are reliable and legitimate, but I'll do my best. If this book turns out to be bullshit, maybe you people should clean your act up, because you're the ones arguing, hating, blaming, and even becoming violent and disassociating, while enabling the media many of you criticize of being biased and not getting their information right. How the fuck is anything supposed to get done? I'll add that capitalism is nothing more than profit through supply and demand, and it has no concern with what's healthy or unhealthy, safe or dangerous. Therefore, to ban what people want, demand, is to go against the economy. Desire is psychological, so punishment is illogical. I'll start by saying that I do appreciate that Donald is non-political correctness. So, here are Donald's campaign proposals. I will break each down, then give my perspective on each. International free trade. Donald criticizes free trade as a disaster, mainly due to political hacks and diplomats, instead of the world's greatest negotiators making the trades. Donald has also mentioned China manipulates the currency. If this is true, that's simply economic foul play, if that's illegal or just dishonest, which can't be blamed on NAFTA. Donald is blaming NAFTA though, which has no control over human behavior, instead of confronting China about it. That makes Donald irresponsible. This agreement also only involves America, Canada, and Mexico. China has nothing to do with it, which also makes no sense for Donald to fault NAFTA. He intends to increase tariffs on free trade, but how will that protect the American economy if free trade is indeed detrimental to it? A huge loss of jobs, but then a huge dependency on NAFTA makes this deal controversial. Donald proposes tariffs, but has anybody looked into the reasons for the loss of jobs? What do tariffs have to do with job loss? Paying the least amount of money is something that is on both consumer and company minds alike. If people are only interested in what's cheapest because they want what's cheapest, not because they need it, that's irresponsible and unprofessional. That's anti-economic. If that's what's going on here, the job loss problem isn't caused by NAFTA, but by greed, or simply insensibility. If these companies actually need to save money for the sake of their business, that's an economic problem and has nothing to do with a trade agreement. My associate Alicia has informed me that Barack Obama was involved in NAFTA, and I've heard many times that Donald despises Barack, to the point that he wants to undo Barack's every effort. Donald has also pointed out, in whichever debate, that companies are outsourcing outside the US to avoid taxes. So, I say this, along with American companies shipping jobs off, are the reasons for Donald's hard-on for NAFTA. Money is Donald's answer to everything, so I'm simply pointing the obvious out. Both Donald and these companies are bad in this case, because these companies are only interested in saving money. Donald can't terminate NAFTA because each country has its own resources and goods and services which other countries need or want access to. Therefore, the economy needs both national and international cooperation to grow. Immigration. The wall is his most known proposal, an effort to increase security against illegal immigrants. While many people do illegally immigrate to America, America sends troops to other countries, soldiers who might be rapists, drug dealers, thieves, whatever. Who knows how many civilians in other countries get raped or even stolen from, by American troops. Not only that, but how can Donald judge Mexicans when American citizens are also very guilty of such behaviors? I, personally, see this as a waste of both resources and money. It will not stop illegal immigration. What this wall will do is cause these immigrants to find ways to get past this wall. Borders already exist. So, how many security increases will be created or built until everybody realizes it's all ineffective? Not only will it not prevent illegal immigration, but the more security there is the more complications for Americans and innocents. Donald also intended to force Mexico to pay for the construction of this wall, so he's basically punishing Mexico when economic intervention is actually needed. Healthcare. I think another problem is we aren't trying to minimize health issues, however that can be done. My question is, why do so many people end up sick so often? Donald has broken Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, down to simply being an individual mandate. After reading 4 different sources, this is true. The problem is affordability, so is the government only looking at this from the perspective of prices? This sounds like an economic problem. Why doesn't everybody have a salary that makes healthcare affordable for all? Why can't everybody afford it? Prices need to be adjusted, or the economy needs to be looked at. It seems that lowering prices/cost is the only action the government is capable of, when the government should be analyzing the economy, figuring out why people can't afford healthcare, as the economy is flawed if some cannot. What I don't understand is, what are prices based on, if they can simply be lowered at anybody's will? What's the point of putting a price on anything if prices aren't based on anything? I think the actual problem is the government being insufficient, because it isn't getting deep into these issues, doing the necessary investigating to take all the existing economic factors into account in order to solve the problem. Lowering costs is too simplistic, irresponsible really, because the economy is money. How can employers afford to pay employees if there isn't enough money to pay them with? Yes, there are also many people who are careless, but why are they careless? That's either an educational or a psychological issue. There are also those who aren't getting the coverage they need, while others who don't work as hard do. Donald has criticized our system here in Canada, which is socialized healthcare, that surgeries are cheaper in America. If that's the only problem with our system, does that mean our entire system doesn't work at all, Donald? Maybe healthcare isn't the actual problem and doesn't need to be worked on. Maybe health itself is the problem. Guns. Having lived in Canada all of my life, guns were never an issue. Nobody ever spoke about guns, other than maybe in the context of movies, cartoons, or video games. I didn't watch the news as a kid, although nobody at school were ever concerned with guns either. People at school only cared about getting high and drunk, getting laid, partying and hanging out. Anything that had nothing to do with school. Everybody had a problem with somebody, but that only ever resulted in fighting, never shooting them with a gun. So, I really don't know what America's problem is. I first started hearing about gun violence during Barack Obama's presidency, which inspired me to research America's gun violence history several years ago. I'm not saying Barack's time in office had anything to do with this gun violence. The public shooting actually began decades ago. Barack said, "Weapons that were designed for soldiers in war theaters don't belong on our streets." A statement I have to agree with. Americans obviously want such guns, which means they're in economic demand, which therefore means is a psychological issue, because they want these guns. Well, saying they want guns is an understatement. Americans are fucking obsessed with these things, which would be psychosis. So, what good is banning such guns? The concept of desire, economic demand being psychologically rooted, something the politicians and government cannot seem to grasp, as everything is either money, authority, or war with them. People obviously need to arm themselves. However, nobody is trying to figure out why America has become ultra-violent to put an end to it all. Donald was against gun-free zones in schools. He is also NRA endorsed. I think what America needs to do is get to the bottom of why it's such a violent country. To have a gun problem in schools is a serious problem. Maybe people are too fixated on the Constitution that they aren't looking at what's going on. A conspiracy theory is that President Obama was planning to confiscate all guns. He said in his defense, "I have been president for over 7 years, and gun sales don't seem to have suffered in that time." Is he right? I don't understand why this conspiracy theory exists, if so. America has a deadly history of public shootings/massacres, while both gun rights activists and politicians alike have pushed this notion that unarmed people tend to attract shooters because of places with gun bans. So, nobody cares why so many people are opening fire in public. Shouldn't the idea be to minimize the shootings and eventually stop them overall? America has a public shooting epidemic, and American citizens only care about the Second Amendment? People are only concerned with defense and their gun rights? The gun rights activists call for tougher gun laws, but the problem is psychological. There are reasons why people go on these shooting sprees, and it's a matter of why they have such a mentality. Donald's logic is, everybody needs to carry a gun, so nobody will kill them. What the fuck? Infrastructure. Donald promised to spend $1 trillion on this, so the following questions come to my mind. 1. How high is the quality of the infrastructure? 2. What areas of the infrastructure need to be worked on, and how much money is needed for those areas? 3. What is the government spending the money on, if America's infrastructure is in such need? 4. Was it neglected, causing the need for it to be rebuilt? I know many Americans have often criticized the government for spending an overly excessive amount on war, when it could be spent on sick children's hospitals and schools, just a few examples. I ask all of these questions because the infrastructure should never be a problem. Living in Canada, I agree many roads all over our country also need to be redone, but is the infrastructure the most critical? I've heard schools are being politically neglected, tax money, while again, many criticize the government about its overly excessive military spending. Funding for cancer research and other terminal illnesses are also lacking, so I'm wondering if America's infrastructure even qualifies as a top priority. I know roads are important, however, I'm saying that's how far behind America is due to political neglect. Something else that bothers me is the mention of bipartisan. Why is any political matter dependent on the different parties agreeing on anything? If something needs to be done, fucking do it! If money and taxes are the problem, figure something out. Money is no excuse to deprive people or the economy of what's needed or necessary. Donald promised to spend this money on infrastructure, but do Americans know what the government spends their tax money on? Welfare. I understand that many people are indeed lazy. Either just plain lazy, or they actually believe society owes them a living. Not everybody is lazy though. People who work for a living tend to just call these people lazy, when they may have simply lost their home, or something else happened to them that resulted in them being either on welfare or living on the street. I've heard, and have even been told, that some homeless actually do have a job. Their job just isn't enough. Yes, there are also many young couples who either decided to start a family or carelessly ended up pregnant. Based on all of that, I say both society and the government are the problems. Nobody is looking at the big picture. They instead point fingers at each other and overlook the actual problem, which causes non-stop arguing over the wrong issue. Minimum wage, for example. There are those who understand that the minimum wage jobs are intended to be entry-level, introductory, and then others who believe the minimum wage should be increased. Nobody is questioning why older or skilled people are working these entry-level jobs, which are intended for adolescents. It would seem that all that's going on is different methods of welfare or system changes are being applied, rather than actually solving whatever problems are going on, which would require human interaction. How can anybody learn if no communication is going on? The complaints are that these welfare recipients are mooching off the system, off of taxes. So the idea should be to get everybody off of welfare and get them financially stabilized. How do we achieve that? That's what we need to figure out. With all of that said, I don't understand how tougher rules are going to help anything. Does the government even know what's going on out there in the workforce? I've heard that many have 2 jobs, yet are still struggling financially. Maybe the economy is at fault if many are losing jobs so often. So, it sounds to me like the Republicans are taking the economy's instability out on the people. Donald intensifying this behavior because the government either doesn't care to take the time and do the necessary work to figure out what's wrong, why it's wrong, and how to fix everything, or the government doesn't know how to. The taxes seem to be the primary concern, which is irresponsible. Why are taxes such a problem? A power struggle seems to also be the focus, not the life of people. I mean, people deserve to be burdened with regulatory pressure if they're losing their jobs due to reasons that aren't their fault and which they have no control over. The politicians think the solution to welfare is to pressure the poor into getting a job. These politicians don't care how bad their finances are, or why they are poor. They only care about saving money by depriving them of the government aid, which they intend to do through tax cuts. If many people are unemployed, it's an economic problem, and not a personal one. This means the government isn't helping anything by simply helping people individually. The government needs to look deeper into it. Unemployment will only become more severe, and more people will become affected. So, what America has is a government that wants to cut taxes from programs that assist the poor and use that tax money for what will go to the wealthy Americans, instead of investigating to find out what's wrong, in order to fix whatever needs to be, which would naturally minimize welfare. The poor are an easy target for the Republicans because they know society looks down upon them. The Republicans know blue-collar workers are outspoken about taxes, and have created the stereotype that people on welfare are just lazy bums who just want to mooch off the system. I'll include discrimination in this. I don't know how common this is, but what can be done about it is, anybody who is on welfare because they've been unemployed for a long time should be able to request their agency to talk with the employers the client has had an interview with. That agent can question the employers why they have denied their client of employment. This will help get to the bottom of why the client is struggling to get a job. If the client is being discriminated against, the employer is obviously going to lie about it. So, if the agent questions the employer, that employer will state the reasons for denying the job applicant of the position. If asked, the employer will have to provide a reason. So, then help the applicant solve that problem. And employers will have no excuse but to hire the applicant. If the employers are exposed, they should be legally penalized. Sizable income tax cuts and deregulation. Republicans in general. The conservative Republicans like tax cuts, but liking them is not what's relevant here. I've heard people say these Republican politicians are all about avoiding paying taxes. This would confirm that to be true. Social needs and economic concerns should be the only political focuses. How to meet those needs and how to deal with the concerns by properly managing the economy through analytical and logical decision making. Cutting taxes simply because conservatives like that is insanity. These people are politicians, people in power who are responsible for making important decisions for a country. Also, does the economy need a boost, or does it need to be fixed? Is the obsession with saving money and cutting costs the actual problem? Many consumers are causing the economy to suffocate. Would the economy be able to function on a normal level if people would start purchasing quality products at their actual price value, which would eliminate the need for sweatshop labor overseas while enabling mom-and-pop shops? Human psychology is another factor. Donald cutting income tax would only be like a grandfather spoiling his grandchildren with more money, in addition to the money they keep saving at both the economy and sweatshop workers' expense. I've come to understand from the sources I've read that politicians seem to be trying to figure out whether tax cuts are effective toward economic growth or not. So, tax cuts are an economic experiment to these conservatives, and they're conducting this experiment instead of analyzing the economy at the expense of both American welfare and worker protection regulations. The Republican Party only seems to be concerned with boosting the economy to increase its growth. The problem even there is, they aren't actually trying to understand why the growth is stunting. No, the Republican Party is only interested in playing around with tax cuts, which has been going on for nearly a century now. Inflation is a monetary problem, which has multiple causes, so why doesn't the Republican Party ever try to solve inflation? What about the Democratic Party? Where are they? I don't understand how the national debt, supply shortage, wage costs, or the exchange rates have to do with prices. I don't know what factors determine prices. I think whatever is involved in production would be what determined prices. But if either monetary problems or an economic complication are being used to determine prices, that's theft. Problems need to be solved, not to be included in prices. If prices are being affected by an economic instability, that's nonsense because that instability needs to be immediately dealt with, not used as excuses to manipulate price increases. If the price increases are a business decision, they're doing so because of economic issues, which is causing monetary complications. That's dishonest. How are price increases going to bring that national debt down or produce more supply? Donald's plan. My first question is, why are these income taxes, state and federal levels, high to begin with? My second question is, do these cuts decrease the amount of taxes the government receives? I know people are obsessed with saving money. Is it possible that this obsession is a part of the problem? People are usually, if not always, looking for low prices. Pure speculation here. The government has to get the money from the consumers somehow. The government can't do much for public funding if the consumers are too busy being obsessed with saving their money. The more money people save is the less money being spent into circulation. How can anybody just expect jobs to exist if not enough money is being spent? The belief is that people will support local shops, but how many people actually will? Drug addicts will most likely spend their extra money on drugs. Same goes with alcohol. Others may simply add their extra cash to whatever savings or investments they have going on. Just a few examples why this theory is nonsense. No, if this is Donald's intention or hope, he's too trusting of consumers. He's depending on miracles within a twisted economy. Very naive for a businessman. Aside from tax cuts, Donald is increasing tariffs, a free trade tax. So, why is he cutting income taxes? Where's the logic in that? Donald did explain that companies are trying to avoid taxes by relocating jobs outside the country. But why then turn around and cut income taxes only to increase tariffs? If America needs jobs created, why are jobs lacking? I've heard people say their prescriptions and assistive technology, hearing aids, glasses, injections, wheelchairs, etc., are overpriced. Maybe this is another problem. Of course, maybe if marijuana and prostitution were both legalized, which should never have been illegal, there's some jobs right there. I've searched Google to find out if all our taxes go to the government, and the only results were sites about either where the taxes go or how the government spends them. So, yeah, to cut the income tax can only be at the expense of public funding. I think the wealthier the person is, the more taxes they should be paying. They say, with great power comes great responsibility. I say, with great wealth comes great tax ability. Everybody wants to be rich because nobody wants to work, so it's only fair that the wealthy pay more taxes because the wealthy have more to give. People say wealth is an important part of the economy, so it only makes sense. I guess some think higher taxes are a form of punishment. No, it's simply fair and responsible. Maybe churches should also pay taxes. Churches are non-profit. However, with this recent lottery being talked about because it was at $2 billion, the government gets nearly half of all winnings. Not only is American politics Christianity driven, but churches are heavily involved in politics. The big function of churches is to provide for the needy. Well, maybe if God had good creation skills, nobody would need anything. This God really demands a lot of his creation for an omnipotent being. Why are people needy? Sounds like the churches are as bad as the government, just throwing money at everything. Do the church attendees even make sure the donations are going to the needy? Probably not. Wages are what define individual purchasing power, while taxes are both the wage extractions and price integrations that go to the government, for it to spend on the infrastructure, public needs. So people want to deprive roads, schools, law enforcement, etc., in exchange for a few more job position openings, along with a bit more purchasing power, instead of paying for quality goods and services from local shops, mom and pop, that will hire with livable wages and needed benefits. People have instead sold the economy out to corporations that sell goods produced by sweatshops in foreign countries for the sake of low prices. The temporary Muslim ban. As some have said, not all Muslims are violent. Some are. And while I've never read the Holy Quran, I don't know if it does condone violence or not. I think understanding where the idea for violence and destruction comes from is important to find out, if the scripture isn't responsible for any of it. Religion isn't the issue, if Islam doesn't demand violence of its adherents. The violence itself is the problem. I, personally, think the non-violent Muslims should be doing something about the violent ones, if Islam doesn't demand violence, because the violence committed by those particular Muslims are causing problems for the rest of them. I say the responsibility is on those non-violent Muslims also because they're also Muslims. The responsibility can't be of Christians, or even the non-religious, and somebody has to do something. If the Holy Book does condone violence against all infidels, those violent Muslims agree with this book. They would otherwise ignore it, even if that God does exist. Abortion. I am neither pro-life or choice. I agree abortion is horrific. I also understand women want an abortion for certain reasons. And to call these women a murderer is to suggest these women get an abortion because they want to kill the fetus. The definition of murder is to unlawfully kill, without valid reason. Therefore, these women are not a murderer. Killing people is never legal, although killing is sometimes necessary. To argue over whose body it is, or when life actually begins, is just silly. The pro-life movement likes to show gory images of an aborted fetus in pieces. This is fear-mongering propaganda. Tactics and propaganda are never necessary when you have a valid point or position. Donald believes there are exceptions, despite his opposition to abortion, and while that's good, he has vowed to nominate only pro-life judges. To have a pro-life judge in the Supreme Court doesn't make sense if Donald understands there are exceptions. Why does Donald want a pro-life judge? He also wants women to be punished for getting an abortion. Does punishing people stop them from committing crimes? Donald, along with the pro-life movement, are causing a backward movement because they're offended by abortion. They aren't interested in actually taking the time and effort into looking into this, to figure out how to properly deal with it. My opinion so far. I haven't gone into depth on any other US president, so I don't know if Donald is any different from other presidents. I don't even know which other presidents are conservative or Republican. I will say, though, that I don't really understand why Donald's haters have singled him out from other Republicans. Donald seems to only be an intensifier for the Republican Party. Donald proposes to heavily regulate welfare, which won't make welfare either become less or go away, or cause anybody to stop abusing it. To increase tariffs on the free trade agreement, while the problem is people abusing NAFTA because they're obsessed with money. Temporarily banning Muslims, which only complicates things for the non-violent Muslims. It doesn't do anything about the violence. Building a wall, which is only an increase in security measures, won't stop illegal entry into the country or encourage immigrants to try achieving change in their own country, while everybody else in the world will still have difficulty getting into America. Forward. Political controversies and problems. This part will consist of topics that are politically relevant to our world right now. My main source will be Wikipedia pages because they provide all of the information on one page, which will include key terms that I need to look up, for either definitions or information of aspects that relate to the topic. Wikipedia pages are open to everybody to edit and add information at any time. So, I will check other sources to verify the Wikipedia pages as I go on each segment of this part. This book is my personal research of Donald before and during his presidency, along with the political essentials that relate to it. The whole point of this book being that nothing is getting done in this world due to the arguing, social divisiveness, and people's distrust of the government, along with shallow media that only caters to their audience's ignorant and insane appeals for ratings, causing the many social distortions and divisions that tear the entire nation apart. I understand that current events are many and overwhelming. The media is deliberately severely deviant, yet their audiences remain. People don't have time to research, so they go by what they see and hear, or they go to see who is saying what they want to hear. These are big problems. I never bothered with the news on TV. I only ever watched the Young Turks on YouTube for about 4 years. I mostly did so to post my own opinions and questions about what information I heard on each video, and replied to what other people would say. My opinion is that there are too many current events, making research an impossibility, especially for people with too much going on in their life, so I can't hold their lack of efforts against them. I wasn't really interested in the actual news, only what others say as they take the presented information as the gospel, so I can question them. There isn't anything I can say that will change anything anyway because they take that information as the gospel, or they refuse to listen because it's what they want to hear. Part 1. Political controversies and problems. Planned Parenthood. The selling of baby parts is the claim against this organization, which is often used as propaganda by the pro-life movement. I sometimes hear this movement is pushing this idea that abortion is Planned Parenthood's only service. Even if this establishment does sell baby parts, is that really as bad as both pro-life and the media make it sound? Yes, this organization is non-profit. However, if the selling of the fetal tissue is the offense which pro-life is upset about, then why is their movement anti-abortion? I agree that selling is wrong, because 1, it's a non-profit organization, and 2, they're selling fetal tissue, which is both disgusting and not for them to sell. Why not just take legal action against Planned Parenthood for that alone, though? Why aren't they simply trying to make the selling illegal, forcing Planned Parenthood to strictly donate? Has this movement ever researched fetal tissue to learn why this is happening? I just did, and there are medical benefits in fetal tissue. Looking this information up took me 10 minutes. 10 minutes! Women are also asked by a clinician if they want to donate. I would say why not just let the fetal tissue be donated, as long as these women are getting an abortion, but The pro-life movement isn't trying to get abortion to stop. The pro-life movement is only interested in protesting, preaching, and arguing. Also to push its agenda politically. Well, they do want abortion to stop, but on their terms. Why not just take advantage of abortion, as long as the demand exists, because of their problems? I would say until nobody has a reason to get one, but nobody is even trying to eliminate those reasons. Politicians certainly aren't. They're all fixated on abortion, not the reasons for abortion. The selling of fetal tissue is not the only aspect the pro-life movement tries to use against this organization. They also propagandize that abortion is its only service. Planned Parenthood's website itself offers educational information. The main page has a Learn tab, which consists of abortion, birth control, cancer, emergency contraception, health and wellness, pregnancy, sex and relationships, sexual orientation and gender, sexually transmitted diseases, along with resources exclusive to teens, parents, and educators. These sections provide information and resources, although many have a hatred toward others who are different, so the sexual orientation section might offend them. That's irrelevant though, because Planned Parenthood obviously provides many other services, which is the point here. Is pro-life also offended by cancer and healthcare? No? Well, the pro-life protesters are discouraging others from learning then, as they accuse women getting an abortion of murder. Pro-life also likes to guilt-shame irresponsible teenagers, so how are they supposed to learn with the angry protesting in everybody's face? People may even be too afraid to look at the website at home, fearing their parents might catch them, or find it listed in the internet history. The parents seeing it, assuming abortion. Pro-life exaggerates, selling these parts to make it sound like an evil scheme, when it's simply dishonest. I won't bother with the history of birth control clinics, but Mike Pence is the main guy behind the attacks, which have been ongoing since 2007. While the main focus is eliminating abortion, people are being held back from getting information they need about other related issues, because even the politicians have the wrong idea. I don't understand how Donald defunding Planned Parenthood because of abortion, while he credits them for helping millions of women, makes any sense. Why shut an entire organization down because of one problem? Abortion offends Donald so much that he's willing to just stop this organization altogether, under the advisory of Mike Pence. This insanity makes Donald worse than his objection to abortion, to just deprive women like that. I guess couples would be a better word. Taxes are another issue which pro-life is angry about. Some people in this movement hate that their taxes are going toward this organization because their position is that they are in favor of life and that they're speaking for the unborn, saving lives. This ideology has even compared abortion to the Holocaust. After looking at Planned Parenthood's website, I guess they're also against information, which also means Donald Trump, Mike Pence, and the pro-life movement all wanted to fund information and shut it down. This movement also argues that abortion is killing entire generations off, which is partially true. The error here is, these women didn't intend to become pregnant, which means those generations were never intended to be born. So, pro-life wants them to carry through with the pregnancy to punish them, which means they want unplanned generations born. Again, maybe if this movement would focus on communication instead of protest and preaching, these unplanned pregnancies would become less and less. There's also the pro-lifes pushing for people to abstain if they can't afford to be parents. They are contradicting themselves because abstinence means no generations. There was lots of arguing over the definition of the term fetus, so I'll look at that now. Fetus, an unborn offspring of a mammal, in particular an unborn human baby more than 8 weeks after conception. The word is Latin, and this definition does say baby. I've thought about this myself. And after hearing Matt Dillahunty from the Atheist Experience say the fetus is the baby in the stage of development, the cell is obviously alive, even before conception. However, life doesn't actually begin until birth. The key word there is development. That's what's going on with the fetus. If their only problem with Planned Parenthood is their taxes funding it, why attack this organization? If none of their taxes are funding it, they shouldn't have a problem. Are taxes about what people want their earnings spent on? The pro-life movement needs to ask themselves, what will the outcome of stopping abortion by cutting Planned Parenthood off be? These people are so angry about abortion being used as birth control that they want every woman punished by being stuck raising the children they chose to abort. They don't care if the mothers are too young, immature, and irresponsible. And pro-life's only other option to them is abstinence. Pro-life says they're defending life, yet they're going to condemn the unplanned and unwanted children to a rough upbringing. Because of a tax outrage? This is responsible and logical? Wouldn't abstinence cause the rate of rape to increase? Oh, pro-life's philosophy is that choosing life despite rape is virtuous. So, rape isn't a problem. Pro-life says rape isn't as bad as abortion, while the Christians often argue rape in morality debates with atheists. God doesn't approve of masturbation, so look out, ladies. Actually, the ladies might start raping. The pro-life movement's official site. This is a book and not a YouTube video, so I'm unable to provide a visual of this website to go over it and explain what's wrong and why. Some people do need an explanation. I searched this site up to learn more about this movement. This website is long and consists of anti-Planned Parenthood propaganda, embedded YouTube videos, donation links, and various other links. Mostly, if not all, hearsay and accusations. No information, only Christianity-backed fear, guilt, and hate. If I was to make a video, that video would probably be a few hours long, to click on everything and go through it all. A legitimate and honest website would have the most important information or links on top somewhere, so the information and those links are the first things people see. This website confirms the pro-life movement to only be on a religious crusade of backward morality, using all of the reasons women get an abortion against abortion. A look at the new pro-life movement's website. Scrolling down a bit, I clicked on an embedded talking head video, a gentleman named Matthew Tyson criticizing the direction and tactics of the mainstream movement. He also mentioned he's against abortion being legal, but later said he understands abortion is all about the reasons why women get one, and that this movement has lost its goal, a legal and cultural battle. So I half agree with this man. What doesn't make sense here is he understands there are reasons why, yet he wants abortion to be illegal. If pro-life focuses on the reasons and actually starts solving problems, which will eliminate those reasons, abortion will either stop on its own or at least be minimized. I don't know how this movement intends to address the health reasons. Donald himself even understands there are exceptions when it comes to abortion. What also bothers me is they're only concerned about protecting the unborn. They have no concern for the mother-to-be. The other side to this movement, however, is that many people who identify with this movement subscribe to it for the wrong reason. I think those reasons also need to be looked at, because those people are only into it for their own gain, which makes it psychological. I'm not saying everybody in the pro-choice movement is perfect, but the pro-life movement is the main problem. The 11 Pillars. Only 2 of these relate to abortion, which are the first 2. The rest are only their views on certain political issues. Number 1. The reasons for abortion include financial struggles, which is economic, so I don't understand why a political debate about abortion itself is in effect. If the economy is stabilized and everybody is benefiting in it, abortion shouldn't be a problem anymore. Of course, the economy would have always been stabilized and always moving forward if politics was legitimate. Maybe the women out there who don't feel confident simply need a psychiatrist or psychologist. Number 2. This movement mentions the right to live, which is nonsense because this isn't about rights, but dealing with the reasons women get an abortion. How does euthanasia affect the terminally ill or the elderly? This pillar talks about suicide to use as a tactic, saying suicide is the right to die, which is the other side to the right to live. There is no correlation between suicide and euthanasia. The mainstream pro-life movement calls women murderers, remember? The reasons for abortion. Rape is surprisingly one of the least common reasons. Incest is less common than rape. The reasons I read in the sources I looked at are personal or professional, financial, psychological, relationship-related, and health. Do any of these reasons suggest the women get an abortion with the intent to kill the fetus? Or that babies need some movement to defend them by being a social and public menace? Many women and couples are going through hardships or crises, which means there are probably social and economic problems due to the commonality of each reason within society. There's also the pro-life's taxation upset. They're only determined to stop their taxes, not dealing with the reasons. Their mentality is, life is all that matters and everybody's problems are their own fault. Sex education in schools. 17 states have abstinence-only sex education, which teaches students to wait until marriage. This teaching obviously doesn't include birth control or contraception. This means that these states value marriage over education, the students learning and understanding sexuality and reproduction. They would rather have these kids hold back for the sake of marriage than to have them know what they're doing. If that's the case, they're only using abortion as an excuse to push this obviously religious agenda. What about when these students become adults and do get married? They aren't going to have intercourse just to have a baby. They also won't know anything about diseases. Will they know enough to get each other tested? Sex is pleasurable and is also an important part of a relationship. So, this waiting until marriage notion is insanity. We also all have urges. Our bodies don't wait until marriage. Marriage is a human concept, and a natural bodily urge isn't going to conform to our bullshit ideas. The idea of education is to learn. This abstinence-only form of education is indoctrination because it involves shame of being gay or slutty, while it also teaches students that only marriage can provide psychological benefits from sex. The opposite is true because the minority shaming causes severe psychological damage to the point of self-harm. I also don't understand why such a class would even bother mentioning homosexuality. It doesn't touch on birth control or contraception. I'd honestly rather this class just send the gays and lesbians on their way, without teaching them, rather than to put them through this insanity to avoid the psychological damage. I guess the hate just needs to get its fix by shitting on those who are different and can't participate, to fulfill its deviance. So why is Congress still keeping this abstinence-only nonsense going if it's clearly not only useless but harmful? Arguments against abortion. The whole debate is about life, defense, and rights, while the realities of abortion are financial, psychological, social, etc. What do the life and rights of the unborn have to do with the various reasons women get an abortion? When pro-choice argues that life begins at birth, I have to agree because, yes, cells need to be alive to be active. The cell is only developing though. Again, birth is when the baby's life actually begins, in the sense that it grows and experiences the world. I'm sure that's what pro-choice is actually talking about. If not, that's how I see it. Aside from the usual arguments between the pro-life versus pro-choice battle, the pro-life movement really likes to grasp at straws. Would they really need to preach that the baby is not the woman's body if getting an abortion was always just to kill the fetus off? Yes, many women do say it's their choice. This is only because pro-life keeps protesting and getting in their face. The mistake those women are making is arguing back that it is their choice because it's their body, instead of giving the reason why they got an abortion or why they're pro-choice. The unborn body isn't yours either, pro-life protesters. This is a stretch, but something I could say to the pro-life movement though is, you people are making the choice for the baby because you are anti-abortion. If this movement is all about the baby, then don't have sex unless the egg decides it wants to be conceived. Deciding to become parents would be a contradiction to the position of opposing women's right to choose. The egg can't make decisions? That's how illogical pro-life is. The expectancy of women going through with the pregnancy, despite being raped, is essentially saying abortion is worse than rape. That abortion is the actual problem, rape not being a serious crime or a problem, and using it as propaganda against abortion. Do women seek to be raped? No. I agree adoption is also a solution. However, no woman should be forced to suffer the pregnancy, especially just because some of society is offended by abortion. Never mind these women getting an abortion and start dealing with rape to get that to stop. I don't know if people are trying to say the fetus isn't human, or they're simply trying to say it's only cells being aborted. I can't really agree with the pro-choice on this one, because those cells are human. But again, the pro-life insists on arguing, because arguing is all they're capable of, if they aren't killing or blowing clinics up. A psychological argument is that getting an abortion affects the woman emotionally. This is because getting an abortion is a tough decision, and they don't get an abortion just to kill the baby, unlike what the pro-life insists. Calling them a murderer only makes it worse for them. The argument that the unborn is being punished is as ridiculous as arguing the unborn is being murdered. Women don't get an abortion because the fetus has disobeyed them. They also aren't taking anything out on it. Using abortion as a form of birth control is something I do agree is wrong. This is nothing more than irresponsibility though, making it either an education or psychological issue, or both. Pro-life has to turn everything into a moral crusade though, which is where they always go wrong. This movement could use a lecture on responsibility and maturity itself. I'm not saying the pro-choice movement is perfect, they're far from it, but pro-choice is only there to oppose and stand up against the pro-life's bullying and harassment. Pro-life is both a political and religiously motivated and backwards movement. I've saved the best for last here. Abortion being sin is the religious claim against it. The religious like to protest that abortion is sin, using the "thou shalt not kill" commandment to back it up. The religious only appeal to the Bible when they agree with it. If they weren't homophobic or anti-abortion, they wouldn't use the Bible or even identify as Christian. Regardless, I think a God whom they believe created a universe could have done better than pregnancy being the way of reproduction. Not just pregnancy happening so easily that is unplanned so often, but also that is painful and means temporary lifestyle changes. Christianity indoctrinates the people to believe that everything wrong or bad in this world is man's fault. So I don't understand why anybody is bringing God into it. If it's free will, let God deal with it when He will. God didn't give man free will for man to assume God's authority against others. Pro-life is trying to have the cake and eat it too by playing the free will card, and then trying to push their beliefs onto others and get people to stop, either by preaching and protesting, fear-mongering, false shame and guilt, or by political manipulation. Back off, Christians. Violence against abortion clinics. This is pure hypocrisy, obviously, as many have pointed out and continue to. Killing to prevent abortions. The pro-life movement obviously knows their ideology holds no substance. However, these shootings are obviously just an extreme level of terrorism in an effort to discourage people from both working at these clinics and from getting an abortion. They either don't realize or don't care that their violent acts are also discouraging people from acquiring information and help they need. Fundamentalists and extremists don't care and will stoop to whatever low they feel is necessary to get their fascist message out. Some simply feel an obligation to take action themselves. They believe women are getting an abortion because they want to kill the baby, but they're allowed to just go ahead and kill whomever they want because they believe they're defending life. They're obviously not very smart if violence is all they know. The commandment is to not murder. God wants you to kill? But only God can kill because He's God, remember? I'm certain there are people in this movement who disagree with and are even appalled or angered by these violent acts. They should really speak out against it. If they're too afraid to speak out against those who do commit such acts, I say they're cowards. The arson, murdering, and bombing are all committed in the name of this movement. And those are the extremes this movement will go, which is an ideology they all subscribe to. This means it's their responsibility to at least speak out against those extremes. They obviously aren't guilty, even indirectly, however. Not even speaking out against it makes them no better. Doing so probably doesn't stop such lunatics, but they can and should at least try. Again, they're all about protecting the unborn. What if they end up either killing pregnant women or even causing them to miscarry? Do they actually walk into the clinic and force somebody to show them no pregnant women are inside the place, so they can proceed to take whatever action against the place? Climate change. Referring to Wikipedia first, because this site contains all of the information compiled onto one page. Climate change is basically pattern changes in weather, for a longer time than the weather typically occurs. The technical details behind that are, while the sun is the main source of the climate's system, air, water, ice, and life, the system also sends energy off to outer space. The Earth has an energy limit, which is determined by a balance of both an income and outcome of energy transference. A greater energy income warms the climate, while more going out means it cools. Makes sense to me so far. Energy being transferred back and forth, an exchange. Because this climate system consists of a back and forth exchange of energy, human activity can cause distortions in the weather by interfering with this energy exchange. Weather is the result of the climate system, the patterns being the seasons. The pollution we cause, which goes into the atmosphere, changes the energy flow, which is what causes either increases or decreases in length of the weather patterns. My previous understanding was that global warming was the result of climate change, but the opposite is the reality, so I've been corrected about that here. There are multiple factors that play a role in climate change. There are earthly mechanisms that circulate energy all over the planet. Wind and water waves, for example. These mechanisms all play a role in regional climates. There are climate-shaping factors going on, the planet's own movement, which causes mountain formation along with continental drift. Then there are feedbacks, which cause different force levels. These are all natural occurrences that have nothing to do with us, and also can't do anything about. So, I now understand the climate system. I have a better understanding of what climate change is, and now also how it's caused. Now for our role in this emergency of a phenomenon, which Mr. Trump insists is a Chinese hoax, or whatever the hell he claimed, while others just deny climate change. I'll then briefly explain the weather effects of climate change after that. What we are doing is emitting carbon dioxide in various ways, which comes from burning fossil fuels. Cutting masses of forestry down is also a huge cause. Wikipedia explained that volcanic eruptions contribute a lot of carbon dioxide, but not nearly as much as we people do, which is obvious. Looking at a NASA page now, we are also causing methane pollution from landfill sites, nitrous oxide from soil cultivation. NASA says especially rice cultivation. Also, nitrous oxide, which comes from soil cultivation, especially both commercial and organic fertilizers. Last one listed here, chlorofluorocarbons. So, it looks like we need to clean our act up. Now for the effects of our tampering with the climate system. As a result of changing the greenhouse by burning coal and oil fossil fuels, we're causing the planet to warm up, which in turn is causing glaciers to melt. So, this confirms flooding because of rising water levels, as warmth also causes rising levels. People have also said climate change has caused more tornadoes and hurricanes. A page from Center for Climate and Energy Solutions says scientists are uncertain whether climate change will increase the number of hurricanes or not, although they expect hurricane intensity will increase. A simple explanation for both. Just a small list of our contributions toward climate change. Aggravating the atmosphere with our capitalistic insanity and carelessness, along with weather effects. There could be other ways we're causing climate change. I didn't go very deep into that because this is mostly about whether climate change is real or not. But we are causing a lot of each of those contributions. We emit more carbon dioxide than volcanic eruptions. Again, Donald claims climate change is a Chinese hoax. So, I guess China has been causing both the wind and ocean wave distribution of energy, all of the planet's mountains, and also created the sun, while China is also responsible for all of the world's additional and excessive carbon dioxide emissions. The Confederate flag. The flag displayed on the Wikipedia page is the original, different from the one everybody knows. Scrolling down, there are 4 versions of this design, consisting of a different number of stars on each. The design isn't what matters here. The different numbers of stars is what I don't understand, but I don't know if the significance is relevant or not. Looking for information of the added stars on Google, I've clicked on a page from Telegraph, which talks about the heritage claim. I'll get to that in a minute here. Wikipedia says that the stars represent the states, so 13 states were involved, and still are, I guess. Wikipedia only says the Kentucky and Missouri factions joined, which would only account for 2 additional stars to the original 7. If they're only state representations, I'll just move on. The definition of heritage is property that is or may be inherited, an inheritance. This would mean something was inherited. While Confederacy supporters would deny hate, what was the heritage if not hate? What the advocates could ask instead is why people call them racists, instead of arguing that it's about heritage. I've even heard a few advocates tell people this flag represents the North Virginia Army, while the Civil War was started because of the slavery, as President Abraham Lincoln was anti-slavery. Therefore, to even argue that is to still admit to racism and to support slavery. If this Civil War was not fought to keep slavery going, what was it about? This wasn't just a matter of a civil war because of some states in America that wanted to enslave African Americans to pick the cotton, which was the main product of these states, but that these secessionist states actually wrote their own constitution. That's how crazy they were. Which would explain why they insisted on these African Americans to do the labor of picking the cotton under the condition of slavery. The definition of confederacy is actually a league or an alliance, while seceding is the act of withdrawal from a major organization. Neither terms have anything to do with either slavery or racism. Of course, reading the Comparing Constitutions section, guess who's mentioned? God. I don't quite understand why guidance is required by God. The Bible only says to not beat the slaves to death. This must go beyond slave ownership, though, if these particular states are going as far as writing their own constitution. The 2 tribes are hardly civilized, as they've joined the Confederacy. The irony here, these secessionists wanted slaves, yet they believed the federal government was trying to make them second class. The federal government also denied their attempt to convince them that slavery was beneficial. The Northern Virginia Battle. The Northern Virginia Army used the Confederate flag that the world is familiar with, and also painted on top of the car driven by Beau and Luke Duke of the Dukes of Hazzard. Reading through the Wikipedia page, slavery isn't mentioned once. The lost cause is mentioned at the end of PBS.com's article, which does say the battle was about states' rights and not slavery. My question is, what states' rights were they fighting for, and what about President Lincoln's administration were they rebelling against? Listening to a lecture from Edward Bonekemper entitled Myth of the Lost Cause, Edward said Jefferson Davis stated the Civil War would have happened regardless of the slavery in his memoirs. If not, what did these Confederate states have against the federal government? Nobody has denied that slavery of Negroes happened, so these states obviously fought that war to maintain the slavery institution. The justification for the slavery and the lost cause is that slavery is beneficial. If slavery was beneficial, why was this institution one of slavery, and why were they slaves? The lost cause also claims that slavery was soon to expire anyway. I guess the idea there is that expiration rationalizes slavery. If that's the case, I guess the slaves need to seek another beneficiary institution after slavery expired. This lecture confirms that the Confederacy was definitely about keeping the slavery institution, even if not racism, if Edward is legitimate. There's been more talk about the slavery than the slaves being Negroes. There is also talk about General Lee being the greatest general in history, but that's completely irrelevant. In conclusion, the term Confederacy became associated with slavery, owning people, African Americans specifically. So, if the white Southerners wanted Southern sovereignty for a different reason, they should have called their cause something else, something other than the Confederacy. Whites in Southern America today are very patriotic and worship the American flag, so they obviously don't consider themselves more Southern than American. I think that's the root problem of this whole controversy. If these Southern pride types insist on Confederacy, even after being told the Confederacy means pro-slavery, that's what they are, if not also racist. Not proud to be Southern. I'll obviously never get answers to the questions I've asked, because everybody involved in the Confederacy is dead, but I think my question of why these slave states, seceders, rebelled against the federal government is the essence or key to this whole controversy. 9/11. There are people out there who distrust the government, to the point that they believe the government was in on it, an inside job. These people have formed the Truth Movement, and such people are also referred to as truthers. I have to say that I think the immediate suspicion of Al-Qaeda was unfair. Or was it that Al-Qaeda's involvement was so obvious that no investigation of the collapse site was necessary? A war on terror was necessary to bring Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda's leader, in for interrogation. Al-Qaeda's expulsion from Afghanistan was also demanded by the US, which was unnecessary. I understand Islam has been at war with America for some years. Osama declared a holy war against America back in 1996. However, it's either 9/11 should have been an act of war, which means America would have known and no investigation would have been necessary, or America shouldn't have needed Al-Qaeda out of the way because there's no hostility. America's suspicion of Al-Qaeda and Osama's denial doesn't sound like any holy war is in effect. President George W. Bush insisted Osama was a prime suspect, even after hearing Osama's denial. So, what was the point of going through that huge effort, the war on terror, along with Al-Qaeda's expulsion, to question Osama, if George wouldn't believe him anyway? What I got from reading about George's memo is that George didn't take the warnings seriously. The Pentagon actually claimed the CIA was fooled and that Osama was only pretending to plan. So that means Osama's, Al-Qaeda's, threat should just be ignored and America should just let its guard down. Never mind being safe, instead of being sorry, which America has been for nearly 20 fucking years. America has been emphasizing the importance of protecting its national freedom for decades, but its national security can just forget about these Sunni Muslim extremist psychos, because Osama is only pretending, and these attacks aren't likely to happen in the US. The hostile stubbornness would indicate guilt on Al-Qaeda's part, or they may have just been stubborn because they hate America, which would also call for action being taken against them. If Al-Qaeda wasn't guilty, they should have no problem with Osama bin Laden being questioned. Their religious contempt of the modern world is no excuse to deny America of questioning Osama, even if that was their reasoning for holding Osama back. Nothing was written about Islam's contempt in the context of these terrorist attacks. I simply decided to add that myself. The assassination of Osama was pointless because Al-Qaeda will only get another leader, and possibly become both stronger and smarter. His assassination might actually strengthen every Islamic terrorist group. Osama underestimated America at first, but I'm sure they're all aware of what America is capable of now, which is the danger. Now we have ISIL to deal with. Looking at the Wikipedia page menu, I clicked on both Investigation and then 9/11 Commission. The FBI's Pent Bomb was supposed to be an investigation of 9/11 itself, but identifying hijackers was their agenda. What makes them think the planes were hijacked? Seeing the word hijackers tells me this wasn't an honest investigation. I would say that maybe the Truth Movement is right, but I don't think they believe Muslims had anything to do with 9/11. Maybe these attacks were used as an excuse to go after Al-Qaeda. There are other Islamic terrorist groups, but being that these hijackers were all Al-Qaeda members, they became the target. The, quote, discovery of Muhammad Attah's luggage is another red flag. So, the FBI was searching for evidence of Al-Qaeda's involvement or investigating to find out what happened. Having immediate suspicion is fine, but the FBI wouldn't have known what to look for. A suspicion is not something to base an investigation on. Carry on with the investigation and see if the evidence confirms that suspicion. They looked for evidence of Al-Qaeda, not to find out what caused those planes to collide into the building. Again, how would they know of any hijackers? Being on one of the planes would be the only way to know, without an investigation. The FBI wouldn't have needed Pent Bomb. These 500,000 leads were about the hijackers. So yes, I would say 9/11 was an excuse to go after Islamic terror groups. This was obviously the FBI's only interest, anyway. The CIA wasn't any better. The Inspector General criticized the senior officials for not confronting terrorism. How did the Inspector General know it was terrorism? Why was an investigation of any sort necessary, along with the war on terror and Osama's questioning, all necessary if they did know? The CIA versus the FBI. The CIA keeps policymakers informed of the world's affairs, while the FBI investigates and then arrests. The CIA was not responsible for anything in this case. What doesn't make sense, however, is why the CIA took the liberty of breaking into Midhar's Dubai hotel room when the FBI is the agency that does the investigative work. The planes had already collided into the towers and the destruction already happened, which was caused by the terrorists whom the policymakers already knew about. If the US government was previously unaware of Al-Qaeda's plan to attack, the CIA failed. These plans obviously were known, because the NSA, FBI, and the CIA all got involved, and also knew to investigate Al-Qaeda's involvement. The FBI failed because they're supposed to investigate and then act. The CIA shouldn't have even been there. They should be going back to the office and watching the world for the policymakers. Also, why did the CIA's Inspector General criticize the seniors, if the CIA is only an intelligence agency? The FBI should have been trying to confront the terrorism, however they would have gone about doing that. I spoke with my associate, Alicia, who mentioned passenger phone calls. Many passengers did make calls. Were the CIA and FBI investigating Al-Qaeda's involvement because of those calls? This Wikipedia page provides plenty of information and details, but nothing about calls made from any of the planes. Looking at the commission now, The War on Terror took place just after 9/11, its purpose being to bring Osama in for questioning, but the Taliban refused to cooperate. I don't understand why either preparation or a response was necessary. The military was in Afghanistan. Why wouldn't action be taken after Muhammad's bag was discovered? Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was angry about America's long-term neglect of Palestinian refugees on account of America's foreign policy. This does make America responsible, knowing how psychotic and violent radical Muslims are. Osama's denial of involvement and then confirmation was mentioned earlier. Another problem here is Osama claimed these attacks were originally his idea back in 1982. Then says Khalid Sheikh originally did, and forwarded his idea to Osama in 1996. Osama denied his idea to destroy the US bank tower though, among other targets. Pre-9/11 intelligence. The NSA left action to be taken up by the CIA, who was already alerted and did take action. I don't understand why the NSA bothered to do any surveillance, as this agency took no action on the phone call they intercepted. Belief is sufficient to go on with government agencies apparently though. To just sit back, instead of going further to make sure something serious isn't going to affect America. Maybe the CIA should have informed the NSA of their intel first? Or file a report to somebody else of official government status, however they do things. These Muslim terrorists are already under American surveillance, but investigations were still necessary after the towers were hit, along with both the War on Terror to get custody of Osama in the formation of Pent Bomb. The mental state of these hijackers is mentioned. My questions about them in particular are, why do they want to obey Allah? Who called for this murderous mission? Why do they want to crave death instead of seeking professional help? What's the point of fasting? Why do they agree that only believers should get eternal life? Why do they hate the modern world? In general, how can a higher cause be such if this higher cause wants its deliberately, inferiorly created life killed off, for not following its will, let alone creating this life inferior? My questions about the instructions. 1. What's wrong with earthly matters? 2. What's fun about Islam, Sharia law? Waste? 3. Why are or were these attacks necessary if the day of judgment has arrived? Isn't Allah responsible for everything on that day? 4. What is paradise like? What do these Muslims want if modernism is bad? 5. What is optimistic about death and destruction? 6. Why ruin clean clothes? The conspiracy theories. I actually read this Wikipedia page first. My initial statement being that many have come forward with a theory, and the US government only seems to be interested in debunking their media. Shouldn't the government be investigating, instead of critiquing various authors and organizations submitting their theories to it? Is 9/11 a school assignment? An investigation has already been done, so the government should have informed America about what actually happened, instead of taking media submissions in. The truth movement obviously won't believe anything the government will say, but being that the truthers believe 9/11 was an inside job, while the government was simply irresponsible and inept, this movement is delusional. Why these truthers don't trust the government is the question. I believe everything I've read. However, none of this is personal experience. If I was shown evidence that debunks any aspect of what I've currently learned, I would believe it. Personal experience is purely anecdotal though, which I could write about, but only to be taken at face value. This isn't about ego, it's about getting the best understanding and applying my own perspective to the big picture that I've learned. Now that I have an educated understanding based on research, here is my perspective. The government having advanced knowledge is the most common theory. This is now confirmed to be the case. The fundamental error of the truth movement is that they insist the government attack the towers. The government didn't cover it up either. Al-Qaeda did it, but they were only able to due to political ineptitude. The Pentagon not heeding Osama's planning, along with George disregarding that memo. The CIA and the FBI not doing their job didn't fucking help. The destruction of these towers have become both a media frenzy and a social and political circus, which still goes on today. The Truth Movement theorizes that 9/11 was an inside job and wants the government to investigate, yet they're so skeptical of Al-Qaeda destroying these towers and are also suspicious of the government. Maybe they should be doing the investigating. They apparently have analyzed evidence and discussed, but why do they call for a new investigation, and who are they calling to do it? They don't trust the government, which has caused them to establish this movement. How can this movement cancel Al-Qaeda out if they aren't even satisfied with their own efforts? This movement seems to be more bent out of shape about the government than the towers. Why aren't they calling for an investigation of the government instead of 9/11? I've read a page from Popular Mechanics about 9/11 claims and facts. The first thing you see on this website is a book being advertised. A book containing information which shouldn't cost anything to anybody. September 11th, 2001 was a tragic day of horrific death and destruction, and people are out there profiting from it. My problem with facts and even evidence is, I don't know if I'm speaking for anybody else. I can't know for myself because I don't have the experience or education necessary to know. I therefore don't understand those facts and that evidence. Jet fuel burning at between 800 to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, for example. I know nothing about jets, let alone the fuel. I have also never flown at all, not once in my life. I've also never worked with steel. A few high school courses of welding is my only experience with metals and welding. Everybody is so busy theorizing and arguing over details, while believing the government was in on it. Nobody seems to be interested in why. Alright, somebody proves the government played a part. That means the government is guilty of both mass murder and destruction. What can be done about that? These conspiracy theorists are more interested in proving themselves, instead of explaining why they believe these buildings were internally demolished. They're looking for what they want to believe to be there, which is a backwards investigation. A proper investigation involves searching the area for evidence and examining and analyzing that evidence, not looking for evidence to support one's own theory. The many other claims sound like paranoia. The 11 most compelling theories are explained on News One's site. Theorists have called both the stock market and insurance firms out for making profit off of 9/11. This is disturbing. However, it doesn't prove 9/11 was an inside job, nor does it cancel Al-Qaeda out. The theorists are obviously and understandably suspicious of the sudden large amount of options that were placed before September 11th. I agree this is ghoulish, but people have a strong tendency to seek out to make profits. It's both sick and sad, but that's how some people are. The theorists wouldn't do this if they had the opportunity. There is a huge difference between what Alex Jones says about NORAD that morning and what is explained on Wikipedia. Alex talks about the CIA coincidentally running a drill that morning, while Wikipedia provides a detailed explanation of activity between Flight 11, Boston Center, and NORAD. Looking at this News One website, each of the 11 conspiracy theories includes a video, so I'll provide a quick YouTube video-style breakdown of each. One source said Dick Cheney took control of the situation during the attacks because George was absent. Dick told George to stay away from Washington. Another source explained that Dick Cheney was appointed to national preparedness and had nothing to do with NORAD. Other sources were only opinions. This is confusion early in this video. How is anybody supposed to sort anything out, and how can theories be either conceived or confirmed? I was unable to find anything about Rumsfeld's memorandum, so I proceeded to Alex's CIA drill claim. The point of this video is to prove 9/11 to be a conspiracy theory. A source I've clicked on says the CIA was running a drill, which was purely coincidental. This makes it Alex's word versus whomever wrote the article in that webpage I clicked on. Again though, more confusion. The tapes were a compilation of recordings from the Bat Cave. They were in fact destroyed, but not for the purpose of hiding anything. That's actually all I really understood from what I read. Alex says everything correct about this aspect, but that doesn't really prove 9/11 was a conspiracy. The meeting was simply creepy. A clip from ABC News is featured on this video. A guy said NORAD ran the drills. Alex said the CIA did. The second video is a compilation of random people describing their experience. This particular video was embedded specifically under the context of conspiracy theory of 9/11 being a demolition, but isn't something to base a demolition theory on. Some of the people were elsewhere, not close to the World Trade Center towers. Most people in the video who spoke only mentioned an explosion, what sounded like a bomb. The subway was also mentioned by many. Everybody except the second woman who spoke in the first segment of the video and a gentleman laying in a hospital bed mentioned a bomb. The woman said, "I believe the bomb hit the lobby first." The man said, "I heard a bomb. Probably the transformer again." Another gentleman mentioned a fireball coming from the elevator shaft, but that doesn't mean a demolition. Other people were horrifically affected either in the lobby or near the building. The text on the video for the Pentagon damage says the plane lost its wings somehow. So, would the plane be about 60 feet without its wings? How does Theory Mason know that a missile hit the Pentagon, or that rogues are responsible? The accounts on the video about the substitute plane in Shanksville, Pennsylvania are contradictory. The first one is of 3 high school students. One guy said he thinks it was shot down, the girl said the passengers took it down, and the other guy says both. Next is a statement from Dr. Vernon Groves, who explained that eyewitnesses are unreliable because of our senses. So, he's saying nothing anybody says can be trusted. Linda Shepley said the passengers took the plane down because she saw no debris or fire from the 5 miles she saw it from. John Flegel gave a lengthy story. This video is about a plane that crashed in a field, and not in any of the buildings, so I'm guessing John is talking about the marina he manages. He spoke about his retired Air Force co-worker who told him the lights flickering indicated the plane was shot down, because that flickering is caused by radar zapping before a shot is fired. John saw a fireball. John explained that another plane flew through the sun, making it indistinguishable from the other plane. My question about that is a fighter jet difficult to distinguish from a commercial plane? The next part is Dr. Vernon Groves again, not describing his experience, but explaining what would happen if the plane was shot down. Susan McIlwain said a small white plane flew above her car, near the crash site. She explained that they said it was a large plane that night on TV. The rest of the video is about the media's coverage of the Flight 93 story. I don't see how a conspiracy theory that there was a substitute plane is conceivable, if Susan is the only one of these people who saw a smaller plane. It was either the plane was shot down, or the passengers fought the hijackers, or both, according to the one high school guy. This next video is about the suspected hijackers being alive in other countries. The first thought that comes to my mind is Mohammed Atta's luggage. Aside from that, I've already mentioned that I'm not educated to know if certain evidence is legitimate or not. I can't know if any of these guys are alive because I've never met them. I also don't know how many people I speak for when I explain that. The narrator mentions that none of the names of Al-Qaeda members are on the autopsy list, which I paused to read for myself. Also that Robert Mueller, the FBI director, claimed that they used stolen passports and probably didn't even have tickets. Why aren't either of these mentioned on Wikipedia? The narrator then questions why Afghanistan was bombed. My question, again, is how did the FBI know the planes were hijacked, and why was Pentbomb all about investigating hijackers? What about the discovery of Mohammed Atta's luggage? Carl Schwartz talks on the other half of this video. I clicked on captions, which said Brightest Corporation. I even posted a comment on YouTube asking what this corporation was called, because I Google searched Brightest Corporation, along with the words Taliban and Argentina. No results for such a corporation showed up. Carl also mentioned that everything found was found in a drug investigation, which the FBI had going on since 1998. What about Pentbomb? What was Carl talking about? The next theory was about cell phone calls being fake. This video was blocked due to copyright, and I was unable to find an alternate video, so I can't comment on this theory. Anti-Semitism is another conspiracy theory, one that I was previously unaware of, so the description under it is all there is. I'm focused on the truth movement that insists 9/11 was an inside job committed by the government alone, but I'll give my perspective anyway. I can understand the suspicion of the 4,000 Zionist Jews taking September 11th off from work. However, nobody gave a reason why, nor did I see a list shown. Where did the idea of starting a rumor of Jews receiving notice come from? This video shows a message about something big happening, but that could mean anything. Retired Police Sergeant Wilton Sexer confirmed this is only a rumor. This is only his word, but what else is there? The description is about 4,000 Jews taking the day off. As for some of the first recordings being Jews, only some of them being recordings from Jews means nothing. Zionism also has to do with Israel, not the United States. I've found a source that explains where this myth that so many Jews took the day off came from. It was only a political agenda. Alicia, my associate, explained to me that the Jews persecuting Jesus Christ is the reason for the anti-Semitism, along with their bad reputation for greed. There's no video to break down for the black boxes theory, but while I agree any found and intact information about these black boxes should be made available to the public, a secret scheme does not mean 9/11 was an inside job. I don't know if the theory about this video recording of Osama being fake has anything to do with the truth movement. The point of this video is that it's supposed to be Osama's confession of the attacks. The guy talking in the video says the man wrote a note with his right hand, but he's bent over and lowers his hand below the screen after he puts something in his mouth by the looks of it. So it isn't visible. Maybe he held the paper down to write on it. The man's skin also looks darker than Osama's picture, as compared to 4 pictures at the end of the video, but that could have been due to lighting. The man also used his right hand, while it's documented that Osama is actually left-handed. The guy talking also says the guy acts nothing like Osama, as though he knows him personally. Are the skeptics suggesting Al-Qaeda didn't attack America because they believe this video is fake? Is this the only recording of this meeting? The final theory on this webpage is about planes being made of aluminum, which some believe would make building penetration an impossibility. The embedded video is about video 1 of NBC news footage, with a plane flying into the tower, but then video 2 without a plane, simply an explosion. So, was this mistakenly embedded? As for the comparisons in the video, somebody should be demanding every broadcasting company deliver legitimate information. Also demand an explanation whenever something is wrong or a mistake is made. I can't comment on this video because nothing is there. There is a third comparison about an orb coming toward the tower at a different angle, but what is anybody supposed to do with that? Maybe NBC is playing people, knowing they will jump to their own conclusions and divide. People should demand NBC show the actual footage instead of conceiving a conspiracy theory about what they see, hear, or read. My opinion. The media is obviously the biggest problem, not so much the government. Giving contradictory information or blowing things out of proportion or turning it into something it isn't. The government should be protecting the country, even if it believes something might not be sincere. The government should also be keeping the country informed, whether people can handle the information or not. 9/11 was obviously not an inside job, simply irresponsibility. The CIA, along with George Bush, simply allowed Al-Qaeda to destroy those towers because nobody took anything seriously. I would almost say 9/11 was an excuse to go after radical Islamic terrorist groups, but that just doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe the war on terror was simply political embarrassment or severe damage control. Al-Qaeda attacked the towers because of America's neglect of the Palestinian refugees. The discovery of Muhammad's luggage, along with their assumption of hijackers, are two red flags. Aside from that, the truthers arguing over the details of their theories is trivial. If the people in this movement did the research, like I just did, they would see the CIA was the main problem, which means no further investigation is necessary. The surveillance was where everything went sour. George Bush was also a part of the problem. He received the memo, but ignored it. These Muslim extremist groups are like mafia families, with their murdering of those they think are false Muslims. I say America is no better, allowing 9/11 to happen and using it as an excuse. Due to the many deaths, along with people who are probably still sick from the pollution of the destruction. The violent Palestinian Muslims have been a problem even before their war over the Gaza with Israel, so that should be reason enough to eliminate them. 9/11 also caused economic problems and millions of dollars in damage. Some holes remain. Why Osama first denied involvement, then confirmed it later. Also why Osama said he conceived the idea of targeting the towers, and then claiming the other guy came to him with the idea. Also, why America demanded Al-Qaeda's expulsion. 9/11 was not a conspiracy. It was only political irresponsibility and laziness. ISIS. I've already given my perspective on the temporary Muslim ban, which Donald and Hillary actually decided to touch on in their debates, despite the constant drama, as both Donald and Hillary decided to use the debate platform to deal with each other's bullshit. Islam is a huge clusterfuck. I first heard about ISIS 4 years ago, and it's time to find out what actually caused this organization, also why the violent Muslims are so, and if this religion is supposed to be a peaceful one. I won't bother to connect the dots here. I'm only interested in understanding of why ISIS exists, and if Islam's actual goal is peace. This religion consists of the Muslim Brotherhood, Sunni Muslims, but also Wahhabis, Salafis, Hamas, ISIL/ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban. There are probably more groups/ideologies, whatever they are, which shows how unstable this religion is. ISIS was supposedly started in 2004 by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, but a source states that some people only started referring to it as such. ISIL, Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, formed in 1999, later to also become known as ISIS. Islam is obviously trying to establish an Islamic theocracy. However, American-based Muslim organizations oppose the strict reformation of Islamic theocracy. ISIL is a rebellion against moderate Islam, which ISIL believes is false. So, how can a religion, an institution that calls itself the truth and holds the way to an afterlife which they all want, have an opposition by its own kind? Psychologically, why do these many people agree with such a strict and puritanical ideology? Also, where does the violence come from? Why does Islam require the world's submission to Allah? I know religion is about control and power. I'm asking philosophically. ISIL also calls for death to all who oppose, which makes it a religious mafia. Although it's something that people are forced into, so it isn't a matter of becoming connected first. Barack Obama declared that ISIL is neither Islamic or a state. However, he's clearly wrong if Sharia law is legitimately Islamic. Should ISIL be considered state? Obviously not, if there are Muslims who oppose. ISIL will only be assuming Allah's authority by proceeding to kill all Muslims that it considers to be false, because Sharia law only says to punish Muslims for crimes against Islam, not because ISIL believes they are wrong or don't live true to this religion. That's only opinion. Let Allah deal with them. A misconception about Islam is that it hates America, when it actually hates the modern world. ISIS is a terrorist organization, so asking them why they hate the modern world would be useless. ISIS is far beyond reasonable. The moderate Muslims embrace it, however. So which side has this religion right? Sharia law. One of the sources I've looked at says ISIL wants a brutal version of this law. So a hand amputation as punishment for theft is unsatisfactory and insufficient to ISIL. Hand amputation itself should be considered criminal and not a consequence for a crime. American Muslims want a moderate version. So only cut a finger off or two instead of a hand? Only tear the tongue out for criticism instead of death? Well, that would actually be a worse fate than death because living without a tongue would be rough. These aren't laws to protect people, but to protect Islam and to severely degrade women. Why does Islam need protection though? Isn't God great? They also say Islam is a religion of peace. So what's so peaceful about these laws? This barbaric and sexist system is ancient, but Sharia law sounds like something ISIL would conceive because of how insane these people are. How can it be either moderated or brutalized? Having read over this law, most of them have death as punishment, so Islam can't be a religion of peace. If Sharia law is a true law, as prescribed by Prophet Muhammad, the moderate Muslims are actually wrong. Everything I've heard about ISIL sounded like the US military instigated and therefore caused ISIL to form, an effort to rise up against the US military to stop its bullying. This is what happens when you listen to American media and read YouTube comments alone, instead of also researching. The reality is that ISIL wants to dominate the world. This wasn't a matter of the United States government bullying, but their neglect of foreign policy to look after the Palestinians because they lost the Gaza war, or whatever the fuck. I don't trust either the media or most people. And most people aren't interested in political or religious discussion. Their ego always interferes. So I guess I'll never know from academics. However, what I've taken from both the media and commentaries, along with my own research here, is that ISIL's origin is a result of both American instigation and policy neglect, along with Islam's desire, the religion itself, not the Muslims, to control the world. The term jihad actually carries two meanings. One, to struggle or strive against evil, and two, societal betterment. Speculation. I can only guess because America has declared itself a Christian nation, a nation under God. Also that America's constitution is about religious freedom and liberty, which Islam hates and deathly opposes, is why Islam has a hard-on for America. Yes, I did say Islam despises the modern world in general, but America declaring that it's a Christian nation all the time makes them stand out, and makes this country a target of Islam. So, eliminating everybody in the world who doesn't accept the Holy Quran as the truth is Islam's idea of jihad, bettering the world. So, the term itself is actually good. Islam simply has a genocidal backwardness concept of jihadism. Maybe America is their first target because it's the most confident nation in Western civilization. Get America out of the way, and the rest of the world will be easy to conquer. I find it very strange that these religious people preach about God's power and glory, but they are always the ones who need to act. committing global genocide in ISIL's case. The fact that they want to commit the global genocide is what's far worse. Religious people just never stand back and let God do his thing. I can say that with confidence because I'm confident God does not exist. Islam is a religion of peace. Muslims are after peace. But this religion's vision of peace is global dominance through the lawful violence of Sharia. ISIS does want peace, and sees Islam as peaceful. They regard violence as peace and not violence. Muslims are confused about the Prophet Muhammad's successor. Not knowing whether he had one or not has caused the uncertainty which has caused the division. So, who is any Muslim to determine another is wrong? With all the internal violence going on over there, they're probably sending Muslims who have a right to be with Allah, if this God does exist. Sharia law only calls for punishment against crimes against this religion and punishing women who dare lift a finger without the husband's permission. Not any Muslim's opinion of another Muslim's genuineness. Christians are guilty of cutting family members off and alienating themselves. They even discriminate in the workplace, both denying others of either business or employment. They aren't guilty of mass murder, though. The women. There were stories about women leaving America to be with ISIS. These stories involved raping and killing these women who tried to escape ISIS. I was watching YouTube's The Young Turks before I decided I had enough of both hearing the same events, public shootings, Donald Trump, student-teacher sex on school premises, and reading the same comments about fake news and accusing the media of bad information and not getting facts straight over and over. Commentators also bullying the Young Turks about ignoring the Armenian genocide. Some did point out that America is about freedom, and that these women had the right to join ISIS and should be allowed back into America. In response to those who expressed their angered opinion that those women don't deserve back into America, I have to agree with those who understand America's policy on freedom, because that's what freedom is. My question to those women, though, what were they expecting? Islamic criticism of ISIL. Christianity is divided up into tens of thousands, denominations, which many Christians would point out are only organizations. Disagreements are so strong and stubborn that they've caused the believers to separate themselves from each other. So I don't think ISIL will care if other Muslims disagree with them or disapprove of their actions. In fact, ISIL would call all who oppose them false Muslims. On a side point, I don't understand how religious people could be so concerned about others believing exactly as they do, when not only heaven is the goal, but hell is also at stake. ISIS takes this insanity to a whole new level of violent extremity, and it's a whole country that's organized. The Islamic State. Osama bin Laden was assassinated years ago. This guy was a huge hypocrite and ideological genocidal maniac. He despised the American lifestyle/culture and insisted that America conforms to Islam's way of life. Yet, he holds a grudge against America for attacking Muslims. What does immoral sexuality, fornication, and adult recreation have to do with the U.S. military's involvement in Palestine? Even if he had a point, what America does is none of his business, and Islam does not provide a better fornication process. Osama's upset over the mistreatment of the Palestinian refugees is irrational because the civil war over the Gaza Strip had nothing to do with him, as his obsession is with America, which made him the problem now, up until his assassination, obviously, which was only 7 years ago. I suspect that these refugees were just his excuse to attack the World Trade Center, 9/11, as punishment for America's lifestyle and culture. His ideology that even women and children of enemy cultures are also targets made him a potential danger. I don't see how the refugees are being oppressed when the Islamic State wants to dominate the world and turn it into a Sharia law theocracy. They obviously do, because persecution, playing victim, is the religion's main tactic, which is why Osama accuses the foreign policy of oppressing those refugees. Religions are extreme narcissism in entire countries. People who want control over others but don't get it like to play victim. While Christians believe they're saved and given a divine purpose, which causes them to undermine non-believers or those minor differences in beliefs. They still hurt people, however. The extreme Muslims actually do murder people. I think the UN was wrong to give Palestine even half of the Gaza because they are violent instigators. They made Palestine a violent neighbor to Israel, which is politically irresponsible. Problems will only lead to additional problems later, and possibly even affect other people, if not solved either right away or when they can be solved. In the case of that land, the Palestinians were the problem, not the land. Al-Qaeda destroyed the World Trade Center because the UN didn't deal with the situation properly. America's response was the assassination of Osama bin Laden, while Donald called for a temporary Muslim ban and extreme vetting 2 years ago. Al-Qaeda remains, and Islam still seeks world dominance, so the assassination was a waste of time and resources. Overall, the obsession with this land is silly. And to think how many lives were lost and continue to be, all because Islamic psychotics want to dominate everything, using a religion as an excuse. They're psychotic because they want to commit worldwide jihad. They would otherwise disregard Islam. Poor Israel is still being attacked by angry, violent Muslim extremists, who have been a problem for the past 80 years, because they refuse to accept the fact that they've lost the war over the Gaza, and hate Israel because they want full control of Gaza. The video beheadings. Wikipedia has provided a list of 25 beheading cases, as videos of these were posted onto social media. This page also explains that the purpose of these beheadings is both intimidation and also a strike against both the UK and the US. There isn't much to say about these beheadings, other than to say this is why nobody should have attempted any small action against ISIS. Only go in full force to take them all down, and make sure they're all taken down. The Islamic apocalypse is all that's left to really comment on. They're right about a world ending, most of the global population being dead. Changing people, however, I don't understand how world genocide is a form of strength, or why godlike strength is something of value or to be desired. How is God great to want his creation destroyed by his own creation? Part 2. Donald's pre-election proposals. Before I say anything here, I will clarify that I got sick of both the arguing about Donald and the baseless sycophantic worship of him about a year ago. So I've been out of the political loop. My point is, I don't know if he has come through with any of his proposals or not. Everything I say here is based on the presidential run. Also, nothing I say in this book should be taken as anything written in stone. I'm only asking questions, criticizing, and giving my perspective. Because things need to be discussed, and these loyal followers need to be questioned, instead of argued with. Again, I am non-political, although I do agree with some political opinions, only because this world isn't focused on problem solving. I'm simply interested in looking at all issues objectively, and figuring out how to solve them all, instead of demanding a ban on everything, while also calling people names and slandering people who disagree. I am also neither pro or anti-Trump. I'm simply looking at his presidency objectively, to criticize, question, and explain what I think or how I feel, and to possibly credit Donald. Understand that I don't know what sources are reliable and legitimate, but I'll do my best. If this book turns out to be bullshit, maybe you people should clean your act up, because you're the ones arguing, hating, blaming, and even becoming violent and disassociating, while enabling the media many of you criticize of being biased and not getting their information right. How the fuck is anything supposed to get done? I'll add that capitalism is nothing more than profit through supply and demand, and it has no concern with what's healthy or unhealthy, safe or dangerous. Therefore, to ban what people want, demand, is to go against the economy. Desire is psychological, so punishment is illogical. I'll start by saying that I do appreciate that Donald is non-political correctness. So, here are Donald's campaign proposals. I will break each down, then give my perspective on each. International free trade. Donald criticizes free trade as a disaster, mainly due to political hacks and diplomats, instead of the world's greatest negotiators making the trades. Donald has also mentioned China manipulates the currency. If this is true, that's simply economic foul play, if that's illegal or just dishonest, which can't be blamed on NAFTA. Donald is blaming NAFTA though, which has no control over human behavior, instead of confronting China about it. That makes Donald irresponsible. This agreement also only involves America, Canada, and Mexico. China has nothing to do with it, which also makes no sense for Donald to fault NAFTA. He intends to increase tariffs on free trade, but how will that protect the American economy if free trade is indeed detrimental to it? A huge loss of jobs, but then a huge dependency on NAFTA makes this deal controversial. Donald proposes tariffs, but has anybody looked into the reasons for the loss of jobs? What do tariffs have to do with job loss? Paying the least amount of money is something that is on both consumer and company minds alike. If people are only interested in what's cheapest because they want what's cheapest, not because they need it, that's irresponsible and unprofessional. That's anti-economic. If that's what's going on here, the job loss problem isn't caused by NAFTA, but by greed, or simply insensibility. If these companies actually need to save money for the sake of their business, that's an economic problem and has nothing to do with a trade agreement. My associate Alicia has informed me that Barack Obama was involved in NAFTA, and I've heard many times that Donald despises Barack, to the point that he wants to undo Barack's every effort. Donald has also pointed out, in whichever debate, that companies are outsourcing outside the US to avoid taxes. So, I say this, along with American companies shipping jobs off, are the reasons for Donald's hard-on for NAFTA. Money is Donald's answer to everything, so I'm simply pointing the obvious out. Both Donald and these companies are bad in this case, because these companies are only interested in saving money. Donald can't terminate NAFTA because each country has its own resources and goods and services which other countries need or want access to. Therefore, the economy needs both national and international cooperation to grow. Immigration. The wall is his most known proposal, an effort to increase security against illegal immigrants. While many people do illegally immigrate to America, America sends troops to other countries, soldiers who might be rapists, drug dealers, thieves, whatever. Who knows how many civilians in other countries get raped or even stolen from by American troops? Not only that, but how can Donald judge Mexicans when American citizens are also very guilty of such behaviors? I, personally, see this as a waste of both resources and money. It will not stop illegal immigration. What this wall will do is cause these immigrants to find ways to get past this wall. Borders already exist. So, how many security increases will be created or built until everybody realizes it's all ineffective? Not only will it not prevent illegal immigration, but the more security there is the more complications for Americans and innocents. Donald also intended to force Mexico to pay for the construction of this wall, so he's basically punishing Mexico when economic intervention is actually needed. Healthcare. I think another problem is we aren't trying to minimize health issues, however that can be done. My question is, why do so many people end up sick so often? Donald has broken Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, down to simply being an individual mandate. After reading 4 different sources, this is true. The problem is affordability, so is the government only looking at this from the perspective of prices? This sounds like an economic problem. Why doesn't everybody have a salary that makes healthcare affordable for all? Why can't everybody afford it? Prices need to be adjusted, or the economy needs to be looked at. It seems that lowering prices/costs is the only action the government is capable of, when the government should be analyzing the economy, figuring out why people can't afford healthcare, as the economy is flawed if some cannot. What I don't understand is, what are prices based on, if they can simply be lowered at anybody's will? What's the point of putting a price on anything if prices aren't based on anything? I think the actual problem is the government being insufficient, because it isn't getting deep into these issues, doing the necessary investigating to take all the existing economic factors into account in order to solve the problem. Lowering costs is too simplistic, irresponsible really, because the economy is money. How can employers afford to pay employees if there isn't enough money to pay them with? Yes, there are also many people who are careless, but why are they careless? That's either an educational or a psychological issue. There are also those who aren't getting the coverage they need, while others who don't work as hard do. Donald has criticized our system here in Canada, which is socialized healthcare, that surgeries are cheaper in America. If that's the only problem with our system, does that mean our entire system doesn't work at all, Donald? Maybe healthcare isn't the actual problem and doesn't need to be worked on. Maybe health itself is the problem. Guns. Having lived in Canada all of my life, guns were never an issue. Nobody ever spoke about guns, other than maybe in the context of movies, cartoons, or video games. I didn't watch the news as a kid, although nobody at school were ever concerned with guns either. People at school only cared about getting high and drunk, getting laid, partying and hanging out. Anything that had nothing to do with school. Everybody had a problem with somebody, but that only ever resulted in fighting, never shooting them with a gun. So, I really don't know what America's problem is. I first started hearing about gun violence during Barack Obama's presidency, which inspired me to research America's gun violence history several years ago. I'm not saying Barack's time in office had anything to do with this gun violence. The public shooting actually began decades ago. Barack said, "Weapons that were designed for soldiers in war theaters don't belong on our streets." A statement I have to agree with. Americans obviously want such guns, which means they're in economic demand, which therefore means is a psychological issue, because they want these guns. Well, saying they want guns is an understatement. Americans are fucking obsessed with these things, which would be psychosis. So what good is banning such guns? The concept of desire, economic demand being psychologically rooted, something the politicians and government cannot seem to grasp, as everything is either money, authority, or war with them. People obviously need to arm themselves. However, nobody is trying to figure out why America has become ultra-violent to put an end to it all. Donald was against gun-free zones in schools. He is also NRA endorsed. I think what America needs to do is get to the bottom of why it's such a violent country. To have a gun problem in schools is a serious problem. Maybe people are too fixated on the Constitution that they aren't looking at what's going on. A conspiracy theory is that President Obama was planning to confiscate all guns. He said in his defense, "I have been president for over 7 years, and gun sales don't seem to have suffered in that time." Is he right? I don't understand why this conspiracy theory exists, if so. America has a deadly history of public shootings/massacres, while both gun rights activists and politicians alike have pushed this notion that unarmed people tend to attract shooters because of places with gun bans. So, nobody cares why so many people are opening fire in public. Shouldn't the idea be to minimize the shootings and eventually stop them overall? America has a public shooting epidemic, and American citizens only care about the Second Amendment? People are only concerned with defense and their gun rights? The gun rights activists call for tougher gun laws, but the problem is psychological. There are reasons why people go on these shooting sprees, and it's a matter of why they have such a mentality. Donald's logic is, everybody needs to carry a gun, so nobody will kill them. What the fuck? Infrastructure. Donald promised to spend $1 trillion on this, so the following questions come to my mind. 1. How high is the quality of the infrastructure? 2. What areas of the infrastructure need to be worked on, and how much money is needed for those areas? 3. What is the government spending the money on, if America's infrastructure is in such need? 4. Was it neglected, causing the need for it to be rebuilt? I know many Americans have often criticized the government for spending an overly excessive amount on war, when it could be spent on sick children's hospitals and schools, just a few examples. I ask all of these questions because the infrastructure should never be a problem. Living in Canada, I agree many roads all over our country also need to be redone, but is the infrastructure the most critical? I've heard schools are being politically neglected, tax money. While again, many criticize the government about its overly excessive military spending. Funding for cancer research and other terminal illnesses are also lacking, so I'm wondering if America's infrastructure even qualifies as a top priority. I know roads are important, however, I'm saying that's how far behind America is due to political neglect. Something else that bothers me is the mention of bipartisan. Why is any political matter dependent on the different parties agreeing on anything? If something needs to be done, fucking do it! If money and taxes are the problem, figure something out. Money is no excuse to deprive people or the economy of what's needed or necessary. Donald promised to spend this money on infrastructure, but do Americans know what the government spends their tax money on? Welfare. I understand that many people are indeed lazy. Either just plain lazy, or they actually believe society owes them a living. Not everybody is lazy though. People who work for a living tend to just call these people lazy, when they may have simply lost their home, or something else happened to them that resulted in them being either on welfare or living on the street. I've heard, and have even been told, that some homeless actually do have a job. Their job just isn't enough. Yes, there are also many young couples who either decided to start a family or carelessly ended up pregnant. Based on all of that, I say both society and the government are the problems. Nobody is looking at the big picture. They instead point fingers at each other and overlook the actual problem, which causes non-stop arguing over the wrong issue. Minimum wage, for example. There are those who understand that the minimum wage jobs are intended to be entry-level, introductory, and then others who believe the minimum wage should be increased. Nobody is questioning why older or skilled people are working these entry-level jobs, which are intended for adolescents. It would seem that all that's going on is different methods of welfare or system changes are being applied, rather than actually solving whatever problems are going on, which would require human interaction. How can anybody learn if no communication is going on? The complaints are that these welfare recipients are mooching off the system, off of taxes. So the idea should be to get everybody off of welfare and get them financially stabilized. How do we achieve that? That's what we need to figure out. With all of that said, I don't understand how tougher rules are going to help anything. Does the government even know what's going on out there in the workforce? I've heard that many have 2 jobs, yet are still struggling financially. Maybe the economy is at fault if many are losing jobs so often. So, it sounds to me like the Republicans are taking the economy's instability out on the people. Donald intensifying this behavior because the government either doesn't care to take the time and do the necessary work to figure out what's wrong, why it's wrong, and how to fix everything, or the government doesn't know how to. The taxes seem to be the primary concern, which is irresponsible. Why are taxes such a problem? A power struggle seems to also be the focus, not the life of people. I mean, people deserve to be burdened with regulatory pressure if they're losing their jobs due to reasons that aren't their fault and which they have no control over. The politicians think the solution to welfare is to pressure the poor into getting a job. These politicians don't care how bad their finances are, or why they are poor. They only care about saving money by depriving them of the government aid, which they intend to do through tax cuts. If many people are unemployed, it's an economic problem, and not a personal one. This means the government isn't helping anything by simply helping people individually. The government needs to look deeper into it. Unemployment will only become more severe, and more people will become affected. So, what America has is a government that wants to cut taxes from programs that assist the poor and use that tax money for what will go to the wealthy Americans, instead of investigating to find out what's wrong, in order to fix whatever needs to be, which would naturally minimize welfare. The poor are an easy target for the Republicans because they know society looks down upon them. The Republicans know blue-collar workers are outspoken about taxes, and have created the stereotype that people on welfare are just lazy bums who just want to mooch off the system. I'll include discrimination in this. I don't know how common this is, but what can be done about it is, anybody who is on welfare because they've been unemployed for a long time should be able to request their agency to talk with the employers the client has had an interview with. That agent can question the employers why they have denied their client of employment. This will help get to the bottom of why the client is struggling to get a job. If the client is being discriminated against, the employer is obviously going to lie about it. So, if the agent questions the employer, that employer will state the reasons for denying the job applicant of the position. If asked, the employer will have to provide a reason. So, then help the applicant solve that problem. And employers will have no excuse but to hire the applicant. If the employers are exposed, they should be legally penalized. Sizable income tax cuts and deregulation. Republicans in general. The conservative Republicans like tax cuts, but liking them is not what's relevant here. I've heard people say these Republican politicians are all about avoiding paying taxes. This would confirm that to be true. Social needs and economic concerns should be the only political focuses. How to meet those needs and how to deal with the concerns by properly managing the economy through analytical and logical decision making. Cutting taxes simply because conservatives like that is insanity. These people are politicians, people in power who are responsible for making important decisions for a country. Also, does the economy need a boost, or does it need to be fixed? Is the obsession with saving money and cutting costs the actual problem? Many consumers are causing the economy to suffocate. Would the economy be able to function on a normal level if people would start purchasing quality products at their actual price value, which would eliminate the need for sweatshop labor overseas while enabling mom-and-pop shops? Human psychology is another factor. Donald cutting income tax would only be like a grandfather spoiling his grandchildren with more money, in addition to the money they keep saving at both the economy and sweatshop workers' expense. I've come to understand from the sources I've read that politicians seem to be trying to figure out whether tax cuts are effective toward economic growth or not. So, tax cuts are an economic experiment to these conservatives, and they're conducting this experiment instead of analyzing the economy at the expense of both American welfare and worker protection regulations. The Republican Party only seems to be concerned with boosting the economy to increase its growth. The problem even there is, they aren't actually trying to understand why the growth is stunting. No, the Republican Party is only interested in playing around with tax cuts, which has been going on for nearly a century now. Inflation is a monetary problem, which has multiple causes, so why doesn't the Republican Party ever try to solve inflation? What about the Democratic Party? Where are they? I don't understand how the national debt, supply shortage, wage costs, or the exchange rates have to do with prices. I don't know what factors determine prices. I think whatever is involved in production would be what determined prices. But if either monetary problems or an economic complication are being used to determine prices, that's theft. Problems need to be solved, not to be included in prices. If prices are being affected by an economic instability, that's nonsense because that instability needs to be immediately dealt with, not used as excuses to manipulate price increases. If the price increases are a business decision, they're doing so because of economic issues, which is causing monetary complications. That's dishonest. How are price increases going to bring that national debt down or produce more supply? Donald's plan. My first question is, why are these income taxes, state and federal levels, high to begin with? My second question is, do these cuts decrease the amount of taxes the government receives? I know people are obsessed with saving money. Is it possible that this obsession is a part of the problem? People are usually, if not always, looking for low prices. Pure speculation here. The government has to get the money from the consumers somehow. The government can't do much for public funding if the consumers are too busy being obsessed with saving their money. The more money people save is the less money being spent into circulation. How can anybody just expect jobs to exist if not enough money is being spent? The belief is that people will support local shops, but how many people actually will? Drug addicts will most likely spend their extra money on drugs. Same goes with alcohol. Others may simply add their extra cash to whatever savings or investments they have going on. Just a few examples why this theory is nonsense. No, if this is Donald's intention or hope, he's too trusting of consumers. He's depending on miracles within a twisted economy. Very naive for a businessman. Aside from tax cuts, Donald is increasing tariffs, a free trade tax. So, why is he cutting income taxes? Where's the logic in that? Donald did explain that companies are trying to avoid taxes by relocating jobs outside the country. But why then turn around and cut income taxes only to increase tariffs? If America needs jobs created, why are jobs lacking? I've heard people say their prescriptions and assistive technology, hearing aids, glasses, injections, wheelchairs, etc., are overpriced. Maybe this is another problem. Of course, maybe if marijuana and prostitution were both legalized, which should never have been illegal, there's some jobs right there. I've searched Google to find out if all our taxes go to the government, and the only results were sites about either where the taxes go or how the government spends them. So, yeah, to cut the income tax can only be at the expense of public funding. I think the wealthier the person is, the more taxes they should be paying. They say, with great power comes great responsibility. I say, with great wealth comes great tax ability. Everybody wants to be rich because nobody wants to work, so it's only fair that the wealthy pay more taxes because the wealthy have more to give. People say wealth is an important part of the economy, so it only makes sense. I guess some think higher taxes are a form of punishment. No, it's simply fair and responsible. Maybe churches should also pay taxes. Churches are non-profit. However, with this recent lottery being talked about because it was at $2 billion, the government gets nearly half of all winnings. Not only is American politics Christianity driven, but churches are heavily involved in politics. The big function of churches is to provide for the needy. Well, maybe if God had good creation skills, nobody would need anything. This God really demands a lot of his creation for an omnipotent being. Why are people needy? Sounds like the churches are as bad as the government, just throwing money at everything. Do the church attendees even make sure the donations are going to the needy? Probably not. Wages are what define individual purchasing power, while taxes are both the wage extractions and price integrations that go to the government, for it to spend on the infrastructure, public needs. So people want to deprive roads, schools, law enforcement, etc., in exchange for a few more job position openings, along with a bit more purchasing power, instead of paying for quality goods and services from local shops, mom and pop, that will hire with livable wages and needed benefits. People have instead sold the economy out to corporations that sell goods produced by sweatshops in foreign countries for the sake of low prices. The temporary Muslim ban. As some have said, not all Muslims are violent. Some are. And while I've never read the Holy Quran, I don't know if it does condone violence or not. I think understanding where the idea for violence and destruction comes from is important to find out, if the scripture isn't responsible for any of it. Religion isn't the issue, if Islam doesn't demand violence of its adherents. The violence itself is the problem. I, personally, think the non-violent Muslims should be doing something about the violent ones, if Islam doesn't demand violence, because the violence committed by those particular Muslims are causing problems for the rest of them. I say the responsibility is on those non-violent Muslims also because they're also Muslims. The responsibility can't be of Christians, or even the non-religious, and somebody has to do something. If the Holy Book does condone violence against all infidels, those violent Muslims agree with this book. They would otherwise ignore it, even if that God does exist. Abortion. I am neither pro-life or choice. I agree abortion is horrific. I also understand women want an abortion for certain reasons. And to call these women a murderer is to suggest these women get an abortion because they want to kill the fetus. The definition of murder is to unlawfully kill, without valid reason. Therefore, these women are not a murderer. Killing people is never legal, although killing is sometimes necessary. To argue over whose body it is, or when life actually begins, is just silly. The pro-life movement likes to show gory images of an aborted fetus in pieces. This is fear-mongering propaganda. Tactics and propaganda are never necessary when you have a valid point or position. Donald believes there are exceptions, despite his opposition to abortion, and while that's good, he has vowed to nominate only pro-life judges. To have a pro-life judge in the Supreme Court doesn't make sense if Donald understands there are exceptions. Why does Donald want a pro-life judge? He also wants women to be punished for getting an abortion. Does punishing people stop them from committing crimes? Donald, along with the pro-life movement, are causing a backward movement because they're offended by abortion. They aren't interested in actually taking the time and effort into looking into this, to figure out how to properly deal with it. My opinion so far. I haven't gone into depth on any other US president, so I don't know if Donald is any different from other presidents. I don't even know which other presidents are conservative or Republican. I will say, though, that I don't really understand why Donald's haters have singled him out from other Republicans. Donald seems to only be an intensifier for the Republican Party. Donald proposes to heavily regulate welfare, which won't make welfare either become less or go away, or cause anybody to stop abusing it. To increase tariffs on the free trade agreement, while the problem is people abusing NAFTA because they're obsessed with money. Temporarily banning Muslims, which only complicates things for the non-violent Muslims. It doesn't do anything about the violence. Building a wall, which is only an increase in security measures, won't stop illegal entry into the country or encourage immigrants to try achieving change in their own country, while everybody else in the world will still have difficulty getting into America. Part 3. Donald's first 100 days in office as America's 45th president. Chapter 1. Michael Flynn, Executive Order 13765, Donald's distrust of media. The world relies on Russia for nuclear energy, but Russia also tends to use this specialty as a political tactic to take advantage of other countries. Wikipedia says Russian sanctions blocking a private Russian-backed plan to build nuclear plants in the Middle East will now be ripped up, while Vox.com says Donald lifted the sanction. So, which is true? The account of Michael's whistleblower suggests Donald wants to terminate the Russian sanctions for some reason. Also that, despite Russia's lack of economic ethics, Russia seems to only be interested in money and power, same with Michael. Russia is under US sanction because they are guilty of many crimes against other countries, including the US. Was Michael lying about Donald terminating the sanctions? I don't understand why the whistleblower's account either suggests that Donald has any interest in doing this, or is evidence that he did. Was the whistleblower making this up? Michael, having served in the US military, should be considered a traitor. I bring this up because he is Donald's advisor. The whistleblower claimed Michael sent his business partner a text message, which would be an attempt. If the whistleblower's claim is confirmed, Michael is risking the nation's security. His desire to provide for the Middle East at all, after 9/11, along with radical Islam's murderous contempt for America, is beyond disgusting. He was only pressured to resign. This isn't to say he wants to do business with the Middle East, only that he's willing to do business with anybody. Money is his only interest. This still makes Michael a traitor. Donald was definitely irresponsible to not immediately fire Michael, having been previously warned by the Justice Department. The Democrats told Donald to fire Michael, while Nancy Pelosi was understanding of the gravity of the situation and also called for Michael to be fired because he's untrustworthy. Yet Donald was evaluating the situation, obviously aware that Michael was covering his communication about sanctions up. Michael being blackmailed by Russia was mentioned, but nothing was explained. He was quick to fire Sally Yates for simply refusing to defend his travel ban. So, why does Michael get a pass? TheGuardian.com criticized Donald for not even mentioning the Michael Flynn issue. The conference wasn't about Michael, but Donald could have briefly spoken about it. I commented that the debates left a bad taste in my mouth. This situation with Michael is weird, and this is the first item I've covered. I'm already seeing what a freak show American politics is going to be. Affordability is the main concern with healthcare. Donald went ahead with Executive Order 13765, and then another one nearly 1 year later, in response to the many congressional failures. Maybe so many people being poor is only half the problem. Maybe the healthcare costs are excessively higher than their actual value, and they need to be lowered. There are also many people working low-paying jobs, and many others receiving welfare, both which could change if people didn't have to pay so much for prescriptions, assistive technologies, and surgeries. Along with basic healthcare, doctor appointments for simple and common illnesses, like the cold and flu. Donald was in a hurry to repeal Obamacare. However, I've just read a comparison of Obamacare versus Trumpcare, Donald's second executive order. I'll proceed to go over these comparisons. Number of people left uninsured. A problem here, first of all. What would remain stable for the next decade? This article says 28 million Americans will remain uninsured. Is it saying that number will remain stable? If that is what it means, the ACA has Trumpcare beat on this one, because Trumpcare will have 54 million uninsured by 2026. Individual mandate. Obamacare penalizes people without insurance, with a tax penalty, while Trumpcare involves a 30% surcharge for more than 63 days. Not much of a difference there. Employer mandate. Companies with more than 50 employees are to provide health insurance or face a monetary penalty, while Trumpcare repealed this policy. One more point for Obamacare. Taxes. Obamacare raised taxes on above $250,000 incomes, which I guess is fair, while Trumpcare repealed most of these taxes. I'm uncertain about this one. Essential health benefits. Obamacare mandates insurance plans to cover certain health conditions and services, while Trumpcare allows states to waive this mandate. Another point for Obamacare. Medicaid. Obamacare expanded it for low incomes. Trumpcare cut federal funding. Very nice, Donnie. Pre-existing conditions. Protects people from health insurers' denial or excessive charges. Trumpcare enables states to waive this prevention of denial or excessive charges. My question is, what does anybody's medical history have to do with their pre-existing conditions? As for the high-risk pools, how is allowing states to waive going to solve the problem of the high-risk insurance for those pre-existing conditions? As for the extra $8 billion, why is the state allowance necessary with this subsidy? The year is now 2019. Did Donald actually provide this subsidy? I don't understand why Donald would do this, considering he favors the states and companies over the employees. There are 4 sections, of this executive order. The first one undermines those with pre-existing conditions, and also who have requirements. This section didn't mention that $8 billion subsidy though. Section 2 looks good. Expansion of health coverage, unless Donald has a deviant reason for this, which I won't jump to conclusions about. I say this because I can tell Donald is shady, with his state and company favoritism, which is obvious from the comparisons page. Section 3 is bad because the short-term insurance discriminates against the people with pre-existing conditions, who also require medical services. The STLDI shouldn't even exist. Finally, Section 4, how honest the employer is the only issue I can see with this type. There were 6 sections in the first order, which the 4 sections of the second order are completely different from, and I searched the reasons for the congressional failures up, but couldn't find any information. Now, getting to the first order. The first provision deals with efficient law implementation. Who has a problem with efficient law implementation? The second one deals with monetary and regulatory burdens. This sounds good, however, the system needs people to pay the money. Lifting such burdens only deprives the economy, while it doesn't solve anybody's financial problems. I've been hearing about people being declined of medical treatment, along with people arguing that healthcare is not a right because healthcare is an industry, meaning doctors, nurses, whomever in the industry works for a living. Therefore, nobody is entitled to it. This fact causes many to defensively argue that people who can't afford healthcare should do without, instead of looking at this problem objectively. If inaffordability is the problem, that's what needs to be looked at. To argue that people should do without healthcare if they can't afford it is insanity and at the height of immorality. This attitude makes them psychotic and a part of the problem. Lifting the burden is only masking the problem. The government should be interviewing people to find out what their problem is, what's causing that problem, and how to solve that problem. Is it possible that many people just aren't taking good enough care of themselves? If the provision is a burden, either the fee is too high, or the people have a problem which needs to be solved. The third provision is about state flexibility. This is bad news, based on what the comparisons page said. Donald is giving states and companies everything, and minimal to the employees. The fourth is about competition. Why does Donald want competition in the healthcare industry? We're talking about medicine, not some product that consumers want and can just throw away if they don't like it, or that didn't work to their satisfaction, and simply never buy again. Yes, some drugs may not work for certain people, but the doctor can determine which one will. Having read both orders, Donald obviously wants to convert healthcare into a state medical oligarchy, where companies also have control. He didn't repeal the ACA to solve the affordability problem, but to destroy the ACA, so he could create his own. Donald needed to modify both the legal and affordability aspects of healthcare, which repealing Obamacare was necessary to do. Another example of masking the actual problem, which does nothing more than deprive the economy of monetary circulation, is Barack's cut to the Federal Housing Authority mortgage insurance premiums. If either the premiums were, or the houses are overpriced, then that's the problem. Cutting the premium isn't enough. Why they were overpriced is what needed to be looked into, and then having the necessary action taken against that overpricing. Now, Donald decided to suspend this cut, which was actually done just as Barack left office, so nobody really had a chance to take advantage of this cut. The Republicans are opposed because they fear this cut will result in a foreclosure crisis, but their inability to have a different perspective other than their narrow scope view of money alone is an inadequacy that makes this political party useless. Why do people need this cut? I agree cutting the insurance premium isn't the solution, but what's the actual problem, and what's the solution to that problem? Discrimination is also an issue, apparently. How will an insurance cut or suspension of this cut put an end to discrimination? Ben Carson said the Trump administration plans to examine this cut. But what will that accomplish? Everybody obviously realizes many people have problems buying a house, but the government only seems to be capable of masking cost adjustments. The Democrats became immediately upset, but politics isn't, or shouldn't be, taken personally. Donald is also being blamed for making the purchasing process of a house harder for Americans when he only suspended this insurance cut, while Barack's solution was to cut the insurance premiums. Donald's speech at the CIA headquarters on January 21st. The problem with Donald's CIA speech is the purpose of it isn't explained. I have both listened to and read this. Donald expressed his distrust of the media in the beginning of this speech. I don't trust the media either, and neither do many other people. However, nothing is going to be done about the media's shenanigans until people stop clicking on their content or unintentionally showing the dishonest media outlets any kind of support. Donald got upset about the media deliberately getting his inauguration attendance number wrong, as he claims and accuses. I don't understand why Donald cares about what the media says. Let everything speak for itself. Donald is giving in to the media, and they're eating his anger right up. Even if this is true, I won't even bother researching this because it's unimportant. Donald needs to have a thick skin and just let this nonsense roll off his back. I also think he's only blowing this out of proportion because he was compared to Barack's inauguration turnout. The media is only trolling him, if they're really doing this, and he's feeding them by reacting. Again, Donald needs to let his efforts and outcomes as president all speak for itself. Continuing on with a quote-by-quote breakdown of this speech. Did anybody ask, or was anybody concerned about how either Donald or anybody else felt about the intelligence community, or the CIA? What does Donald mean by strongly? Is Donald trying to make himself look good by saying so, or better than everybody else? I will say Donald was classy to mention the memorial wall. However, how could he not remember 128 or 29? As he said, he's been touring for a long time. His classiness stopped, however, when he mentioned the military gave many votes and made his election a success, making his presidency about him. This is about America, not the president or the politicians. Donald declared that all Islamic terrorism, especially ISIS, needs to be eradicated, which is true. He then said something about understanding the other side. The other side of ISIS? What's the other side of ISIS? He says there can be wars with other countries. After that, what is Donald talking about? Is he referring to ISIS again? Donald then says, after that yet, you can understand what happened, but then says, nobody can even understand. Is this a self-contradiction, or was there context in this speech that I've missed? As for the CIA doing a great job, how is it that the CIA managed to get into Midhar's hotel room over in Dubai, which would have been the FBI's department, but both agencies failed to prevent 9/11 20 years ago, only to now have ISIS to deal with. There are teams of talent in great positions, but who is this extraordinary person coming on whom Donald was referring to? Donald would obviously mention and compliment Michael Flynn because Donald is in denial of his shady business with Sergei Kislyak. Donald also sarcastically mentioned Reince in a joking manner. This is a presidential speech? The beginning of the next paragraph is, "But we did," followed by, "Tremendous success." What was done? What was a tremendous success? Donald went from saying ISIS needs to be eradicated, to the CIA doing a great job, to Michael Flynn and then Reince. Donald is now talking about interviewing candidates. Donald canceled everybody else out, after only meeting Mike Pompeo, but didn't explain why he did. He only said he didn't want to, which suggested he was deciding for himself and not whatever qualifications were required. He also mentioned political games, but also neglected to explain that. Donald proceeded to ramble on about Generals Mattis and Kelly, being in a group with Mike, imagining them, respecting military sense. Donald's people not doing well, but getting them through. What is Donald talking about here? He then rambles on about West Point, his belief in academics, and his uncle being a great academic professor. Donald himself being like a smart persona. What is his point? Donald does start talking about Mike, who is in the CIA, so that at least has relevance to his speech. I guess Donald is referring to Mike in the next paragraph, about what both a star and gem he is. Why not mention a few of Mike's qualifications instead of kissing his ass? Donald then mentions great people going on, while he only met Mike and rejected everybody else. Donald went on about how young he feels, then talked about how America was winning everything when he actually was young. Is winning what politics is supposed to be about? If America is constantly at war, maybe that needs to be looked into. War isn't a good thing. Donald mentioned an instructor telling him that America has never lost a war. Did America cause any of the wars? If so, how many of them? If only one or a few, what does that say about politics? If the purpose of politics actually is about winning, that's why I'm non-political. If America is responsible for causing most, if not all of the wars, America is the problem. If politics causes a lot of wars, politics is unstable, and the people in countries all over the world need to start electing sensible people. When it comes to the oil in Iraq, I'll say that maybe Iraq's stubbornness could have been better dealt with if politics was a rational system, rather than the civilians over there suffering the catastrophic insanity of war in their daily life. Now that Donald has declared that ISIS and radical Islamic terrorism must all be eradicated, maybe access to that oil shouldn't be a problem anymore. Donald mentioned a few times in his speech that we should try to lower the body count. However, what politics should be doing is figuring out how to work together and stop going to war over everything. Wars are what mafia families do. War should only be the last resort to any problem. War is the height of both human inferiority and political inadequacy. I've also noticed that Donald said, for economic reasons, in the context of Iraq and the oil, just after he spoke about winning the trade in wars when he was young. The economy isn't about winning, it's about making a living. The rest of this is just Donald rambling on about irrelevancies. Wikipedia says 2 drone strikes under the Trump administration. My first reaction naturally being that Donald sent this drone. Reading Defense1.com's article, the New York Times said the US had nothing to do with these drone strikes. I also searched the Yemen president's name on YouTube to hear the pronunciation. Abed Rabo Mansour Hadi is not his name. Abdreba Mansour Hadi is. Anyway, This Yemen president was actually responsible for the drone strikes. So, this is another case of conflicting information. Wikipedia says under the Trump administration and is obviously false. Clicking on the integrated link to the NewYorkTimes.com article, the title is about America's uncertainty about who will die, not whether the US committed the drone attacks or not. This article is mostly about Barack Obama, and this book is about Donald, so I'll move on. How very ironic and hypocritical that the US believes Israel should give part of the Gaza land over to Palestine for the sake of peace, after Israel won the battle that took place nearly a century ago. America, a nation that prides itself as being patriotic and the land of opportunity, while constantly at war with other countries, despite its common belief that it's blessed by God to defend its freedom. A nation that preaches support of its troops has the nerve to even suggest Israel give part of that land up? I don't favor war, but my philosophy is to kill people if that's necessary for survival from somebody who is causing a problem that is a potential danger to others. The Palestinians are the danger to Israel, therefore they need to be eliminated. The Palestinian refugees are pathetic if they couldn't figure something out for themselves. That's also nobody else's fault or problem, because they're the ones who instigated in the beginning, and who continues causing the problem. If Palestine refuses to ever let go, find a way to deal with them and get them out of Israel's way. America asking Israel to deny themselves of their victory, especially when Palestine caused the problem to begin with, is both bullshit and unacceptable. America chose to ignore the Palestinian refugees, despite its own foreign policy, which is essentially why Al-Qaeda attacked the World Trade Center, along with the Pentagon. Chapter 2. Donald called Ben Netanyahu, 566 settlement homes. Donald's meeting with 12 CEOs. One of the reasons for Donald calling Israel's Prime Minister Ben Netanyahu was to discuss Iran's nuclear weapon program. I've mentioned I'm non-political back in the preface, and this is one of my reasons why not. How can I take politics seriously when war is the main priority? The world can't just get along. Social progress, scientific and technological advancement are what I value. If the world is in a constant state of defense from itself, what's the point? Having to babysit other countries also causes a distraction. Having to focus on long-term problems because certain leaders are psychotic causes other leaders to be unable to attend to their own country's problems. That's also why the people in any given country need to be careful whom they put into power, because some people in the world actually want to take it over. I was unable to find information on this call, so I've clicked on TheGuardian.com's article about Donald's press conference with Ben, dated February 15th. Donald said he's very happy with the one both parties like. This is a non-answer from Donald. Why would Palestinians agree to a one state when they've been causing a hostile disturbance against Israel for decades? Their behavior was all for nothing if they agreed to a one state. But both Benjamin and Donald are cowards if two-state is decided because they're giving in to the Palestinians after the Palestinians lost the war. Move on. I don't know what was said on their call in January, but this press conference was pointless because Donald gave that non-answer. If Donald vows to eliminate ISIS, why can't or won't he do anything about the Palestinian refugees? Israel has approved of 566 new settlement houses, but I don't understand why Israel is dependent on the US president for everything, especially when billions of tax dollars are being spent on US foreign military. I appreciate the commitment to and the care the US is taking of Israel, but America also has needs. Israel managed to defeat Palestine, so what's Israel's problem? Donald has promised to eliminate radical Islamic terrorism, ISIS in particular. That should be enough. Barack has also done plenty for Israel, according to NationalJewishDemocraticCouncil.org, So I fail to understand Israel's harsh complaining about their hands being tied for 8 years during Barak's presidency. Other sources showed up in my searches about Barak being anti-Semitic. I was trying to find out why Barak held back from allowing Israel to build these homes. I clicked on an article that said these homes would not help in bringing peace. If Donald was doing Israel right with the 1 or 2 state options, and Barak was mistreating them, alright then. Elon Musk mentioned that Donald prioritizes American manufacturing. The problems with this patriotic attitude are that materials resources are scattered all over the planet, which also means manufacturing can't be exclusive to America due to costs. I don't know myself, but it's also possible that not all goods can be manufactured in America. Maybe certain products would be better manufactured in other countries. The other side to this is that Donald is being both very narrow-minded and insulting. What's so special about America that he wants America's economy exclusive to itself? Does this also mean he will not allow America to export anything to other countries? Business itself is done all over the world with the world, constantly, every day. So, where in the world people work also doesn't matter because money is both converted and being spent all over the world. To discriminate against the rest of the world in terms of manufacturing would be anti-economic insanity. Donald is a businessman, so how could he not understand this? This also means Elon is also ignorant because he shares Donald's mentality. Donald explained to Lockheed Martin that he's interested in a cheaper alternative to the F-35. Does this mean the alternative is higher quality, or Donald only wants to save money? He also mentions rival. Does that mean this Boeing is against Lockheed Martin? Reading this article further, this older generation jet lacks stealth capability. So, Donald is cutting the defense down for no good reason? Todd Blecker said he's committed. Does that mean this particular brand of jet can be made more stealthy, with the lowered cost included, which Donald is interested in? Donald's use of Twitter also seems to be negatively affecting stock shares. Andrew Liveris created 200 jobs with the new Innovation Center development, after a plan to, globally, cut 4,000 jobs. He also said Donald's speaking tingles him with pride. Kevin Plank telling Donald he wouldn't go anywhere without even first asking why not, if Donald called on him, is submission, not willingness to cooperate in a given situation. If internationally creating jobs is harmful to America's economy, doing so should be made illegal. Donald shouldn't have to call on to anybody. Mario Longhi first mentioned a stock price boost. No explanation why is given, other than it happened after Donald's election. He obviously credits Donald for it, but the price boost happening after he was elected doesn't make Donald responsible for it. I've clicked on an embedded link to CNBC video. The host mentioned Mario experienced that boost before the election. So, which is it? Regardless, if Donald isn't really responsible, he doesn't deserve credit. Mario also hopes for 10,000 jobs to be brought back. What happened to them to begin with? This whole meeting took place 2 years ago, so I'll see if this happens, if it does within Donald's first 100 days in office. Mario also mentioned loosened regulations. He didn't specify regulations for what, so I'll guess the stock market. If so, this guy places excessive importance on stocks. I've never learned about the stock market, so I don't know if it has anything to do with job creation or not. I will ask, however, why is Mario even bringing stocks up at this meeting if stocks have no correlation to jobs? If stocks are correlated to job creation, why does the Conservative Party only meddle with taxes? The article on CNBC.com talks about tax reduction. Even if that tax reduction did increase economic growth, created more jobs, why did people just allow past administrations to leave the tax rates so excessive? U.S. Steel is in competition with China. but isn't competition based on product or service quality and pricing? Affordability is also a factor, but maybe the company with lower quality needs to increase that quality, if that's possible. If the company is overpricing, that's theft. Do either the stock market or tax cuts magically increase company profits when consumers want both quality and low prices? What I find strange is the word infrastructure is never mentioned in the same sentence with income tax cuts, only economic growth. Mario also made a remark about hiring more lawyers due to excess regulatory complications. He first said the regulations need to be loosened. Now he says these regulations are too complicated. He didn't specify which regulations or explain the complications, so there's nothing I can comment on. Steve Mnuchin said taxes are too complicated and people want them lowered, as Mario says regulations are too complicated. Is this really a matter of complication? Aside from taxes being what they need to be in accordance to what the government needs, I think the government also needs to practice proper spending. I also think the government needs to always provide Americans with the information of its spending. How honestly and responsibly is the government spending these tax dollars? Maybe taxes aren't really all that complicated. Maybe American consumers need to stop obsessing with low prices to save money and make sure the government is behaving itself. Jeff Vettig appraises protectionist policies because Whirlpool is the only brand in the US of their products. Why don't other brands of this particular product exist in the US? His competitors aren't allowed to sell to American consumers? Jeff makes it sound like Samsung and LG are forcing American consumers to give them their business. Alex Gorski says a positive relationship with Donald can potentially lead to lowered medical product prices. Does no system consisting of criteria to determine what prices should be exist? Wendell Weeks is another CEO who wants to avoid taxation. What exactly was the point of this meeting? 2 of the 3 memoranda: the Trans-Pacific Partnership withdrawal and Mexico City policy. Donald claimed that the U.S. withdrawal from the TPP will benefit American workers, but didn't explain how. Is this intended as a shot against China, as the U.S. is in some sort of trade conflict with China? I remember reading about China's tactic of manipulating money, but nothing was explained, which is typical. Forbes.com mentions Donald has also broken a protocol and a treaty. Forbes.com also explains that Donald believes the TPP steals American jobs, but doesn't explain how. I do agree with Donald's signing of the Mexico City policy about forced abortion and involuntary sterilization. Whatever the hell those are about. What bothers me is the religious desire for authority. These people are taking it personally, and they're causing problems with that intrusive mentality. I've explained in the preface that I think the actual problem with government is that it isn't doing what it should be. I can't really comment on this hiring freeze because my mentality is entirely different from what politics anywhere in the world is. I don't think in terms of economic growth, taxes, or authority, but in terms of individual evaluation of people for dealing with unemployment and drugs. I say this because I realize Donald is acting upon the Republican opinion that the government is too big. My criticism of the federal worker layoff is, however, that Donald obviously didn't analyze the government's activity and then make decisions. He just went ahead and laid 9,000 federal workers off. Why that specific number? For what reason? Donald's dwelling on these millions of illegals taking his popular vote away, despite the fact-checkers reassuring him of the contrary, indicates both paranoia and insecurity. Has he not seen the many sycophantic Americans that support him? To use his first official meeting as a platform for this nonsense claim is insane. I guess Donald forgot that he wasn't even serious about being elected when he first started running. I don't understand how this United Nations Security Council Resolution 2334 can exist, as Israel won their battle with Palestine, resulting in Israel forcing Palestinians to leave while others fled. Regardless, this resolution says Israel is not allowed to settle, and Donald is in on Israel's settling. This means Donald is not complying with this policy. Chapter 2 notes. After going as far as I did with Ben's approval of the settlement houses, I decided to leave all of Donald's presidential actions for other countries out, if they are too complicated and complex. I had too many questions about these settlement houses which I couldn't find answers for. I've left Klaus Kleinfeld and Mark Sutton out of the 12 CEOs who attended Donald's meeting. Klaus said Arconic could benefit from Donald's policies, but the text-linked articles only speak of production and stocks, not policies. So there was nothing I could comment on. International Paper only finalized $1 billion acquisition. Again, nothing to comment on. Chapter 3. Donald's Hotel, Executive Order 13766, the Infrastructure and the Oil Pipeline, Executive Order 13767. Noah Bookbinder's statement on usnews.com said, "Take the necessary steps to avoid violating the Constitution." Does this mean Donald intended to violate this aspect of the Constitution, but to donate? If so, I will say Donald isn't guilty, but it's careless of the document that defines the country he vowed to make great again. If his intent was to donate, he should have spoken to whom that issue would have concerned. No, Donald is obviously trying to get himself out of hot water because he didn't think of taking his donations idea up with his people. He instead made that up when he was caught. Ajit Pai believes internet service providers should be gatekeepers, which means Ajit wants to give the providers the ability to be internet dictators. This is anti-economic because the government and its agencies and organizations should only be concerned with harmful behaviors and activity. Dictating what people can see and do on the internet won't solve anything. This makes Ajit and every provider who wants this the problem. Why is this psycho even in position of political power? Barack appointed him FCC commissioner. Donald has appointed Ajit the fucking chairman. The actual problem when it comes to the internet is the customer gouging overpriced internet, especially with inadequate quality. People aren't any better though, they just take it and never stand up against being ripped off. Constitutional or not, removing information from the United States Department of State's website is dishonest and irresponsible if it's done out of prejudice towards a minority or to smear a political rival. In this case, to remove an apology, especially from a government official, is also irresponsible. Any attempt to erase historical information isn't going to change anything or anybody for what anybody thinks is better. If the LGBT is a bad organization in some way, what does the Trump administration think information erasure is going to accomplish? I realize Donald himself didn't do this, but has he done anything about it? Executive Order 13766. Expediting environmental reviews and approvals for high-priority infrastructure projects. Section 1. Donald made many claims in this section, but neglected to explain anything. The economy is the productivity and servitude in relation to spending and consumption, while the infrastructure is the public facilities which people use, that is provided and maintained by the government with their taxes. Competition is business rivalry. Yes, it's the nature of business in state of capitalist economics. However, it's not a valid goal. Donald is saying competition was low? Are those millions of jobs going to be long-term, or is Donald only talking about infrastructure jobs, meaning those jobs are gone once the infrastructure work is done? What do wages or costs have to do with the infrastructure? In fact, I've seen many people comment on YouTube that raised wages cause inflation. If the infrastructure plays a key economic role, why didn't American taxpayers start demanding the government do something about the infrastructure when it started becoming a problem? I'll add that the Wikipedia page mentions that Donald demanded the pipeline be made with American materials by American-made equipment. Donald's signing of the third memorandum, the oil pipeline. Donald denies climate change and has been criticized by his opposition for it. Donald is going over Barack's head on Barack's blockage of pipeline construction because of Donald's denial of climate change. This is nonsense because Donald shouldn't be acting on denial or even skepticism. If Barack knew the construction of these pipelines would be environmentally detrimental, Donald should be charged for his neglect. If Barack didn't actually know, as he was only concerned, then Donald should have asked environmental experts and took the time to research climate change. The environment is more important than jobs. Sean Spicer stated that the environment was still a major priority. Well, Donald would have consulted Barack and had a discussion if that was true. No, Donald went over Barack's head instead. Sean also mentioned that Donald demonstrated his business negotiating skills. Is this about getting a great deal, or having a discussion to see if the construction can be done without problems? TheGuardian.com said the job estimation is only 50. Donald is trying to create massive jobs with this infrastructure. I'm guessing he doesn't understand that any such infrastructure job is only a project, meaning the worker moves on to the next project upon each completion. There won't be any more work for newly hired workers after the pipeline is completed, if creating jobs is Donald's goal with this pipeline. Donald was also in violation of a treaty right, according to the Sioux. The U.S. Army Corps intervened and declined. Mitch McConnell then commented how it's refreshing to have a president who puts the economy before extreme political views. How is the environment an extreme political view? Mitch obviously only cares about capital, because the environment is very important and should always be a priority. Barack should have consulted an environmental expert and proceeded if that expert said the pipeline was safe to build, and Donald should have learned about climate change and consulted some scientists before proceeding. Well, there is also the treaty. I would say something could surely have been worked out, but there was nothing to be worked out. Too much was at stake there. So, here we have a case of two American presidents who were neglectful in opposite ways. The Democrats then got involved, Bernie Sanders speaking in representation on behalf of alternative energy, whether fossil fuels are in fact bad for the environment or not. Also whether the profits are short or long term. Donald clearly doesn't care. Donald isn't interested in learning, researching, or consulting experts or professionals on the matter. The U.S. Army Corps having to step in is a testimony to how stubborn and unethical Donald is. America wanted a businessman to run the country. This is what happens. Executive Order 13767. Border Security and Immigration Enforcement Improvements. Section 1. Donald believes this wall is critical, due to so many illegals not being inspected or admitted. Donald's main concerns are drug smuggling and human trafficking. This means there is a demand for drugs in America, but also that people are being forced to do whatever illegal work. Movies always associate human trafficking with drug dealing and prostitution. Movies also show that to escape the traffickers is to become a target. The difference between drugs and people is, drugs are a substance and people are living beings. Borders are obviously not going to stop people from wanting drugs. I would say politicians don't understand the concept of dealing with such problems by learning the reasons why they happen. But I know money and power are their only motivators. Dealing with those reasons would make these problems stop on their own. Reading TraffickingInstitute.org's article, It says human trafficking is a choice, unlike natural disasters. This is so wrong that it's an offensive statement. John Cotton Richmond fallaciously compared human trafficking to natural disasters, instead of explaining how human trafficking is a choice. Nobody in their right mind ever chooses to be trafficked. The drug world is dangerous. Drug use is a choice. But aside from that, will security and justice stop the desire for human trafficking? The choice to do so is not the issue. The reasons why it happens is the issue. I would say security and justice only cause criminals to be more careful. They will simply work and think harder to figure out how to overcome such obstacles. There are also reasons people choose to do drugs, and while people are only causing a deterioration of their own health, drug use shouldn't even be illegal, because such people have problems to solve, which is why they turn to the drugs. Drugs and prostitution both being illegal is the obvious motivator for human trafficking. It's all black market. Mexico's recent surge being Donald's reason for building this wall and then making Mexico pay for it will not solve the problem because border security either denies entry or arrests people. Border security doesn't find out why these illegal aliens are trying to get into America. Making Mexico pay for this wall will only increase the desire or need for Mexicans to get into America. This executive order says it at the beginning of the third paragraph: sophisticated drug and human trafficking networks. Increased security will cause increases in criminal sophistication. Donald understands this, so how does he think building a wall is going to help if the border is so insufficient? Section 4A. Donald doesn't insist on using domestic materials and technology. Executive Order 13768, Enhancing Public Safety in the Interior of the United States. Section 1. If the illegal alien's home country refuses to take them back in, that would be the actual problem, not the illegal alien. Donald should be calling in an official of the country and find out why the person isn't allowed back into that country, and what can be done to resolve the issue, if that person is causing problems in America. Maybe that person isn't the problem, maybe the country is. That reality won't be discovered without somebody actually intervening and asking the questions that need to be. I don't have anything to say about the other sections, but this order is long. My thought, as I read through this document, was there has to be a better solution to illegal immigration that doesn't involve much. Maybe if this immigration problem was dealt with properly a long time ago, all of this authority wouldn't be necessary. This order consists of 10 sections. If the method of dealing with the problem requires so many complexities, it can't be the solution. I'd have to produce a YouTube video to go over the content of this document to avoid plagiarism risks. Having just covered Executive Order 13768, Donald wants to sign another order for voter fraud. CNN includes Donald's statement that mentions illegal voters. If Donald's obsession is tied into his wall proposal and executive order, that's psychosis. I agree that the voting system needs to be cleaned up and tightened, if fraud is going on, especially if it's immense. However, 1. Donald's associates have assured him that they've proven there was no fraud, which I've covered near the end of Chapter 2, and 2. Donald is taking it personally. While Sean Spicer is essentially fueling Donald's madness about voter fraud, referring to a Pew report, David Blecker told Wolf Blitzer there's no evidence of voter fraud. I think the error here is nobody is telling Donald to show them where he suspects any fraud going on. If the person persists despite being told otherwise, that's a psychological phenomenon. Have the person explain instead. To keep repeating yourself is a waste of time. Definitely an ego going on here. The presidency isn't about him, it's about the country. Chapter 3 note. Regarding Executive Order 13766, I am not educated in economics, but The purpose of this book is to do my own unbiased and honest political research in response to everybody else's sycophantism, hate, and arguing. This also involves analysis of what I haven't learned about. I am not trying to convince anybody of anything or push any opinions or ideas onto anybody. I'm only giving my perspective, applying skepticism, and providing my ideas in hopes of possible discussion. Chapter 4. Donald Goes to Philadelphia. Executive Order 13769. Mike Pence speaks at March for Life. The border wall was one of the main subjects on Donald's visit to Philadelphia. He continues to threaten Mexico's president about them paying for this border wall. If Donald signed an executive order to investigate voter fraud, why doesn't he sign another order to investigate the insufficiency of the already existing borders? This is another situation where somebody is being stubborn, to the point of lunacy. I think Enrique is making the mistake of just repeatedly telling Donald that Mexico will not be paying for this border wall, instead of questioning him. Regardless, Donald is essentially politically bullying Mexico at this point, now, with his idea of imposing a 20% import tax, when Donald hasn't even considered having a discussion with Enrique about the illegal immigration problem, while Enrique never even thought of asking Donald why he insists that Mexico pays. Donald says his wall proposal is due to the sudden surge of Mexican illegals. How is a surge a valid reason to make Mexico pay for this border wall? The article on 6abc.com's website quotes Donald saying, again, that the Trans-Pacific Partnership puts Americans at a disadvantage, but still doesn't explain how. This import tax will also hurt the economy, because Americans do purchase from Mexico, while Mexican companies have nothing to do with illegal immigration. This makes Donald a villainous tactician. CNN mentioned reporters were anticipating prices soaring as a result of this import tax. The antagonist is the one who goes after something to fulfill his agenda, which is to gain a position over others. The antagonist always thinks of some way to achieve his goal, and doesn't care who or what is hurt by it. This is what Donald is doing here. This isn't even about the border wall anymore. My three biggest problems with schools are 1. Schools are an authoritarian environment. 2. Learning is forced. And 3. School environments breed bullies. I like everything Donald has written in this National School Week proclamation document. However, it's all pure fantasy. The current reality of education is commercially charged students from the given town or city areas all being put into one environment together. Their social status is defined by brand names and their personality. Add that in with having to learn subjects they aren't interested in, which is usually why they don't do well in school. So, the students have to worry about being accepted and then maintaining that acceptance, when the parents and teachers should be stopping that false social idea, while also keeping their grades up, which is usually only for the parents. Many students get punished for not getting high grades to their parents' liking. Maybe if the students are actually interested in what they're learning and didn't have to worry about being accepted, to avoid being picked on and beaten up, they would always naturally get high grades. Maybe some teachers actually do care, but others are strict because they like having power over the students and abuse it. Do the parents consider that? Maybe some do, but not all of them. Wikipedia states in the timeline that Patrick, Joyce, Michelle, and Gentry all resigned, while TheAtlantic.com includes a quote from Donald saying that he fired them, along with Jim Shudo, who posted that Donald fired them on Twitter. I remember hearing about Donald's purge, so I believe Wikipedia over Donald. I was unable to find an article from January about Sally Yates informing Don McGahn about Michael Flynn, so I've settled with one from May. Donald asked Sally why it matters that White House officials lie to each other, which is both an ignorant question and a very strange one in itself. The context behind this lie is what's critical, which Sally explained to Don. Michael is the government's national security advisor, and Don asked why it matters. Donald defended Michael, saying his conversation with Sergey was fine. Donald called Enrique after a meeting cancellation to discuss a new trade relationship. What does any kind of relationship have to do with America's illegal immigrant problem? Or maybe Donald calling Enrique right after a dispute about his wall proposal is bizarre. Donald wanted to start a new trade relationship for the purpose of helping Mexico finance the wall construction. Is either a relationship or a wall going to stop Mexican illegals? What does this relationship have to do with illegals from other countries? I don't know why their meeting was cancelled, so I am missing that context. However, to call Enrique about a relationship and trade immediately after a meeting cancellation is strange and questionable. Donald is the cause for the problem because he's the one who proposed this wall, which he insists Mexico pays for. Maybe this call is a plan B. They've mutually agreed that this isn't a public issue, when Enrique should simply have told Donald to take a hike and not talk to him at all. Not only that, but also backed out of NAFTA. I don't understand why political discussions are going to be private. The public has a right to know what the government is doing, and how. I don't even know what there is to discuss. Donald insists that Mexico pays, while Mexico refuses. A meeting has already been cancelled due to stubbornness. Donald is harassing Mexico with his self-projections, making Mexico pay for a wall, while America has the problem with not only its desire for drugs, but also its deranged desire for guns. Does Canada obsess with guns? No. Donald complained that the US is losing jobs, but getting the drugs. And that doesn't give Donald a hint that maybe there's a reason why the drugs are going into the US. Is that the Mexican government's fault? Donald is trying to punish Mexico for a problem that is clearly with the US. How does Enrique not see this? There is also this odd sentence in this article that Britain's Prime Minister asked Donald about his call with Enrique. Why is Teresa asking about this call, and why is Donald telling her anything? The differences between these two presidents is also mentioned by the Mexican government. Never mind the differences, the similarity of them is that neither of them know to sit down and figure out how to actually solve the illegal immigration problem. Donald is suggesting America is completely innocent with this wall proposal, and adding insult to injury by insisting Mexico pay for its construction, while America has the drug and gun problem. Mexico is supplying the black market demand. All that's really going on here is Donald is jealous that Mexico's economy is doing better, which is why American companies are going over to Mexico. Some of the Republicans are concerned about Donald starting a trade war. I think Donald wants one. The only answers politics know are authority, taxes, and war. Politics doesn't seem to understand that psychology plays a key role in both society and economics. Executive Order 13769, Protecting the Nation from Foreign Terrorist Entry into the United States. Section 1. The Visa card detecting terrorist ties is a good idea. However, I see it as only half the battle, psychology being the other half. Christianity is a dictatorship religion, but Islam, at its extreme, is murderous. Why do these people choose God over people, to the point that they would willingly kill people for the divine crime of infidelity? Meaning, not worshipping God is not something that physically hurts anybody. These religions are the harm because they call for the condemnation of those who don't live by them. This section mentions that the issuance detection didn't prevent further foreign attacks. Like I say, psychology. Terrorist detection won't stop psychopathy. Christianity and Islam are both only words on paper. They aren't anything unless people agree with those words and act upon them. Donald has vowed to eradicate ISIS, and yet the constant incoming of refugees and immigrants adds to the terrorist problem. These people keep bugging America, while the country is busy trying to deal with an extremist religious group who has targeted America. Why can't the refugees and immigrants either go elsewhere or organize to try solving their own country's problems? If America is responsible for their country's failing, why don't they try to do something about that? This section talks about attacks, though, on account of a variety of struggles in their own country. Why they are taking their political, economic, and natural hardships out on America is the question. I've never even read about any war America has been involved in, but has America instigated some of those wars? I have read comments on the internet, mostly on YouTube, that America usurps resources and then leaves countries in ruins. Is that true? Section 3C. I'm not sure what investigative burdens means, but there would be no investigative burdens on these agencies if America didn't get lazy and careless on its own foreign policy. Also, if government agencies would do the job they're supposed to be doing. Those deficiencies occurred though, so reducing burdens isn't going to help anything. The rest of this order is just technical stuff, so I'll continue with my own comments. Suspension isn't going to make any refugees or immigrants suddenly not want to get into America. As for the extreme vetting, people who seek to violate America's Constitution should obviously be rejected. However, I think the psychology behind such an attitude is important. No radical Muslim is going to change his mind, but understanding his psychology for agreeing with Islam and submitting to Allah is good to know. Suspending the refugee program will hurt the refugees, and while Donald is trying to create jobs, he could get more people in government agencies to help deal with those who are being religiously persecuted. Does Donald even know what the root cause of the terrorism is? I'm guessing this ban is him trying to give himself some breathing space. I think what's going on is politics doesn't know how to properly deal with problems, and these problems pile on each other and then become worse, because they aren't being solved. Mr. Pence mentioned the founders of America declared that we are endowed by our Creator, and then condemned the Supreme Court for violating the Declaration of Independence. The pro-life movement has turned abortion into a political battle for life, when it's simply a controversy that needs to be dealt with properly. Mike has thrown both God and the Declaration of Independence at abortion, along with convicting the Supreme Court for violating the Declaration of Independence. If anybody in this movement had a valid argument against abortion, or were interested in making a difference, they wouldn't need to use the Creator or the Founding Fathers to fight against abortion, which is all they're doing. These people are angry and want to fight everybody who opposes their worldview and ideological bubble. Mike throws the statement that life is winning at the crowd, who cheers. But what does that mean exactly? Nobody gets an abortion to kill life. I still wouldn't be pro-life if that was the case, though. If the only reason for abortion was to kill life, that's a mental illness, and such people would need a psychological evaluation. No, pro-life being about blame, fear, guilt, and fascism is the only self-evidence in the election of pro-life majorities and in Congress. Mike is only saying words to make the crowd cheer and applaud him. Maybe if American politicians actually did social and economic analysis instead of waging war, passing laws, and messing with taxes, America could experience liberty and happiness, instead of fighting controversies because of religion and patriotism. How is the pro-life movement's protest that abortion is murder a display of compassion towards women? Even trying to dictate abstinence to couples who can't afford contraception, which is fascism. Mike said, "Life is winning through advanced science," a few minutes later. What does this mean? Mike also mentioned adoption, which is the direction the pro-life should be taking, aside from evaluating the reasons why women get an abortion. Otherwise, the pro-life movement is an angry world of people who use God to justify their propaganda and tactics. This speech is just plain pathetic. The pro-life doesn't listen to anybody with an opposing opinion. These people only try to defend their position. The pro-choice movement isn't really any better though, because they only try to refute every claim made by pro-life. I've heard a few pro-choice people say babies are parasites, which I didn't understand and thought was ridiculous until I listened to Matt Dillahunty and Shannon Q recently, and I agree with their explanation of how the fetus is a parasite. Chapter 4 notes. No information about why Donald fired those people from the Department of State was available after looking at the sources which I have listed on my page, so I couldn't comment any further. I was also unable to find the content of Michael's conversation with Sergey to comment on it, to find out if Donald was right about it being not improper. Chapter 5. Donald's Dinner with James Comey. Executive Order 13770. Steve Bannon. The NewYorkTimes.com says the White House denied Donald asking James Comey to pledge his loyalty. I'll say this. James should have started recording the conversation at this dinner after Donald first asked. Being the head of the FBI, James could have excused himself and then contacted another FBI agent to begin recording the dinner's conversation. Yes, that is movie-level stuff, but James has made the claim that Donald has asked him to pledge his loyalty to Donald. The White House denied it, and nobody else can ever know what really happened. Americans have a right to know what's going on, and if somebody is lying. What I will do here is continue with this anyway, to give my unbiased perspective. That's what this book is about, after all. James Comey believed his reluctance to pledge his loyalty to Donald was the end of his position as the FBI head. Was Donald supposed to ask for this pledge? Was James supposed to? The New York Times mentions that the FBI is traditionally supposed to be lawfully separate from politics. I tried doing a Google search to confirm this, but found no sites saying anything about the pledging of loyalty to the U.S. president. If Donald wasn't, I agree with James that this was both creepy and egotistical of Donald, to apply such pressure onto James. This article says James acknowledged that Donald may not realize the FBI isn't supposed to pledge loyalty, but shouldn't he have simply explained that to Donald instead of being awkward at this dinner? If government officials are supposed to make pledges, shouldn't pledges be made at a ceremony, filmed live for television? Also, Donald values his loyalty, but the White House isn't a business. To apply pressure on anybody, especially as the U.S. president, to a government official is ridiculous. Donald is treating his presidency like he's a mafia boss. I don't know anything about mafia. I've only seen the ceremony of people becoming connected on The Sopranos, which was called a blood oath. Donald asked James to pledge his loyalty at a dinner in the White House. Again, if this really happened, Donald is very creepy. Sarah Huckabee Sanders chimes in, to give nothing more than a platitude, naively telling people that Donald cares so much about the leadership of law enforcement agencies. Just empty words. Donald's side. Donald claimed that James requested it. James requested what? If Donald was referring to this private dinner, shouldn't Donald have declined? Never mind this whole who said what nonsense. Nothing would be in question if Donald just declined his request, as he should have. The remaining information in this article mentions evidence of the intervention. What intervention? The previous paragraph only mentions the FBI investigation of the Russian meddling in Donald's election. Nobody even knows who requested this private dinner. James said Donald did, obviously to ask James to pledge his loyalty. Donald said James did because James was worried about losing his job. No recordings were made, so nobody will ever know who was telling the truth, if anybody. I've also been told that James is a liar. If that's true, why has he ever been in the FBI? Again, if Donald had simply declined this dinner request and asked James why he wanted it, all of this could have been avoided. George Papadopoulos made a few mistakes. One, he didn't get proof of identity from this professor. or do a background check on this person. 2. He treated Hillary's emails as dirt on her, instead of simply taking the responsibility of forwarding them to whomever. This professor taking an interest in George on his new job, not creeping George out, is peculiar. Having met this professor in Italy, and then introduced to a Russian woman, makes this whole ordeal sound like a James Bond movie. I would have told the FBI about this mysterious professor before going to meet him. I'm not into politics, and I know not to act on anything without consulting anybody or doing a background check first. Paul Manafort is also mentioned in this, and he's guilty of many crimes. Didn't Donald do any background checks either? Executive Order 13770. Ethics Commitments by Executive Branch Appointees. This order is about banning lobbying for presidential appointees who have left the White House. Reading about what lobbying is, I think the whole act is both stupid and dishonest. If a given group's organization is legitimate and has potential, the group should only need to let legislature know it's there and request what it needs. If the legislature denies the group of anything it needs, the group can simply discuss matters. To try influencing others is dishonest. As a musician, I know every musician is influenced by others. This happens through fanaticism. Musicians want to integrate a particular style from other musicians into their creation. That's how it should work though, not the other way around. If one musician tries to influence or persuade another musician to either record or perform in a style that one musician prefers, that's manipulation. Politicians are obviously influenced or inspired by other politicians, but many politicians have bad ideas which are bad for people, even if those people like what the politician does. Most people don't know any better, or they're mentally ill. I've heard people say some people would sacrifice their rights just so a politician will hurt minorities, which is sick. I didn't know better myself until a few years ago. Politicians are in the arena of authority and power. They are responsible for the welfare of citizens. Their personal preferences or opinions are irrelevant. Sure, lobbying is protected by the Constitution's First Amendment. However, that doesn't make it right. This makes lobbying politicians dishonest and manipulative. If government resources are scarce, that's a problem which needs to be dealt with. That's not an excuse to lobby. ProPublica.org says these lobbyists agreed to obey Donald's executive order, but then proceeded to do so in sneaky ways. Lobbying is obviously wrong and they know it, if they're finding sneaky ways to go over the president's head to continue lobbying. This executive order is long and consists of many regulations. If this is necessary to keep politicians in line while they still manage to find loopholes, this executive order is a waste of time and energy because those politicians are corrupt and need to be removed. The Supreme Court may have declared the act of lobbying to be lawful under the First Amendment, but those politicians are still guilty of bad intentions. Aside from lobbyists for their own country's government, why is anybody lobbying for a foreign government? Iran has called Donald out for insulting Islam, with the executive order of suspending refugee programs going into effect, while Iran isn't doing anything about Islamic terrorism, ISIS in particular. Javad Zarif threatened America with some kind of retaliation, while Donald is trying to fight terrorism, and doesn't even explain how this 90-day ban is an insult to the Muslim world. While I don't agree with the refugee suspension, because it complicates life for all Muslims, Javad is unprofessional and immature for both claiming Donald has insulted the Muslim world and making such a threat. Amidst the political madness, Anne Donnelly provides some relief for temporaries with a valid visa. Reading the New York Times article about Donald signing a memorandum to develop a plan to defeat ISIS, the small part which Donald has revealed is to start referring to them as ISIS instead of ISIL, as called by Barack Obama. obviously because Barack called them ISIL, because Donald has a vendetta against him. The first half of this article only talks about Donald calling them ISIS instead, and what ISIL actually means, along with his memorandum that appoints the Pentagon to come up with a plan. Donald had a secret plan, but he needed the Pentagon to cook something up in 30 days? Calling them ISIS instead of ISIL, and signing the memorandum to delegate the responsibility to the Pentagon is the small revelation of Donald's plan. So how can Donald have anything more of a plan if he told the Pentagon to come up with a plan? The other half of this New York Times article contains talk about a conspiracy theory about Barack's coining of ISIL, as somehow to be an attack on them. More of Donald's ISIL versus ISIS bullshit, along with a Rush Limbaugh name drop. Vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices in Tripoli, and finally, NATO. Donald complained about Barack's idea of an attack on these terrorists by calling them ISIL, as if such a tactic has any grounding in reality. But aside from that, Donald did initiate the attack with this memorandum. He was just very shallow about it, with his immature contempt toward Barack. Yes, Barack was also silly, but Donald is no better. If calling them ISIL is an attack, why does Donald need a secret plan, and why is a memorandum required? How are they even a threat if calling them ISIL or ISIS is enough to stop them? How is ISIL even a problem? I've also found a Heritage.org article from 2018 that talks about this plan in action. This article rhetorically asks, was Donald right all along? Was he right about what? How could Donald have a secret plan if he put everything on the Pentagon's table with a 30-day time crunch? The tactical segment of this article mentions that the US was already at war with ISIS before Donald's election. What I'm reading here, things were slow until Donald got into office. The Pentagon needed Donald to speed things up, according to this. Therefore, Donald only kick-started this war. This article mentions local partners. Is the author referring to NATO? The rest of this article is all war talk, which has nothing to do with Donald, so none of it is relevant to this book. I can't understand it, so I couldn't even comment on it anyway. James Mattis talks about war details, tactical changes, which I don't know how many people would understand. Rex Tillerson realized that ISIS has remains within its ruins, therefore a US military presence is required to stay over in Syria. ISIS mutating is also acknowledged. So, does this mean Donald will discard the Muslim ban / refugee suspension? I'm not a fan of war, personally, but my philosophy about people who are too big of a problem and nothing can be done about a person or a group is to just eliminate them. Yeah, I don't know about all of this. Some more political confusion arises with Steve Bannon, unless I'm the only one, because this is the first time I'm hearing of Breitbart. I don't even know what it is, exactly. Wikipedia mentions Steve had to admit Breitbart was sexist and racist, but Wikipedia later also mentions Jews came to his defense against allegations from certain groups. How is anybody supposed to know what's going on? Mentions of organizations, Harry Reid, and Republican strategists all criticized Breitbart of anti-Semitic comments, and the list of Jewish names who came to Steve's defense is listed here. The problem is, there are no examples of these claimed comments. I've done a search on both Google and YouTube for both their claims, along with examples of Breitbart's anti-Semitic comments. Nothing. So I can't do anything with any of this. Breitbart was never even covered by any of the podcasts I listen to regularly, nor any videos from channels I've been subscribed to for years. I've done a YouTube search for videos of Steve himself to hear what he says. Still nothing. I only saw a few videos about his ex-wife accusing Steve of not wanting his daughters in a school with many Jewish students. I don't understand why people have just jumped on Steve. That puzzles me at this point. David Sicilian mentions Steve has ties to the white nationalist movement, only for Donald to ignore his letter because Donald has known Bannon for a long time. Donald insists Steve is not racist. So, who is right, and why does such confusion occur in politics, which the media doesn't help with? Whether Steve is guilty of such bigoted mentalities or not isn't even the main issue here, due to this confusion. All facts should be straightforward and made available for the country to know. I've clicked on a few videos about Steve's ex-wife claiming that he didn't want his children attending that school. The problem is, there were no clips of Steve himself saying it, so nothing but hearsay. The fourth paragraph on Wikipedia lists every worldwide national populist conservative political movement which Steve has been involved in. I've clicked on a few of them, but then I moved on in the Wikipedia article. I read the entire paragraph later and saw that Steve is a nationalist, which would be why Donald appointed him. As for populism, I have to say that I agree that this world's economy essentially consists of the wealthy elitists and blue collars pitted against each other, which is a world that those wealthy elitists have set up. I'm simply not interested in being involved in a movement of any sort. The desire for wealth is simply a neurosis, mainly because wealth is a false economic goal. People who want wealth are greedy, and greedy people don't care whom they hurt or screw over to get that money. Steve only has 7 years of military experience that would relate to his National Security Council position of Chief Political Strategist. The rest is media, along with investment banking and Goldman Sachs. So I don't understand why Steve was appointed for this position in security. Alicia told me Donald appointed him because he's a friend. This is politics, not some bullshit job. To hire or appoint somebody because of friendship instead of credentials or qualifications is much more irresponsible. Nobody should be hiring people for a regular job because they're a friend either, but I say that just to point the contrast of importance out. Did Donald even give any of Steve's accusers a chance to speak? Does anybody in America know how well Donald knows Steve? Maybe there are things about Steve that Donald is unaware of, that the accusers do know of, and need to bring to light. Chapter 6. Ryan Owens killed. Sally Yates fired for non-compliance. Executive Order 13672. War is one of the reasons I can't take politics seriously. Politics is often a power struggle because some of the world leaders are psychotic, but they've somehow achieved their position of power. I like that the US government is allied with South Korea against the North, as the North is obviously a real problem. The problem is, now both countries have to waste their time, resources, and whatever amount of money, just because somebody is out of control and abusing his power. The New York Times mentions that Park Geun-hye was impeached for corruption and power abuse. Why don't the people of North Korea do the same for Kim Jong-un? The North Koreans are either cowards or they approve of Kim's tyranny, which makes them as bad as he is. If they do approve of Kim's ways, North Korea is South Korea's ISIS. On the note of war, being humanity at its worst and darkest, which is common in the world, a premature and ill-conceived mission was greenlighted, a mission that immediately costed Navy SEALs Ryan Owens' life, along with many civilians, all on account of Donald's irresponsibility. Clicking on an embedded video on NBCNews.com's article, a soldier, whose name was not provided, clarified that every effort was taken to prevent loss of life. That's the problem, though. War negatively affects more than the troops. War causes immense destruction and psychologically affects communities who personally experience that destruction. In this case, however, this soldier's words are shit because the mission should not have happened. Donald attempted to excuse himself, saying this mission was going on before he got into office, and it was something his generals wanted to do. How is the desire to do something a sufficient reason to proceed with a military raid? Donald then said he believes his generals are the most respected in many decades. 1. How is Donald's belief relevant? 2. So, the generals whom Donald believes are the most respected in decades screw up this badly? 3. Are they still respected? Donald's tone also indicates a lack of emotion and apathy. I applaud Bill for being honest and critical about Donald. This was a political disgrace. Executive Order 13769, entitled Protecting the Nation from Foreign Terrorist Entry into the United States, was revisited by the Supreme Court, which means this order is a little excessive. Excessive to the point that some major parts of it are contradictory to the American Constitution, and those parts needed to be restrained. To play the devil's advocate, this order may be unconstitutional in some major parts, but Donald is acting on an extreme case here. ISIS has become the worst form of religious extremism that the world has ever seen, and it's not like the non-violent Muslims are even trying to do anything about the radical ones. I'll clarify that I don't agree with this ban. I simply understand on that level. I personally dislike that this order has caused problems for many who have nothing to do with any terrorism. In Donald's defense, however, at least he's making an effort, unlike the past presidents. Remembering my researching of ISIS, ForeignPolicy.com's article said the U.S. shared Israel's view about denying responsibility of the Palestinians. This irresponsibility angered Osama bin Laden and the other Sunni Muslims, which is why this terrorism is a problem. Yes, Islam also hates the modern world, but this neglect was the main cause, apparently. I first read about Donald firing Sally Yates back when Michael Flynn was in hot water for lying to the FBI. I remember criticizing Donald for being quick to fire this woman, while not even questioning Michael, because her firing was mentioned in an article about Michael. Reading further into this, as it's recorded in Donald's presidential timeline, my opinion that Donald was unfair and unprofessional remains. Alicia has mentioned to me many times that Donald wants to either undo everything Barack has done, or either change or abolish whatever because Donald isn't responsible for it. This article brings that opinion a step toward truth, as the White House officials pointed Sally's position, an appointee, in Obama's administration out, like they're elementary school students making fun of her for it. Also calling her weak, instead of having a meeting with her, or even just discussing the matter on the phone. She was verbally mobbed, and then fired. A government official was treated this way. By the government. They didn't even have the guts to tell her in person. The message was delivered in the mail. If Donald was a mafia boss, he would have had Sally whacked, judging by his behavior toward her non-compliance. Sean Spicer accused her of not doing her job when she was simply acting on professional skepticism toward the executive order. I can appreciate Sally not just resigning, but that would have been the wise decision. Executive Order 13672. This order is very long and difficult to understand. It has mostly to do with contracts and labor laws, so there's nothing to comment on. What I will say is, the problem isn't even with this executive order if it does contain some unfair or illogical parts. The problem is that society is just that mentally unstable. An executive order is required to keep people in line. Think about that. What's going on is, this is from Barack, which is entitled Fair Play and Safe Workplaces. This order is an amendment to Richard Nixon's order. Barack then created a set of amendments for both this executive order along with 11246. I don't know how this order will deal with workplace discrimination. As I mentioned in my preface, however, I think establishing an agency to hire an agent to talk with an employer whom somebody suspects is discriminating against is the best way to deal with it. Protocol could be made for the agents to follow in order to find out if the employer is indeed guilty of committing discrimination. Protocol consisting of questions to ask the employer to find out why the person looking to be hired was denied employment. If the client really is unfit or doesn't qualify for the job, discrimination is obviously not the case. It is my opinion that employers should be obligated to provide reasons or an explanation of why the job seeker was denied upon request. If the reasons for rejecting the job seeker are legitimate, the person can get help. Some people need to know, so they can learn from their mistakes. They also have a right to know. One of my criticisms of government is they don't dig into problems to find out why people commit such criminal behaviors. Arresting people and throwing them in jail isn't going to correct anybody's mentality. Governments also waste taxes and resources on anti-economic laws. Religion. This Wikipedia article talks a lot about religious people wanting to reject LGBT people. These religious people really need to just live off the land. They're obviously in a religion because it supports their prejudices. They would otherwise not be religious, or they would live by their belief that God will judge these people and just go about their business. They aren't obligated to socialize with their employees, only to be professional. The reality is, to be an abomination in the eyes of God and employed by a religious person you know does not approve of you is to be vulnerable to mistreatment by that employer. No government order will stop the religious mentality. Telling them to leave America if they don't like not being allowed to discriminate is my only thought on this aggravating nonsense. America is about freedom of religion, not discrimination. I'll even say that I think other religious people who understand this is wrong and are disgusted by this should be vocal against this unconstitutional attitude and behavior. These religious people are not good people if they actually act on their views. They are mentally ill. This is religious extremism, and such people are to be avoided. Their desire to discriminate against other people because of their beliefs make these religious people equally as bad as what they believe is bad about the minorities. Christianity likes to call itself a pure and true source of morality. So, how is discrimination moral? If God is the one who makes the rules and calls for the judgment, how is God moral? Also, I really think the government should be doing something about these religious people, because they're actually defying the Constitution by requesting the right to discriminate. I'll also add that these people obviously aren't even religious, because they want to discriminate. It's all about them. Again, they would otherwise leave everything up to God, as Christianity says God is judge. They obviously side with this God and have sold their own kind out. The reactions. The Roman Catholic officials claim the government doesn't understand sexuality, which these officials believe the government to be excluding them on account of their religious beliefs. What does human sexuality have to do with contracting? This joint statement makes no sense. They also argued about restroom usage, which is a straw man because such people really do feel uncomfortable as their biological gender. They aren't making that up just to look at the opposite gender. Many of these people go through surgery. That would be an extremity to the point of ruining their life, just to look at the opposite sex. Peter Scrigg criticized this order as politically correct coercion, under the claim that homosexuality is immoral behavior. Are gays and lesbians having sex on the job? Peter didn't specify the immorality he accuses homosexuality of. I would comment on his claim that this order causes employer vulnerability, but he actually believes homosexuality is harmful in some way. He just didn't explain anything. Tony Perkins is angry that homosexuals, transgenders, and cross-dressers are all given special treatment, when the order is simply protecting them from people like him who side with a God who hates all such acts for no good reasons, and actually calls for death upon them. People like him who also believe they deserve the right to discriminate against them, when it's them who don't belong in America. The only concern any superior or owner should ever have is how the employees function on the job. Robert Jeffress is concerned about the tax-exempt status of churches. He thinks this order will bring about the revocation of tax exemption in the future. If the churches are legitimately helping the needy, that shouldn't be a concern. This is actually hypocrisy. These religious types are worried about the needy people, yet they want to discriminate against people, deprive them of employment. The transparency here is obvious. Todd Starnes said militant LGBT agenda, while the religious are the ones who want to be on the offense with their desire to discriminate. They don't even provide reasons why gays and other such people are bad or immoral. Christianity likes to claim persecution a lot, yet here they are persecuting these minorities. Anyway, Donald is going to continue enforcing this executive order, which is good. Chapter 6 note: regarding the religious objection to homosexuals, transgenders, cross-dressers, or whomever else who is different, if people have excessive body modifications, maybe they have a psychological disorder. Those people need to be questioned. Chapter 7 Justice Neil Gorsuch, Nikki Haley on Crimea. Recalling that Donald only selected pro-life judges back when I read about Donald's pro-life views, I already know that Justice Gorsuch is pro-life. That cancels Donald's credibility out because 1. Donald said he understands there are exceptions for abortion. 2. Abortion is only a controversy, not a crime. And 3. Even if abortion was a crime, the Supreme Court only deals with abortion? Donald said Neil is the best possible judge, but he doesn't mention why Neil is the very best. He only added that millions of voters prioritized Donald's judge selection. What do voter priorities have to do with Neil being the best judge? Donald said Neil has the best resume, which is vague. Donald didn't specify any qualifications for being a Supreme Court justice. He only said his qualifications are beyond dispute. Such information about any government official is plentiful online. However, Donald's reasoning is of the essence here. Contraceptive mandate. I would have to say, even being non-political, that birth control should not be included in health insurance because birth control is birth prevention and not medicine. The religious disapprove because of their beliefs, which is the wrong reason. Again, maybe Almighty God should have come up with a better way of reproduction. Unlike most people, however, my opinions are always open for discussion because I could be wrong. I often am wrong. If people can't afford contraceptives, maybe it's too expensive, or maybe the problem is economic. If many people are unable to afford it, maybe even too many people have an expensive bad habit and choose that over the contraceptive. Maybe the bad habits are overpriced. Bad habit or not, gouging consumers is wrong. Neil's concern toward the corporation's religious beliefs would indicate Neil has an unconstitutional legal philosophy because America is not a Christian nation, which means Neil is not fit for Supreme Court at all. How is catering to corporate religious beliefs a qualification for the position of judge on any level? Being an originalist, Neil should know the Constitution only specifies God-given rights, which have nothing to do with contraceptives. Even the common pro-life defense that this constitutional statement includes fetuses is nonsense because the Constitution doesn't specify the unborn. Therefore, the pro-life movement is smuggling the unborn into it. Also, what do corporations' opposition to contraception have to do with anything? Neil is also against assisted suicide, which is nonsense because assisted suicide is not murder. The desire to commit suicide is neither murder or a crime, because nobody else is physically harmed, unless the person commits suicide in a public presence of other people. A person may not be able to commit suicide and needs help to do so. Neil Gorsuch doesn't have a good philosophy. Democratic opposition. If Neil favors corporations over the people, as the Democrats criticize him for, this is another fault of both Neil and Donald. The pro-life ideology is rearing its ugly head again. Patrick Leahy quoted Donald saying he wants to reverse the Roe v. Wade jurisprudence. See, politics isn't designed to actually look at social or economic problems, to figure out how to solve them. Politics actually causes additional problems. I've already covered the reasons why women get an abortion, and punishing women or limiting women's rights, as mentioned in this CNN article, aren't going to make those reasons go away. These politicians need to get a grip on reality. The abolishment of Roe v. Wade is the conservatives' only interest. They aren't interested in actual resolution to the controversial social and economic issue of abortion. Elaine Chao was highly approved for the position of Secretary of Transportation. John Thune praised her. Bill Nelson credited Elaine for having the experience and common sense. The problem is, Wikipedia doesn't provide any information on her qualifications for this position. Elaine's marriage to Mitch McConnell is mentioned multiple times, but what does that have to do with anything? If this Politico analysis from 2018 is true, Elaine is wasting lots of time and wasting tax money. Very unprofessional. Former secretaries have confirmed this to be unusual. I've done a Google search for Elaine's credentials and found the information on transportation.gov. There are some credentials listed here, so that Politico analysis would be the only problem with her that I can see. Rex Tillerson, formerly being ExxonMobil's chief, screams the obvious that Donald chose him for that reason. He has been criticized for business dealings with countries that are unfriendly to America. Rex has also looked the other way about human rights abuses. Businessman or not, there's no excuse for such neglect. He's not very patriotic or nationalist, though, if he willingly does business with hostile countries. The questions I have about the phone call between Donald and Malcolm are, why is this place called a detention center if the people there are not criminals? Also, why is the rest of the world crying and pleading to America to take everybody in? I'm with Donald on this. These countries need to get their act together and start socially and economically maturing. I will fault Donald for not asking Malcolm what the problem is over in Australia and why he wants America to take those people in. Reading the 1,250 refugees, not 2,000, which Malcolm repeated to Donald, Malcolm made himself look so pathetic. What's the difference? Yes, the difference is half, but that's still a lot of people. Malcolm is also being very inconsiderate. Again though, Donald should have asked Malcolm what difference that makes. Here we are with another political situation that sounds something like out of a James Bond film. Jared Kushner being the target of Chinese spies. How psychotic are these people to advance their country's interests in another country? Also, for somebody to use their friendship with another to fulfill an agenda? Scary stuff. Eisenhower started this prayer breakfast tradition, according to this remarks page. What does prayer have to do with politics? I'm not suggesting such a get-together is wrong, but these people are making this a political event. Donald mentioned that not many people like Rex Tillerson because he gets along with the world leaders. This is a stupid comment. Why would getting along with world leaders be a reason to dislike somebody? People don't like Rex because he's guilty of ignoring human rights abuse, along with his business dealings with rival countries. Donald's transparency is obvious on that one. Everything after that sounds like a religious circle jerk. Donald's speech consisting of meaningless religious talk. America's response to the Middle East was war. Donald wants to build a wall and has singled Mexico out for specific reasons. Donald also insists that Mexico pays for the wall, So, why does Russia get special treatment after the bullshit that country has allegedly pulled? I've criticized politics, conservatism in particular and especially, for only knowing authority and war along with taxes when it comes to dealing with behavioral and economic problems, along with the information technology exporters complaining about the Federal Security Service. This is an example of authority causing complications for people who have nothing to do with the problem by implementing security. The Treasury naturally resorts to mitigating the sanctions, when the sanction is obviously another problem because it isn't a solution. Donald wants to develop a relationship with Russia, but he seemingly says that about every country. Somehow a relationship will make the countries just magically start sensibly behaving. Is America perfect, though? Is the relationship going to make America great again? Donald and Angela Merkel mutually disapprove of each other's refugee policy. I'll grant them both that this terrorism problem is complicated due to the violence, as Islam is about killing infidels, while there are Muslims who are not violent. Terrorism has become a serious problem, however, because Islam wasn't dealt with quick enough. When a problem is ignored for too long, it can potentially become a bigger problem and cause additional problems in the long run. Politics is obviously unable to deal with Islam. Donald and Angela disagree with each other. Is this about their opinion, or should it be about trial and error to see what works, based on results? Nikki Haley's conditioning that Russia returns Crimea is the political inadequacy that I'm talking about. Politics is never concerned with the psychology behind either the criminal behaviors or just the misbehaviors of people and countries. I don't know what actually happened, but understanding that is not my responsibility. But my question is, does Nikki or any other American politician know or even care why Russia was involved in the election hacking, or why Russia is doing whatever they are with Crimea? Russia's mentality isn't going to change after they comply, if they do. This book is my perspective on American politics, so I won't bother to read about Russia's annexation of Crimea. America has 72 sanctions against Russia, which indicates that Russia is a very psychotic country. This makes Russia the political and economic equivalent to ISIS. So, why is America interested in a relationship with Russia? I'm certain this is because America wants something from Russia, despite Donald's nationalist presidential agenda. People were understandably angered about Travis Kalanick. However, my criticism of people and their usage of social media is that people act on their anger instead of questioning people first. I don't think protest and using social media to come down on people is fair. Travis both apologized and resigned in this case, which indicates he's rational and also listens. The problem is, and this is where I do blame the consumers, their social media backlash continued. This makes the consumers no better than their unjustified opinion of Travis joining Donald. Nobody initially questioned Travis, and now, both his apology and resignation are not enough for them. So, what is Travis supposed to do? And who are the consumers to ask or demand anything if they're going to be jerks themselves? I would say they're all taking their anger that Donald is president out on Travis. Not only is this pathetic, but they're also giving Donald supporters fodder against them. Completely unfair, irrational, and immature. Chapter 7 note. I've read Vanity Fair's article about China targeting Jared Kushner multiple times. Aside from the craziness of it, China's motives to advance its interests in America, along with trying to sway America's policy. The article didn't provide enough information to comment on. I had questions, but the story seemed to be beyond politics. Chapter 8. Economic Sanctions, 13 Iranians. James Robart. Sanctions launched, 13 Iranians. Executive Order 13772. Core principles for regulating the United States financial system. This particular order doesn't consist of much. Everything on this seems good. I don't understand why an order was necessary, as the contents all seem to be what should be economic common sense. Iran is another insane country, with their nuclear warfare obsession. I'm not sure what Donald intends to accomplish with imposing these sanctions, this being a retaliation ploy. This particular sanction being imposed specifically to 24 Persian Gulf people and companies. Does Donald somehow think this sanction is going to hurt their feelings and make them decide to sit down and consider that maybe they're crazy? I'm sure these people are going to be sad that they won't be able to do any business with the US anymore, as this Chicago Tribune article says. Michael Flynn also commented, trying to talk tough, which only comes off sounding silly and pathetic, especially after lying to the FBI about being in association with the Russian ambassador. Such a damn hypocrite. What's almost funny is Donald criticized Barack for being weak against this nuclear-obsessed country, while his idea of being tough is imposing sanctions against a specific number of people and companies. So Iran has to start terrorizing before Donald will get tough? To pick on Iran now. They say they aren't violating the 2015 nuclear accord to make themselves seem less insane, but why do these missiles even exist? Ayatollah Ahmad Khatami claimed that those missile tests are a display of Iran's might, being in a world of wolves. The irony to that is, Iran is one of those wolves. Yet another judge resists Donald's temporary refugee ban. The White House wants to fight this judge going over Donald's head on this order, when Donald should probably finally just consider that maybe he was wrong to issue this order. Reading the statement the White House omitted outrageous on this New York Times article, I remember reading that from another article. Referring to my sources list, yes, the White House has done this twice. A bit shady of the White House. This article included a quote about Donald issuing this order, about protecting America. This sounds like he's more interested in defending himself instead of actually discussing this with people who oppose. I've read comments from people saying Donald is a narcissist. This would confirm the diagnosis. This order both caused complications for people who have nothing to do with the problem, while it's also unconstitutional. Get with it, Donald. Michael Flynn naively points out Iran's ballistic missile testing defies a resolution. Iran obviously either is unaware of this resolution or they don't care. I'm guessing Iran doesn't care. I'm certain Michael also realizes this. So, how are sanctions going to solve this problem? Donald has also observed that Iran isn't behaving, yet he thinks sanctions are going to change that. Donald's officials clarify that these new sanctions won't affect people or firms that have previous sanctions lifted, but I don't think they will affect these 12 people or companies either. Michael said it himself, bad behavior. This means the problem is psychological. There is even an embedded link on CNN's article that Iran ignores Donald's ranting and continues with these ballistics testing. While Iran is unstable, the US is obviously incapable of dealing with Iran. What is the US supposed to do? Well, my philosophy is to take extreme action when necessary. The extreme action won't stop the world's many psychoses, but it will rid those who are an immediate threat, and therefore the problem. This article has a link for Donald's travel ban article embedded. Is this ban the reason for Iran's ballistic missile testing? If so, Donald is the cause for this because that order is unconstitutional, and is also not the solution, which has now aggravated an unstable country, and is why Donald included them in the list of countries on that ban. An order which, despite the internal skepticism, the American court judges and whomever else, Donald refuses to admit he's wrong about and back down. Now, to question Ali Akbar Valiyati: 1. What failures in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria? 2. How are the Muslims any better by attacking America, 9/11? 3. What are these missiles in defense of? Clicking on this video, Donald declared that this deal is the worst and is also an embarrassment to America, yet Donald's travel ban order was a good idea. Fred Platkin quotes Donald that America needs to get tougher, when Donald's response to the terrorism is his unconstitutional executive order that has obviously intensified the problem, which Donald narcissistically ignores the complaints from everybody and resorts to defending himself, instead of again admitting he's wrong and thinking things over to make it right. Donald is critical of this nuclear accord, while those people and the companies are whom Donald specifically issued the sanctions against are the actual problem. That makes Donald wrong. Why criticize the accord if only those certain people are the ones causing the problem? If these missiles are Iran's reciprocal measure to Donald's travel ban, how does a temporary ban justify destruction? Even if the ban was permanent, missiles still make Iran much worse. Returning to the previous article, Tehran complains that Donald is in violation, while Tehran just goes ahead with these missile tests, even after the sanctions being imposed. Hypocrites much? The article does later mention that Donald says the military action is a possibility, but I think he needs to act now and fast. Until he does take necessarily aggressive action against Iran, he's all words and no action. The travel ban for the 7 terrorist countries controversy continues. How can the Department of Justice agree with Donald's temporary travel ban if it's been declared unconstitutional and is also protested against? Donald declares victory for the country, but for what? The travel ban makes no sense anyway. This travel ban affects people who have nothing to do with terrorism, while the terrorist violence is separate from the religion, even if the religion promotes the violence. The reality is that not all Muslims are violent or terrorists, while there are also non-Muslim citizens in those countries. This isn't even a matter of winning, but of solving the terrorism problem. Donald's erroneous attitude is a part of the problem. He's stubborn and he's being defensive. Donald also accused this judge of opening the country up to terrorists when he was simply providing a stay, because his order is ridiculous and caused additional problems. Donald didn't even call for an evacuation before any action was taken, so many people were stranded, with cancelled visas. His ignorant denial of climate change has caused Donald to cause disruption even with big political events. Trade and migration are also problems with Donald. Donald seemingly thinks it's all about him and what he wants, as he asked world leaders for a short reference to migration and a 5-page statement about migrants' rights. A full communique is supposed to be the outcome of this summit, but only a brief leader's statement will have to suffice because of Donald's attitude. Why bother writing anything? Everything seems to be about what Donald believes in and what his opinions are, and not what experts say or what the evidence and facts show. I'm talking mostly about climate change. Why bother with scientists, judges, or other world leaders? Donald is the only wise man on the planet, it seems. He's allowed to defy the Constitution, and now he can manipulate summit meetings. The article mentions later that the idea of the summit was more to establish a bond than to deliver a communique, which is fine, although that doesn't excuse Donald's nonsense or his stubborn attitude. Politics isn't about him. Politics is about both each individual country and the world. So, he held out on climate change. Why was his denial the be-all end-all of this summit? Why couldn't the other world leaders simply have Donald hold back? Or does the climate change treaty require Donald to stick with it? I have to say I find it amusing that the senior White House official commented that Donald feels more knowledgeable about climate change, unintentionally making Donald sound like a student with special needs. A senior Trump advisor said Donald only has a problem with Germany's trade. Paulo had to pry an explanation out of Donald, which was his accusation of China, their exchange rate manipulation, along with his criticism of Germany's amount of trade surplus. the travel ban conflict carries on. I think the problem here is nobody sat Donald down and asked him what part of the travel ban executive order is unconstitutional. He doesn't understand. See, when the willful ignorance is going on, it's a psychological issue, which requires questioning to make the person explain himself, instead of repetitively arguing and then getting frustrated. The stays and now his denial to reinstate the travel ban is only a band-aid effort. Donald is the problem here. Mike Pence said the word win again. That's all this is about, and that's why nothing is getting done. Donald insists on this travel ban for some reason. People carrying canceled visas are aggravated by the complications, while others are calling Donald out on their accusation toward him of bigotry. Judges are going over Donald's head, while Mike is trying to win, instead of making things right. Donald, I assume, took this to Twitter, turning it into a dramatic flame war, which is an act of narcissism. The members of Donald's cabinet, with the exception of Mr. Pence, were at least mature enough to scold him. Mike then said Donald can criticize who he wants, obviously not realizing the gravity of this, which Donald himself is responsible for. He's not exactly in a position to criticize Mr. Pence. Mike also said Americans find it refreshing to understand how Donald feels. What does that mean? Dianne Feinstein also declared that Donald is the chief executive of America and not a dictator. So why doesn't Donald discuss matters instead of being narcissistic and stubborn then? Mike's next statement is ignorant. He said judges are not appointed to make foreign policy decisions, something James Robart did not do. He simply overruled Donald's unlawful directive, which he himself points out in his own defense, which he did because Donald is being borderline dictatorial. Chapter 8 note. No articles about Rex Tillerson's meeting with Jordanian Minister of Foreign Affairs Ayman al-Safadi on February 3rd were available, so I went with one that took place on February 15th instead. The same with Donald's conversation with Italian Prime Minister Paolo Gentiloni. So I instead went with an article from May 26th. The Justice Department urging the travel ban. Betsy DeVos confirmation. Donald hasn't brought God up very often, which is strange. I'm going to weigh in on this assertion that God has blessed America. Donald's context specified Ryan Owens, but war is one of America's biggest political components. How exactly does God favor America, being that the country is not only war-driven, but also proud of itself for being so? Is Christianity saying war is God's blessing? What would a curse be if war is a blessing? Whomever thanks God for brave troops, civilians, or politicians aren't realizing they're seeing things from the wrong perspective. They're thanking God for either the solution or the tools, not realizing the problem shouldn't happen in the first place. What's the point of the God belief if the problems exist? Don't the problems being there defeat the purpose of God being there? If the problems are God's way of building people up, what's the point of God creating life if that life needs to struggle and survive to become what God wants? Why does that make God good? This isn't masochism, because people don't enjoy the pain and suffering. It makes them enablers of this God, who should create immortal life, if creating at all. People are looking at God in a backwards perspective. God being good because he created weak life, only to inflict it until it becomes what God wants, which is actually bad and unacceptable. If Satan is the force that causes all inflictions, that means Satan is the being that God uses to make us what God wants us to become. This means the evil, which the Christians yell about, is actually what Christians thank God for. Where was God when 9/11 happened? I will also say that the mentioning of Donald staying at his resort, went golfing, and attended the Red Cross Gala was all unnecessary. The Department of Justice is now urging the court to reinstate the travel ban. I'll say that if I was able to talk to Donald, I would ask him what he doesn't understand about this travel ban being unconstitutional. He doesn't understand. Also why he refuses to listen and just insists on nagging the court to reinstate this ban. If a country's president can't be reasoned with, why isn't he being forcefully removed? The administration's brief asked about partial reinstatement. What is this really about? Is it about Donald getting his way, at least a bit, or is it actually about the country's protection? Yes, keeping everybody out would actually protect the country. However, that would affect those who have nothing to do with terrorism, and that's why this ban is not the solution. I could back Donald if he had discussed this ban with his cabinet along with Congress, knowing it's unconstitutional, and asking Americans how they feel about it, considering the extremity of the problem, which would actually call for the bending of the Constitution. He didn't do that though. A pet peeve of mine is when people neglect to explain their claim or accusation. The Trump administration did this when it claimed that James Robarts' order would cause irreparable harm. James, unfortunately, did not ask for an explanation of how. I remember hearing about how Betsy DeVos was a bad choice for the Secretary of Education, also that her religious views were a problem. Various YouTube channels uploaded videos about her. I've done a YouTube search to hear such opinions again. The Amazing Atheist must have deleted his video, if they weren't flagged. However, I did find Joe Rogan's interview with Abby Martin. I've also clicked on Kyle Kielinski's video, Secular Talk, along with David Pacman's video. Now, I'm an atheist, and I was clicking on mostly atheist videos at the time. I am now trying to find Christian videos to hear both sides. I'll get to this after I go over Betsy's confirmation information. Donald believes education is for the nation's success. The question is, what exactly is driving the nation down? Donald has cut income tax to boost the economy. So, what does education have to do with competition and economic growth? I guess Donald's definition of success is of the essence here. Sean Spicer assures that Betsy will pull through on getting all American students a good education. A statement which suggests not every student is getting a good education. The question therefore is, why not? If the nation's success is the goal, why do different types of school exist? This confirmation information is vague from the start here. Donald's definition of success is missing. And Sean gives assurance of Betsy's ability to ensure every student have a good education without providing an explanation of how she will. If many students have benefited from Betsy's efforts, why didn't the rest of them? Mike Pence commented that many students benefited from Betsy's efforts, but neglected to explain how those many students did. What does Mike mean by innovation, opportunity, and real, meaningful choice? Betsy is a supporter of school vouchers and charter schools, which this Detroit Free Press article says her opposition has used as an excuse to organize against her. The question is, why is anybody experiencing affordability problems? If a system that operates by the government providing money as a voucher is necessary, something is badly fucking wrong. Regardless, some people want these types of schools, therefore there is an economic demand for them. My criticism of school vouchers toward Betsy as a politician would be that she supports such a system, instead of conducting a political analysis to figure out what the problem is. The problem that calls for such a system. Being that Betsy's vote was a tie, that makes this about congressional voters. How is it that there is an equal number of voters on both sides? How can so many people have a positive opinion of an appointee while the other has a negative? The appointee is either good for the position or not. If the appointee is mentally ill, the person should be getting help. Shouldn't a discussion take place before voting? The rest of this article talks about how Betsy is unqualified for the Secretary of Education position. No specific reasons are mentioned, so there's nothing more to comment on here. Going back to Joe Rogan's interview, Abby said that Betsy, her husband and father, along with Mike Pence, are all psychos because they're all religious extremists, which is why Betsy supports school vouchers in private schools. Abby believed Betsy's plan was to get into politics and used that to turn private schools into creationism education. This confirmation would suggest Abby's accusational claim to be true. Why did Betsy seek to become the Secretary of Education, which is a position in the President's administration? I would ask if there is a lower-level political position where she can actively focus on such schools for everybody who wants them, in the country and not one state exclusively. But charter schools take funding from public schools. I've looked Amway up on Wikipedia, and that contains a section on religion. Politico.com also says Betsy wants to legalize public funding of religious schools. This also confirms what Abby Martin said on Joe Rogan's podcast, if this article is true. I, personally, haven't heard of either voucher or charter schools until now. I've looked charter schools up, and they only exist in Alberta, over here in Canada. That isn't a reason to just automatically believe that Betsy is up to no good though, as I know nothing about her, although it does make sense. Abby also mentioned Betsy's brother, Eric Prince, and I will get to him later here. Abby explained that this family's goal is to form a Christian army of kids. She also said Betsy can't even spell. The Detroit Free Press article confirms what Abby said about Mike Pence having to break the vote tie, which would also explain why Mike voted for Betsy. John Stossel criticized government schools as bad, but doesn't explain why they're bad. If such schools are because they're government-backed, won't Betsy be making private schools bad, as she is now a part of the administration cabinet? Betsy is accompanied by Brian Jones, and competition is one of the talking points, along with the schools doing the choosing and not the parents, which Brian says is the problem. Betsy and Brian say public schools are failing, and these choice schools are a good replacement for public schools, because then both students and the schools themselves are pitted against each other. Even if public schools are failing, I doubt that's her actual reason for her pushing these voucher and charter schools. Why are these people pushing for a public school replacement when the problem they're claiming is the governmental aspect of them, while again, Betsy is now in the cabinet? Shouldn't education quality be dependent on what information is available, and evolve as new and better ideas are conceived, and as new information comes about, and not achieved by students in the schools trying to outdo each other? Maybe the idea that education should be competition-based is the actual problem. I think quality should be natural and based on honesty, not incentivized by competition. Quality is something we need, and shouldn't be anybody's prize for doing better than somebody else. As for choice, if all schools provided the same educational resources and necessities, nobody would need to choose a school, not based on that anyway. Politico has stepped away from the religious stuff, and mentioned that Betsy has caused Michigan charter schools to become unregulated, which is never a good idea in this socially and economically unstable world, as she also doesn't want workers to have rights. This article sarcastically mentions that Betsy has transformed the modern labor movement, and also specifies the American automotive industry. This article from Politico also says Betsy has done some shady things in politics, and the fact that she's even allowed in politics indicates that politics itself is garbage. The same goes for those who have voted for her. Joe Rogan looked Betsy up and saw her comment about schools being allowed guns because of grizzly bear attacks, something that is also mentioned on the Detroit Free Press article. Joe explained that grizzly bears are not a threat to people. Another website article that I looked at said this was a joke. Even if it was only a joke, it made no sense. Before I get deeper into the religious stuff, I want to look at Betsy's efforts towards schools and education. Reading the Detroit Free Press article again, Mike Pence stated that many students have benefited from Betsy's efforts. So, I'm going to search her educational activism history up. Before I get into Betsy's educational activism, Wikipedia only mentions a private Christian high school. Having gone to public schools myself, I couldn't understand why no elementary school was mentioned. Looking the school up, it's kindergarten to grade 12. No public schools are mentioned on Wikipedia. I have found no timeline of Betsy's education activism or detailed history, so I've clicked on an article from ABC News. Betsy advocates both school choice and charter schools. I've never heard of school choice either. But Donald wants education to be toward national success, so shouldn't all American students be receiving the same education? This is about kindergarten to grade 12, so elementary school should be the same. Mike Pence vouched for Betsy, asserting many students have benefited from Betsy's efforts. However, Alicia provided me a link to her biography, which only said these voucher school programs only cause school funds to go to those who want school choices. This is obviously corruption, but I can't find other sites containing more information. Searching videos on YouTube, I've clicked on a video from The View. One of the ladies pointed out that the public schools are deprived when charter schools are funded. Show hosts on other videos criticized Betsy for being unable to answer questions. I've also clicked on a Stephen Colbert bit, and Betsy's answers on 60 Minutes are indeed idiotic. That private Christian school has done nothing for Betsy. I was unable to find this 60 Minutes episode, so I instead clicked on the video from Washington Post. Yes, Betsy does fail to answer questions. As for Common Core, the basic idea of this educational concept is what kids should know and when they should know it. Meaning, this concept is essentially an educational dictatorship. The point of Common Core is college preparedness, which is essential for students to get the required education for a good job, although this Common Core system is insanity. My question so far, however, is Betsy's only interest in private schooling along with these charter and voucher schools? If so, should she be in a position of secretary? I would ask if the Secretary of Education should be about all types of schools, but private ones are non-government. Common Core is insanity because each student has individual strengths and weaknesses, as some have a physical problem which causes them a learning complication. The first paragraph of Dissent magazine says that Betsy has no experience in public education, and that she has contempt for public schools and seeks to privatize them. This makes me go back to my question of why this woman is even in politics and why she got any votes, which also indicates those voters are corrupt. This article also briefly explains how voucher private schools deprive public schools, as the host of The View mentioned. The Detroit Education Commission is a nonpartisan oversight body, which the DeVos family rejected because the charter schools were intended to weed the bad schools out. The problem is, why are those schools bad? And how are charter schools the solution to those schools? Betsy said this commission was an unnecessarily excessive bureaucracy, but that's obviously just a nonsense excuse. The charter school lobby wouldn't have flat out rejected it with a big offensive, whatever that was, if it was legitimate. DeVos and affiliates would also have had a meeting and settled everything properly. Betsy has also contributed to 23 senators, which would confirm her buying into politics, as Kyle Kalinske points out to be bribery. Now that I've learned enough about Betsy, I don't think the reason why Donald appointed this woman even matters. Her family has a history of donating to the Family Research Council and other conservative religious organizations, anti-LGBTQ, which is immoral because that's active hate. Those donations also have nothing to do with education. She bought her way into politics with her many bribes, as she has no experience with public education. She clearly has a religious agenda, as Abby Martin called her out for, with her obsession with privatization. This makes Donald politically irresponsible, which is a large smear on his reputation. Note, my writing about Betsy DeVos is scattered. However, that's because I became confused here and there. Also because I'm learning. Some of the articles were vague, others were accusational, and the point here is to be fair. I've also lost track of the order of my sources. Chapter 10. Mother Jones, Judeo-Christian Principles. Mother Jones, Philanthropy and Political Activism. This article starts off with historical details about Holland, Michigan, in a storytelling fashion, talking about how certain rules keep everything in order while maintaining prosperity. Not whistling at night, tearing decayed fences and sheds down, lawn maintenance, and restricted alcohol sales somehow maintains that order and prosperity. Not only that, but rules are necessary for things like fences and sheds, along with grass growth. Common sense doesn't cover those. Whistling at night causes chaos, apparently. People couldn't know of all of this without religion. That needs to be pointed out. Sarcasm aside. Maybe not. This article is being sarcastic now, saying Betsy is the nation's top-ranking education official. Also her inability to answer questions, along with her marriage to the hateful billionaire who spends lots of his wealth on hate. And finally, their obsession with religious private schools. By the way, I don't believe the fences, sheds, alcohol, or lawn maintenance, keep order or prosperity thing is true. I was just saying they shouldn't need religion to teach them that, if it was true. Arlen Lanting denies that Betsy is against public schools. Even if she isn't, she still isn't qualified to be secretary, because she has no experience with public schools at all. She hasn't even attended one. Betsy has also bought her way into that position, as Kyle Kalinske and others have critically pointed out. Arlen also said, in Dick and Betsy's defense, that they have given public schools money. How much? Arlen believes Donald is going to bring Christ into the world. What does Christ have to do with economic growth and competition? Dick and Betsy are acting as philanthropists to push their Christian agenda. What doesn't make sense here, though, is that Betsy says philanthropy isn't enough for education needs. She also said they're trying to confront the culture. What does that even mean? God's kingdom is heaven. What does culture have to do with heaven? She first mentioned philanthropy isn't enough for education needs, then talked about their desire to confront culture to continue advancing God's kingdom, in one sentence divided by a pause. Two completely different things. The low marks segment of this Mother Jones article. 1. I would have asked her what she confused the law with. 2. I would have asked her why she refuses to say she does support equal accountability, even which types of schools she does support equal accountability for, and why not the others. 3. How can free college tuition be possible, if nothing in life is truly free? 4. Why doesn't Betsy understand the difference between proficiency and growth, especially when the issue is a basic concept? 5. Why did Betsy allow this clerical error to go on for 12 years? 6. That didn't sound like a joke. However, I think Joe Rogan took care of this one. I don't know what to say about it. The first sentence of the next paragraph, Dick's own quote, shows their true agenda. They want public schools gone to prevent them from taking the communities over from the churches. This paragraph has better clarified what these charters actually do, so I now understand them better. Which also provides me clarity of the deviant agenda going on. The act of taking the faster learning students from the public schools, also depriving those schools of funding, is unethical. This hurts the students with special needs. This is definitely bullshit. This means the public schools aren't bad. The DeVosses and anybody else involved in this agenda are bad. Donald also wants to transfer students from the failing schools, when instead he should find out why they're failing and do something about those failures. He's obviously just using their failure as an excuse to move the students to these charters, which are religious. Dick and Betsy have been quiet about their religious views in relation to their charity and political activism because they know they are mentally ill. With these efforts which are dedicated to homophobia, using religion to back their hatred up. They're obviously open about the money to make themselves look good. This article perceives their view of educational choice and competition from their philanthropic record. Does anybody else? If so, why is nobody questioning them about this? In the beginning, the Dutch government changing the songbooks and not allowing discrimination anymore were enough to cause a rebellion. The citizens are just worse than the government sometimes. The church members also didn't like unions because they viewed them as a form of socialist freedom that defied the church's authority. So, nobody is allowed protection from other people because the church approves of screwing people over. These Dutch farmers immigrated to America to avoid modernization, only to ironically face the same social progression there, with both the support of public schools and the unions. Back to the DeVos time. Eric Prince is guilty of overbilling and human rights abuses, who now advises Donald. I'll get to him later though. As far as religiously forbidden activities, what I think doesn't matter. However, I will say that everybody has the right to restrict themselves. It's when people try to push their religious way of life onto others that it becomes wrong. In the DeVos case, they're effectively trying to push their views onto the entire country. Then there's this evangelical movement that both the Prince and DeVos families have allied themselves with, to fight against the 1960s cultural revolution. See, Christians, this is what atheists are talking about when they argue political interference and religious activism against social and economic progress. In argument against you, whenever you cower down and lick your wounds with, "Can't we just respect each other's beliefs?" after they've shut your fallacies and tactics down. The Acton Institute Think Tank Mission Philosophy. The header itself is vague. What are the religious principles? I would ask how those principles promote social virtuosity, or even what they have to do with liberty, but I don't even know what those principles even are. This Mother Jones article says Betsy once served this institute, which is vague. Does that mean she no longer does? I'll break this mission statement down regardless. The absolute power quote is mentioned, which I'm guessing is what John Acton believes and stands by. However, unrestrained capitalism would enable anybody with power to commit as much corruption as they want. How can this institution endorse unrestrained capitalism? Either Mother Jones is wrong or lying, or Acton is lying about that. If Mother Jones is at fault here, this makes the rest of this article questionable. I'll carry on anyway, because that's what I'm doing. If this Mother Jones article is bad information, all of that bad information should be corrected, or the entire article should have been removed from the internet. John's societal vision is that of freedom and virtuosity. However, neither a definition or an explanation of his idea of those qualities is provided in this statement. This is especially important due to Betsy being a part of the presidential administration, but I guess we have to do without. Religious leaders are not economists, and their ministries have nothing to do with economics. So, what economic issues ever rise in any religious ministry that would require economic principles as analytic tools? While entrepreneurs already contribute to the world, why are business people obligated to give of themselves to any community? If the doctrine that Jesus Christ taught to give to the poor also applies to Calvinism, then I get that, if that's what the idea here is. Only if those business people are Calvinists, though, and agree with this obligation. Philosophy applies to economics, but theology does not. This aspect of the mission statement is a big problem. Again though, there's no explanation of what theological economics would mean, so there's nothing to comment on or question. The discrimination is the only thing that comes to my mind. Very strange. Robert Sirico wants religious charities to replace welfare programs, but shouldn't the idea be to solve the problem, not throw money at problems? Why do people only think in terms of money, authority, and war? Yet, these religious people believe this world is screwed up because man isn't following God, while these people can't think outside of those three things? To try suggesting other ideas is to only result in them claiming human nature. Ronald Nash made a strong religious assertion. No explanation as usual, just a baseless claim. The spine of the assertion is the term progress. The definition of that term, or his understood definition, is needed there to determine whether this assertion is actually true, because we can't know if either secular or religious education is progress of American education. The Foundation for Traditional Values is simply another organization that seeks to politically push religion onto everybody. The Constitution specifies religious freedom, not mandatory religious belief, which makes this organization non-constitutional because it's actively causing religious interference through politics. This organization is abusing politics. This organization is also trying to claim that American freedom is based on the influence of faith and family, whatever that even means. This is another case of definition clarity, freedom. Because Betsy DeVos is now in the presidential administration and now controls American education, and has been or still is involved in the following organizations, I will proceed to criticize these organizations in the context that the Constitution only protects religious belief and doesn't mandate religious belief. The Citizens for Traditional Values mission. Preserve the Judeo-Christian embodiment of American freedom. Principle 1. Reliance upon God's providence. If parents don't want their children to be taught about the Lord, forcing those parents to place their children in a school to be taught is unconstitutional. If parents do, that's their business. God also provided free will, so those parents who do force their children into a religion are blaspheming against this Lord. They will be left to answer to this Lord, because God gave the free will so that man will choose to obey God on his own. If the parents don't want their children to go to hell, they need to keep in mind that they're the ones who side with this God, while also being the ones who had those children under their faith in this God, who created hell and the rules. This statement also talks about peace, oppression, and also fear and terror, but doesn't give any context. It then talks about a weapon, and rising against thee in judgment and condemnation. Wouldn't children be terrified and even given nightmares by this teaching? Where's the peace in this? What's strange is, the American founding ideal doesn't mention anything about the weapon, judgment, or condemnation. Principle 2. Human law is from God's law. A few psalms of word salad about the Lord's law being perfect. There is no context or explanation here to comment on or question. If these people want private schools for religious education, maybe they should also have their own court of law for themselves. This means keep their religious-based laws to themselves, if such laws aren't implemented for protection against the harm of others. Principle 3. Religion and morality-based liberty. The roots part only talks about liberty, without context or explanation, then denounces wickedness. What is the correlation between liberty and wickedness or sin? The second part is wrong. Again, the Constitution only protects religious freedom. The Constitution does not exclude other people. This part also claims the impossibility to govern without God or the Bible, yet America is not a theocracy. Aside from the Constitution, we have an economy that requires a lot of laws because many people are mentally ill and dishonest. What does God or the Bible say about various aspects and components of our monetary economy? I've only heard about slavery, other than thou shalt not steal. Principle 4. Man's equality. The first part talks about God's superiority and judgment, rather than man's equality. I guess the idea is supposed to be that every man is subject to equality under God's judgment, not liberty. The Constitution is about man's liberty and happiness, so this principle is contradictory to America's Constitution. I guess these truths are only held to be self-evident that all of man is equal to God's judgment, not liberty. Principle 5. God-given human rights. God creating man in his image is only a statement, true or false. God telling man to be fruitful and multiply, along with having dominion over fish and all other species of life, are more of expectations than rights. Modern society is far more advanced and complex than the Bible, than being fruitful and having dominion anyway. The American founding ideal mentions happiness and liberty, but as usual, no explanations, context, or examples are provided. The previous principle only brought wickedness up, which has nothing to do with liberty. Principle 6. Government authority by consent of the governed. The definition of republic is both the people and their elected representatives having supreme power. The fact that these people are trying to achieve the preservation of these roots and principles means they want the supreme power to push their views onto everybody. This is a big problem. These people are after power. They aren't interested in problem solving. Principle 9. Accept the Sabbath. This is about labor. The Sabbath is to be kept holy, as the Lord did nothing on that day. This means the cabinet, Congress, and all Christian politicians should resign if they want to obey God's laws, as politics should be secular. As for the bills not being returned by the president, I don't know what that means. Principle 10. Church and state separation. So, the Judeo-Christian roots are self-contradictory toward one of its own principles? Sure, this would be freedom. However, the DeVos family and these organizations alike are all trying to achieve a theocracy. Principle 11. Teaching liberty law. Teach the kids to avoid wickedness and sin and humbling themselves to God instead of liberty? How can submission be a law of liberty? Before I continue here, I want to mention a YouTube video I've clicked on, which was in my home feed. This video is from Rationality Rules. He debunks the myth that America was founded upon these Judeo-Christian values. There isn't really anything I could comment on about what he said, although I think I've handled these principles sufficiently. This video link is in my source list. Now, going back to the Citizens for Traditional Values website homepage, the court of law exists to protect that God-given right to life. This site doesn't explain what a free enterprise philosophy of government is. An enterprise is either a business or project, so I'm guessing this organization seeks to promote a government project, obviously about their religious views. I can agree about excessive taxation and regulation. However, Christianity is given special treatment in America, so this request makes no sense. If government schools are insufficient and the government isn't providing educational freedom, it's the responsibility of all parents to demand the government reform public education. What's the point of having a government otherwise? Parental choice of schooling isn't the answer, because they're only running from the government, which is supposed to be serving people. These organizations are clearly using public schools as an excuse to push their religious agenda. They would otherwise force the government to change. Those seceders left Holland in rebellion against the government because it stopped letting them discriminate. Then people separated from the church because of unions and strikes, as they defied the church's authority. Now they're trying to go a major step further by eliminating public schools. Having looked at the principles of the Judeo-Christian roots, not only are they nonsense, but none of them hold any relevance to the Constitution. They also have nothing to do with the constitutional applications. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say the Bible isn't about man, because it's all about God. That's why the only rights are being fruitful and having dominion over the planet. That's God telling people how to survive. God can't do anything with life if it goes extinct on him. Chapter 10 note. The information of the Judeo-Christian roots comes from the blog from the National Center for Constitutional Studies website. I've skipped some of the principles because they had nothing to do with religion. Chapter 11. Mother Jones, conclusion, Amway, Gary Cohen and Peter Navarro. Going back to the Mother Jones page now, after reaching the conclusion that Betsy is trying to use politics to help these organizations achieve an overhaul of the Constitution in their favor, not to refresh America to what the Constitution actually says, but to their own theocratic nationalist vision. Also, now that I'm stepping out of the Judeo-Christian context, I will say that the Republican idea is a bit better to me than a democracy, minus the power aspect. Mainly because that system is about both the people and their elected representatives. It's just the power aspect of it that I don't like, because I think in terms of working together, which is why I'm non-political. Focus on the family. James Dobson's suggestion that students be pulled from public schools is a fascist call, because he's speaking on his own opinion, and not because of some actual harm being caused. He shouldn't even pull his own kids from any public school, if his only complaint is that these schools are godless and immoral. He obviously means they're immoral because they're godless. How exactly does godlessness make them immoral? He also claims the Christian teachers are supporting anti-Christian nonsense, which is the actual nonsense because he's accusing these teachers of disrespecting Christianity just by doing their job. He's also insulting these schools if he has nothing legitimate to back that up with. James makes an even more extreme assertion that Christianity can't be separated from the government. What does he mean by virtually impossible, exactly? He also says the separation would cause unthinkable damage if Christianity is separated from the government. But he provided no explanation. If he's actually saying they just can't be separated, how can damage be caused by the separation if it's impossible? That's also a contradiction. These Christians like to carry on about God's judgment, that it's coming soon. Yet they like trying to impose authority onto other people and even threaten them. Here's a big surprise. James has also fought against same-sex marriage. The DeVos family aims to cripple organized employment by outlawing due payments. These people believe union workers are power-hungry and are thugs. The DeVos and Prince families can tamper with politics as much as they want. The union workers are the criminals, though. Eric Prince. Going all the way back to Joe Rogan's interview with Abby Martin, she has already pointed out how shady Eric is. Abby also mentioned Eric because he's Betsy's brother. I should also say that while Wikipedia isn't 100% reliable, Eric's article does say he met with Donald Jr. I don't understand why Donald Sr. would allow his son to associate with this psychotic loser, but why would Jr. himself want to be associated with him? Eric denies anything to do with the election, also according to this page, so nobody will ever know what actually is the case. Eric was hired by the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi afterwards to assemble an army, United Arab Emirates, an Islamic country. The fact that Eric would work with this Arab prince of an Islamic country indicates that Eric doesn't care much about America being the target of Islamic terrorism. Eric's reason for doing so was obviously because Leon Panetta outed him. This page doesn't say for what, but I'm guessing Eric's meeting with Donald Jr. Searching that information up on Google, Eric, finally, admits to the Trump Tower meeting, which also involved a Saudi emissary. The Crown Princes were interested in this meeting because they wanted Donald Trump to win the election. Why these princes are interested in the election is the question. Eric obviously wanted revenge against the CIA, and somehow believed his outing justified him to become a traitor to the United States. This army isn't going to attack America, only that Eric helped that country. All I can say about Amway is, it's obviously a business front to their religious agenda, shared by these religious organizations. I'm certain everybody realizes that, though. Calvinism, Christianity. I've decided to learn about this for two reasons. One, reading about Betsy is only the second or third time I've heard about this reformed sect of Christianity. And two, I've been listening to Matt Dillahunty of the Atheist Experience on YouTube a lot lately. I tend to go back and forth on YouTube a lot. Matt explained that Calvinism is the belief that God decides who is saved. This Wikipedia page is very long, however, I think only reading the predestination part will suffice because the rest of the information is pointless if God is pulling the strings. This means that even believing God exists is pointless, let alone reading the Holy Scripture. Side 10 Bruggencotty believes we are predestined with free choice, which makes no sense in the context of Calvinism. Even if Side 10 means the free choice is the predestination, that's still nonsense because choice isn't a destination. Only the options would be the destination, but we don't have options if God is the one who makes the choice. God has the options, not us. If we are predestined, we have no choice in the destiny because God has determined our destiny, either for us or against us. Side 10 also suggests God is controlling people's choices. That means God has the freedom of choice, not us. That's not even the problem though, because God isn't even proven to exist. The problem is that Sai and other people believe and agree with this, and actively push this religious ideal. Betsy's belief in Calvinism defeats her whole purpose in supporting private schooling because God has already determined everybody's eternal fate. Education will not change anybody's predestined fate. Anybody who identifies as Calvinist is even more sick than regular Christians, even Sunni Muslims, because they approve of God condemning people without even a chance to repent. Betsy DeVos is a part of the president's administration now. Think about that. People were surprised that there was no economic advisor for Donald's cabinet as he announced it, which is the main context of this. Many believe Donald is only there to cater to his wealthy friends, but I'll ignore that and go ahead and do my thing. It's only fair. I say that because MarketWatch says Donald will be relying on Gary Cohn, the Goldman Sachs president, but also Peter Navarro for economic advisory instead. I've searched information about Peter's wealth up, and Investopedia.com says Peter is wealthy, so I'm going to read what these two are all about. I don't understand what exactly Goldman Sachs has done with the Greek government, but the headline of CNBC's article states that they've covered Greece's debt up, while the debt crisis intensified. Goldman Sachs only masked loans taken by the Greek government, which is not a valid economic solution. Proper economics practices would figure out how to manage debt so that debt never becomes excessive. Obscuring these debts also doesn't get to the bottom of why Greece became so heavily in debt. This action can hardly be considered economics, even if it is effective, because the idea is to maintain the finances, keep the economy stable. Wikipedia doesn't provide any details about Gary's economic efforts or education, while Goldman Sachs assisting Greece is nothing. I would conclude that Donald's reliance on him is because he is a wealthy investment banker, which means that I agree with Donald's critics. The president of a nation should be focused on qualifications and skills, and not either the social or financial status of anybody. Peter Navarro, on the other hand, is both educated and was an economics professor. Peter is also an author. He has written about both economics and trade. I've spoken too soon. Peter advocates both isolationism and protectionism. If America keeps itself distant from international affairs, other world leaders will be left alone to wreak havoc. There is no avoiding conflict in this world where so many people are insane or just ignorant. If Peter was only an average guy, I could pass him off as simply naive. But no, he's directly affiliated with the American president. I don't see how unilateralism is the proper way either, unless the opponent is a problem and can't be reasoned with. The opponent obviously needs to be eliminated for the safety of all affected parties. Protectionism is another example of the government putting a price tag on problems caused by other people instead of investigating the problems to find out who's guilty of what and why. Tariffs in this case. While tariffs won't stop people from being unprofessional or unethical, or to cut corners to save a buck, illegal or not, tariffs will only put more money in the US government's pocket. This actually makes tariffs no different than the actions that caused the government to impose those tariffs. Is solving the problem too much work or too complicated? That would be potential jobs, right? This means Peter has the wrong idea for both foreign policy and trade so far. There were two things going on during Donald's election campaign. Peter accused the Tax Policy Center of analytical and political malfeasance, when he was told that Donald's economic plan would reduce federal revenues by the trillions, while Simon Johnson criticized Peter and Wilbur Ross's collaborated economic plan as out of this world, being so unrealistic. Why is the nation's president looking past these problems? Having seen the title of Peter's book on Wikipedia, and now reading on Vox that Peter has strongly influenced Donald's negative opinion of China's trade, and also fought hard for tariffs on China's steel, as I searched verification of Peter's Wikipedia information, I would have to read his book to understand what his problem with China is, so I can't say anything about it. The economic plan both Peter and Wilbur came up with was criticized as being severely unrealistic, so that doesn't help. I guess Donald has no comment about Goldman Sachs masking Greece's loans to help them with their overwhelming debt, or Peter's economic plan. America First. I searched this on Google, looking for Peter's involvement. I've found an article about Donald's inauguration speech, so I'll comment on that first. The whole idea is obviously to put America first, but when was patriotism ever lacking in America? Donald's slogan is, "Make America Great Again." So, was the problem that America stopped being top priority at some point? Why does Donald focus so much on Israel if he's putting America first? Donald also claims to not be an isolationist, which doesn't explain why he insists on strictly domestic materials and equipment, along with workers. The pipeline comes to mind reading this. Listening to his inauguration speech a second time, Donald points out that Washington has financially swept the floor at the expense of Americans, and that Donald assures everybody that the people will get their power back. Yet, Donald has appointed 4 wealthy cabinet members that I've covered so far, one of those having actually bought her position. My question to the people is, why didn't they ever stand up to this government's nonsense and take action against it? They instead wait until somebody starts running for president to hope that the candidate pulls through for them. Donald promises power to the people, but only they can give themselves that power. Everything socially and economically wrong with America is self-inflicted because nobody is taking responsibility and making the necessary efforts to get the problems solved, to achieve the necessary changes that will allow any forward movement. This article from The Atlantic states that Steve Bannon co-wrote Donald's speech, despite Donald insisting that only he write it, as he also felt the need to show everybody through social media. Remembering my research of Steve not providing clarity of him, but he really is white nationalist and Breitbart does push alt-right propaganda, this speech is a problem. The American voters and taxpayers are angry about corporations, Wall Street and the wealthy being given special treatment. How many people actually do research to even suspect America First actually refers to anti-Semitism from World War II? Reading about the America First Committee on Wikipedia, focusing on the anti-Semitism accusation against it. While Peter Navarro stands by this ideal, the first Wikipedia paragraph explains that the committee started off against the war, but then became corrupted with the anti-Semitism and fascism. Wikipedia talks about Charles Lindbergh, who was admired by Germany, but was sympathetic to the Jews' persecution, while he also tried to foil the propaganda being spread by the British, Roosevelt, and American Jews. Wikipedia then explains the communists attempted to take the committee over, but then denounced this committee as Nazism. I'm confused by this article, so I can't comment on it, while I have too many questions. I clicked on a Vox article, asking Google if this "now" slogan is anti-Semitic, and Sarah Churchwell explained that America First actually started before the First World War. She also explained that the Ku Klux Klan corrupted it, which is how it became anti-immigration and fascist. The problem is, she then mentioned Charles Lindbergh popularized it. I really don't know. All I can say is, if Peter Navarro is an America First advocate, and if it is in fact xenophobic and fascist, he has no business being in politics. He's clearly also not an economist. Chapter 12. Donald's Letter to China. Jeff Sessions' confirmation. The travel ban. Donald sent a letter to China, as he was expected to reach out to the country for a long time. NBC News mentioned a delay, so Donald was supposed to get in touch with China. What doesn't make sense to me about this is why he was expected to. Donald has badly condemned China on trade, security, and territorial ambition. He has also violated decades-old diplomatic protocol. Reading Reuters' article, Donald's letter was both a thank you in response to Xi Jinping congratulating Donald on his inauguration, also a holiday greeting toward China. A statement from Liu Kang, however, makes the China and United States governments sound like mafia families, saying things like non-confrontational and mutual respect. Diplomatic sources were worried about a phone call going wrong, but how is that a valid reason to hold back? What's to be embarrassed about? This is actually irresponsible, because if a phone call was politically important, then holding back because of paranoia of embarrassment is unprofessional, which is also an embarrassment on its own. If something goes wrong due to Donald's unpredictability, that's on Donald, not China. If anybody holds Donald's nonsense against China for failing to respond properly to whatever Donald does that's contradictory, or whatever the case would have been, they're wrong, not China. Unless China actually is guilty of everything Donald has accused that country of, and China is simply making excuses for itself. This is all silliness. Why can't the FBI go investigate China, instead of beating around the damn bush, with Xi and Donald both behaving like a mafia boss? Racism claims from his past have challenged Jeff Sessions during his confirmation, which made this confirmation more of a trial. Before I read the article from the embedded link on BBC's page, I've searched Jeff's involvement with Michael Donald's murder, and found the story from The Atlantic, claiming to be the real story. What I got from this story was that Barry Kowalski's side was that Jeff was very supportive and helpful. Details were that Jeff played a supervisory role. He let them, I'm assuming Tom Figures and James Bodman, use his office to interview Klan members, and he also asked them what they needed. Barry's side was supported by Chris Galanos, who said he and Jeff were the ones who got this murder case reopened. Thomas Figures' side of the story was that Jeff tried to discourage Thomas from investigating, and to move on with other things, saying this case was pointless. This makes the story useless because I can't know who was telling the truth. This is about the claims of Jeff's racism anyway, not guilt of murder. Jeff Sessions dogged by controversy. The embedded link is actually what are the racism claims, but this BBC page is about the controversies that are dogging Jeff. I'll proceed regardless. Jeff Sessions was also in contact with Sergei Kislyak, as was Michael Flynn. Donald either was somehow unaware of such interactions of his appointees, or he doesn't care that they were in contact with Sergey. He also doesn't seem to care about their lying. I've already read the Michael Donald story, but this claim that Jeff called the black assistant boy and told him to be careful how he spoke to white folks also falls into the his word versus their word category, which I can't do anything with. People really need to stop making claims they can't back up. If somebody has seen bad behavior or heard words said, keep an eye on such people with a phone or something, ready to record. When somebody in question is called out, that makes them aware that they've been caught. The more they're called out is the more careful they're going to be, which makes it important for people to not take the shot until they know they can nail somebody. People are otherwise only making themselves look bad, and then get laughed at by the ones they're trying to expose. Questioning these people is a good alternative. It's better than waiting around to catch the person in the act. Whoever claimed that Jeff labeled the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People as un-American could have asked him how it is. If Jeff was to deny saying that, ask him what he did say. Then leave it alone, but keep an eye on him. Such people may never be caught making racist comments, whatever the case may be, but Jeff is a politician, so most of what he says and does will be documented and recorded. What's even worse is, Elizabeth Warren was censored from reading an article of criticism. I've read what this Rule 19 is, and while I don't fully understand what the term unbecoming means, I would say the Republicans stopped Elizabeth from reading that letter from Loretta Scott King because they know that letter is legitimate, judging by how quickly they reacted, even if Elizabeth actually was in violation of that rule. Nobody stopped Elizabeth from reading this letter on Facebook, though, and she wasn't fired or anything, so that part of this doesn't make sense either. The final point here is, Jeff's supporters deny he is a racist. The thing is, that's the reverse of people making claims against Jeff without evidence to back their claims. The proper way to deal with claims is to ask for evidence or simply reject the claim, not say they're wrong. Immigration is the next controversy on this page. While Jeff backs Donald's wall proposal, Jeff supports limited legal immigration and also fights immigration battles. I still say the fighting is the error. Fighting these battles isn't changing any immigrant's mind. It's only causing rebellion and racism accusations. I don't know all of the reasons for immigration. However, my speculations are that America is an opportunist country and does offer a lot, but also because people leave their country because of problems they have there, be it personal or family, social, economic, political. These reasons need to be looked at. This doesn't mean that America solely carries the burden. Any capable country can help these immigrants get what they want or need. They can also help the countries improve, so that people won't migrate. It's called working together. The final point of this controversy. I've never heard the statement, immigrants with elite skills are part of the innovation process. Jeff believes this is bullshit. But how can it be? Jeff isn't an entrepreneur. How could he know? How does somebody being an immigrant mean their elite skills are not innovative? Continuing on, Jeff Sessions is also homophobic. Big surprise there. He claims the allowance of same-sex marriage is a forced effort of intimidation to secularize. So my questions are, how is allowance a form of force, and how is secularization a bad thing? Is the Constitution not about liberty and happiness? If these Republicans don't like homosexuality, they should leave America. What's strange is, Jeff dubbed the secularization decision as force and intimidation. But then I read here on BBC's article that Jeff then testified to follow the law of the land on gay rights. So, he first made his forced to secularize comment after the Supreme Court made gay marriage nationally illegal. He then said on Tuesday's hearing that he will follow the law of the land. Does that mean he accepts gay marriage as legal? What about his secularization comment? If so, as confusing as this guy is, I wonder what caused Jeff's change of heart. I'll ignore Jeff's fight against the LGBT Alabama meeting back in 1996 because that was over 20 years ago. But this BBC article also says Jeff promised to prosecute school administrators for promoting actions that are prohibited by the sodomy and sexual misconduct laws. Why are university administrators promoting such actions? Sexuality should be consensual and legal age based. Therefore, this law is unconstitutional. I will fault Jeff for selectively focusing on this, but I have to say that this is strange. I'm not sure exactly what misconduct means within the context of this law, so I can't comment on it. Terrorism is a big problem, and it goes beyond common criminal behaviors because the agreement with Allah and the desire for killing infidels is rooted in religious belief, brainwashed or insane. The suspects are still human beings, therefore they have the right to trial. Jeff is actually contradicting them being suspects because he's suggesting they're guilty by association, or whatever reason for the suspicion. If the person didn't commit an act of terrorism, the person is not guilty. Jeff doesn't realize he's fallaciously eliminating the suspicion margin by revoking their right to trial. Jeff also appraises this prison for being a safe place for inmates, saying it keeps them marvelously well, whatever that's supposed to mean. I've clarified in the preface that I agree with psychological evaluations for gun ownership. Jeff, however, has voted against background checks at gun shows, while he promised a crackdown on gun violence and gun usage in crimes. Wouldn't background checks cut down on both gun violence and gun crimes? Does Jeff want the criminals to have the guns so he knows who the criminals are to prosecute them? What is it with this guy? Now to see what horrors the Wikipedia page has in store. The immigrants segment says Jeff is opposed to both legal and illegal immigration. Jeff opposes all of these acts and makes the statement that the pathway to citizenship does this and that to the economy and society. But what is his solution? So, skills are a requirement for people from the Dominican Republic to come to the United States? Jeff was a politician. What were his skills? I would say Jeff has nothing to offer America, going by everything I've read about him. Since when has America been about immigrants benefiting the country? Also, since when was an immigrant's likelihood of achieving success the standard to become a citizen? Jeff actually tried to send a domestic abuse victim back to El Salvador. A judge had to intervene to demand that plane be turned around. Jeff criticized an anti-war protest of not representing America's freedom or liberty. So, describe America's freedom and liberty ideals, Jeff. The social issues segment is rich with Jeff's insanity. He voted against the Matthew Shepard Act because he seemingly approves violence against both sexual orientation and gender identity. So, how does adding such acts of violence cheapen the civil rights movement, Jeff? He said this, quote, has been said. By whom, Jeff? And why do you agree? The DEA. Jeff isn't even in favor of marijuana for medical use, while also a fanatic of this agency. His opposition of weed is probably why. Jeff likes his fascism. Jeff was heartbroken when Barack stated that weed isn't as dangerous as alcohol. So, Jeff, can you prove that weed is more dangerous, as you obviously want it to be? Executive Order 13762, providing an order of succession within the Department of Justice. Donald issued this order to reverse Barack's, which Barack signed before he left office. Wikipedia says this order reverses the changes from Barack's order. This page also mentions the travel ban lawsuits in the background part. Is that suggesting this order was intended to also get around those lawsuits? Donald is seemingly clueless about both the Supreme Court's power and role in this country, as he argues this court has no place to act against his travel ban. Donald continues to angrily protest as he insists on yelling about the nation's security, while he just doesn't want to calm down and think things over. He's been told that his executive order of the travel ban is unconstitutional. He's been explained why it is, but he just refuses to see what he can do to modify the order. My question is, how could Donald not know what the Constitution says? Or is it that Donald doesn't care? He's wasting his time and making himself look like such an ass, as he keeps demanding his travel ban to be reinstated, and now threatening to take James Robart to court over this, instead of thinking this over and figuring out a proper solution. He also keeps assuring America that he's going to have radical Islamic terrorism eradicated in his speeches. So, what's his point with this travel ban nonsense then? Donald also doesn't seem to care that his order caused many people to become stranded at airports because their visas were immediately cancelled. Donald didn't even know enough to make sure everybody was back in their home country first. While California Democrat Karen Bass condemned this ban as bigotry and illegal, Arkansas Republican Tom Cotton sycophantically backed Donald, saying the courts shouldn't second-guess the president. I say sycophantically because Tom didn't give any explanation why this travel ban should be reinstated. Never mind that this ban is unconstitutional. Tom's attitude seems to be to just let the president do whatever he wants. Tom then insulted the Ninth Circuit Court as being backward because it's left-wing, without explaining why this ruling is wrong or providing any examples of past rulings, let alone explaining why they're backwards. Something else is mentioned in this article from the New York Times that I must have missed when I read the executive order. Names were mentioned on it. The government didn't prove any of them to be guilty of terrorism. There's a quote later in this article about the public having a strong interest in both national security along with freedom to travel, making the public sound like they want it both ways. Yes, national security is always important. However, I've said this earlier, and I will reiterate that if Donald's intent is only to temporarily bend the Constitution for the sake of this extreme emergency of radical terrorism, I say this should be acceptable because that context is not racism. Donald would then only be saying, sorry, but we must keep all of you Muslims out of our country until we eliminate all of the terrorist Muslims who want to kill all of whom your holy book condemns as infidels. Donald hasn't made any such comment, though. Chapter 13. One China Policy. Rex Tillerson's Economics Approach. Donald and Justin's Press Conference. One China Policy. I'm only getting started researching this policy, getting into its background, and there are already 3 layers to it that I had to read about. 1. The Treaty of San Francisco, and the Allied power in conflict with the Axis powers. The whole thing started off as different rulers for about 200 years, dating back to the 1600s. 2. When World War II started between the United Nations, the Allied power, and Axis powers. 3. San Francisco being strangely where the treaty was signed by 49 nations. The war erupted in 1949. Which makes this now a power struggle, which is just political nonsense because politics is nothing but a power play. The People's Republic of China took over in 1971. All nations who seek diplomatic relations are now obligated to recognize the People's Republic of the Representative, which I have to half agree with Donald about not wanting to honor this stupidity. I don't know what Donald's reasoning was for not previously honoring this, but I'm non-political. I see everything political as social and economic backwardness because it's a mafiatic power play. I don't understand how Donald is above the People's Republic to have the audacity to not honor them. Breaking this down, here we are with an egomaniacal country that puts itself before the politics of the rest of the world. and a president who refuses to honor that country so that political issues can be discussed. I don't see how these issues will be solved, however, given the mentality of both China and Donald. I don't even care that Donald finally got off his political high horse. This is still silly. Rex Tillerson had a meeting with Federica Mogherini on February 9th of 2017 about Russia and the Iran nuclear deal. I find it odd that either the president or one of his officials have personal meetings over serious issues, nuclear weapons in this case. Shouldn't an extremity, such as strategies to stop extreme warfare, be discussed as an emergency among all world leaders all together in one room? Instead of leaders or representatives from other countries casually meeting in the White House? These people spend the money and take the time to go to America from thousands of miles just to discuss issues for a few hours, instead of simply talking on the phone. The details of Tom Price's confirmation first mentions that Tom told lawmakers that Obamacare would be replaced piece by piece, but then it goes right into an accusation of insider trading, which Tom denies. Shouldn't evidence be prepared before accusations are made? Tom said his broker manages his investment portfolio. Shouldn't that information be known if his insider trading activity relates to this position of secretary? Clicking on an embedded link, this next article mentions a medical device company, so the accusation is related. So here we have yet another case of conflict of one's word against the other's, which is something I'd expect senators and presidential appointees to be above. Why wasn't an investigation done before Donald even nominated Tom Price? Chuck Schumer called Tom out for filling the swamp, while Tom says he wants to drain the swamp. Yet, the government doesn't seem to have its act together because the accusation was brought to light during the confirmation hearing, let alone Donald nominating him. The final paragraph of the CBS News article says the Wall Street Journal reported Tom's trading back in December. So, I don't understand why this wasn't dealt with then. However, this article doesn't mention anything about Tom's denial of insider trading, so I have no further comments or questions. I can only conclude this accusation to be another irresponsible matter of somebody's word versus another's. This is taking place at the height of American politics, ladies and gentlemen. No better than any of you, regular people. Rex Tillerson was appraised for bringing economics back to being America's form of world communication. The question is, however, why did economics ever stop being that world communication? The first problem I have here is oil and natural gas being markets, when the actual concern is finding an alternative source of energy. If Rex was pragmatic, as Forbes mentions that Rex is influenced by George Shultz and James Baker, he would be focused on energy alternatives instead of marketing. This isn't even about economics, but the environment. Maybe Rex is the right guy for the job, but the job is the problem. I would say Donald has his priorities mixed up, but the environment isn't even his priority. Climate change is also brought up, but Donald denies this phenomenon. I don't understand how Rex is going to apply an economic approach to world dealings if climate change is adding problems. Do the other world leaders understand climate change and accept the reality of it? How will they communicate with Donald if they do? Does Rex also deny climate change? How is Rex himself going to pragmatically deal with climate change if he also denies it? Climate change being acknowledged here, but not when it came to the pipeline, is also strange. I guess the marketplace can't ignore climate change because it adds challenges. This isn't and shouldn't be a matter of marketing, but finding and using an environmentally friendly source of energy. It will become a matter of economics after a plausible alternative is settled upon. Leslie Gelb analyzed that the U.S. will have difficulty changing foreign policy to economics. Shouldn't every country deal with every issue according to the issue's category? Military is defense. trade is economics? Common sense. Climate change is environmental, not either political or economic. Marketing the energy that contributes to environmental problems should be illegal. I've watched the entire series of The Sopranos, which involved both a New Jersey crime family and one based in New York. What sometimes happened on this show is a sit-down. They would also have meetings. Reading Radio Free Europe's page about Rex Tillerson's meeting with Mikhail Genelids, Donald's desire for closer ties with Moscow while Georgia is in conflict with Russia reminds me of The Sopranos because the world of politics is constant conflict, because there's always some country causing a problem for another. So, Rex has offered Mikhail full support in their conflict against Russia, while Donald wants closer ties with Russia? Aboard Air Force One, Donald has announced his plan to revise the travel ban. I'll give him half kudos for partially admitting his error, as the idea is to exclusivize the ban to specific people. I still don't understand why Donald thinks banning anybody is the solution. If Donald knew of specific people being terrorists or even bad enough criminals, why bother banning everybody from those 7 countries? This Reuters page also points out that Donald's critics will declare victory. And I'll come to Donald's defense. This is wrong. This isn't about winning, but doing what's best for America, and figuring out how to solve America's economic problems. I've said multiple times myself that Donald is stubborn, which is unacceptable on a national presidential level, but I'm not interested in rubbing anybody's nose in it for anything. This makes me curious what caused Donald to change his mind, as I remember he threatened to take matters to court, he was so angry. The power of women is emphasized by Donald in a joint press conference with Justin Trudeau. After a meeting with a group of women business leaders about the power of women doing everything better than anybody else. But shouldn't their power be self-demonstrative? Who was ever skeptical about women's capability? The irony is, Donald is sexist, and has exhibited this to the world many times. Donald is obviously singling the women in that meeting out because they're business leaders. Donald explained that this meeting was about, quote, how to secure everything that we know the full power of women and can do better than anybody else. This made no sense. The video of Donald's speech at this conference had over 800 comments, so I don't know if anybody else questioned this. A video is in my YouTube feed today, which the uploader integrated a small clip of Donald shutting a female challenger down, declaring that women will receive equal pay when they start doing as good a job as men. Aside from this exposure of Donald, why does Donald feel this way about women? What evidence does he have that women in general are less capable than men? Of course, having generalized women in his speech, that would include successful women. Are all men more capable than all women? Obviously Donald is being dishonest in his favoritism toward those women in that meeting, but how can this transparency not be noticeable to his supporters? I doubt this YouTuber uploader will grant me permission because he favors Donald, so I've found another source to include on my source list. Donald shut the challenger down during his election campaign, and this conference took place in February of 2017. As for the infrastructure, how exactly is the infrastructure causing such economic problems? Why isn't the infrastructure being maintained regularly? After pointless words about the Canadian and American relationship, reliance, and dependency, Justin mentions getting a good job, feeding their family, and enjoying a vacation every so often. I hope Justin is only meaning that low level of human existence as the economic bare minimum. I've already given my commentary on energy, so as for infrastructure, I don't have anything to say about that specifically. Other than the alternative energy source we should be using instead might require a different infrastructure, or none at all. A pipeline is used for both oil and natural gas distribution, while solar panels are built and transported to stores, and wind turbines are built on open land, not sold to anybody and not distributed. Then there's this comment made by Justin that America will be protected from opioids. Looking up what opioids are, they are pain reliever medications. So, this is probably the only part of this conference that I agree with. Michael Flynn resigned on February 13th, and I want to say here that I'd like to ask him some personal questions if I was able to. I'd like to know why he wanted to do business with the Russian ambassador, knowing Russia is beyond shady. Michael obviously knew he was wrong to, as he lied about it. The rest of my questions would depend on his answers, obviously. Never mind that, actually. He lied to his fellow government officials. Why the fuck would he be honest with me? Of course, my questions are about connecting the dots with even dishonest answers, to shut people down even on their false premises. Another Goldman Sachs guy is confirmed. Steve Mnuchin is now the Treasury Secretary. Republicans praised Steve for his experience, but they couldn't find anybody who isn't wealthy? I can understand Steve being confirmed for this position, but Donald only nominates wealthy people. The question is Steve honest and does he have integrity? I've read comments and have heard people criticize Goldman Sachs, Wall Street, over the years. That's all I can really say. Chuck Schumer criticized Donald for hiring these Wall Street guys, despite his opposition to Wall Street during his campaign. What does that tell you, Chuck? Donald's critics are obviously right by calling him out for becoming president just so he can use the presidency to benefit his wealthy friends. Another question is, why don't Donald supporters care that Donald broke his promise there? Pulling through with his promises is what people like about Donald, after all. Donald was definitely giving Michael Flynn special treatment, as he was briefed by James Comey on counterterrorism. Looking past Michael's dishonesty about his talks with Sergey, Donald begged James to just let Michael go, claiming he's a good guy. It's too bad Donald didn't feel the same way about Sally Yates. The New York Times provides more details of Donald's private talk with James. Donald repeated that Michael is a good guy and did nothing wrong by talking to Sergey. Donald also understands that Michael misled Mike Pence. So, if Michael is still a good guy, despite misleading government officials, what would make him a bad guy? My criticism of James is that he didn't think to clarify to Donald that Michael's affiliation with Sergey isn't necessarily the problem. The actual problem being Michael misleading both the FBI and Mike. Also, to ask Donald what would make Michael a bad guy if dishonesty is fine by Donald's standards. Chapter 13 Note: the small bit of information I found about James Comey's private talk with Donald is on page 14 of the PDF document. The link for it is listed in my source list. Chapter 14 Linda McMahon confirmation. Donald and Chris Christie discuss opioid abuse. Donald and Ben's press conference. I'm not about discrimination, although Donald is obviously all about nominating wealthy people into his cabinet, as Linda McMahon is next up in confirmation. People have criticized the current political zeitgeist of being comprised of a lot of celebrities, Jesse Ventura and Arnold Schwarzenegger for a few examples. So, to cut Linda down because she worked for World Wrestling Entertainment would be unfair. I'm also certain Donald has chosen Linda because both she and Vince are a success, which Donald admires. This is a problem because success doesn't involve honesty and ethics very often. Maybe Linda is best suited for the position of small business administration administrator. She employed over 800 workers, according to Roll Call. Is this achievement relevant to this political role? Linda has an organization called Women's Leadership Live on her resume, which suggests entrepreneurial women need a voice and an outlet to share their risk and success stories, which this mission statement specifies. Do women really need identification and empowerment? The wage gap is the only economic problem I keep hearing about. Jim Risch said you had two Democrats, both of whom had run against her and she had run against them, stand up and endorse her, and I think obviously that makes a difference. What does this mean? Regarding this page from Roll Call, it sounds like everybody was kissing Linda's ass. What is this, high school? Chris Murphy talked about how Linda stood out from other nominees for the reason of those other nominees sabotaging their own agency. Linda is newly confirmed to her agency, so what is that assessment based on? Along with her wealth not being an issue, unlike Betsy DeVos and Steve Mnuchin, because of Linda's business experience. Chris Coons praised Linda for her goals. So, is Linda really everything she's being praised for? Or are they giving her the VIP treatment for some devious reason? Donald has met with Chris Christie to discuss combating opioids, which aren't drugs like cocaine or heroin, but people still want. The difference with opioids is that they're in painkillers, which people usually only become addicted to from prescriptions. There would be nothing to discuss if they knew what they were doing. Politics is about authority, though, not social or economic analysis, and solving problems upon detection or identification. Reading on, this North Jersey page, yes, Chris's answer to opioid abuse is legislation. I've continued reading to see what he meant by legislation. Does he mean to just make laws and throw everybody in prison? Chris said the key word, treatment, which stopped the frustration from recurring in me. Good, this means Chris has some level of understanding that addiction is a disorder. This is how it works, Chris. People choose to do a drug for whatever reason, even if somebody simply let the person try a drug. They enjoy the drug's effect and want another fix. That fix keeps reoccurring, which builds an addiction up. Then they need help to end the addiction. If you want to deal with this opioid crisis, approach it right. Never mind this idea of combating it. That's bullshit. $1 million is the budget, which Chris plans to spend on ads to promote a new hotline and a website. Helping people end their addiction is only half the battle. The other half is eliminating the reasons why everybody wants the drugs. If all of the reasons people want the drugs are gone, nobody will even think about them anymore. As for these opioids, being painkiller-based, prescription, I really don't know. I would say Michael Flynn was unreliable, but that's not a strong enough word to describe his irresponsible behavior, as he was interested in business with Russia that would have been traitorous to America. His nonsense has now costed Ben Netanyahu an ally against Iran. This is world politics, not some job that a few employees are screwing around at. I would also say Michael not only let Donald down, but he also made him look bad. Being his associate in the White House and also his close friend, however, Donald hasn't been doing much to make himself look very good either. Donald has signed legislation to cancel a Securities and Exchange Commission regulation out that he believes is harmful to government regulations. The New York Times specifically mentions oil, gas, and mining companies, that this regulation would obligate these companies to disclose financial information. Why shouldn't any company be expected to provide all necessary information? The government needs this information for both reasons of keeping track of the companies and obviously legal stuff. Payments to foreign governments should be an exclusion. Such payments still involve the government of those companies. In fact, disclosure of payments to foreign governments are even more important, because that's a third party. Am I reading this right? Hill Republicans want to allow waste dumping into water supplies, unrestricted methane, and to let federal contractors do what they want? Referring to the comments for possible insight, none of them said anything about dumping waste, the methane, or the federal contractors, so the comments were of no help. My way of dealing with such insanity is to question it, because I value the reasons behind ideas and behaviors. Not just the politicians, but also their supporters. Why do the politicians want to commit such crimes against both the planet and people? And why do people support these psychotic politicians? Maybe both the people and the politicians alike share an ulterior motive and are willing to make such sacrifices to achieve something that's also criminal. If they were trying to achieve something honest and legitimate, they would be honest about that motive. They would also try to figure another way out to achieve that goal. Jack Girard claims information disclosure will cause competition disadvantages. He didn't explain how, though. Jack only added, particularly objectionable. Even if Jack is right, how do competition disadvantages justify environmental damage or screwing people over? Donald spent the first few minutes of his press conference with Ben Netanyahu, praising him and Israel for being tough against oppression, their ability to persevere against hostility, etc., which is good. Donald doesn't make any valid points, though. He criticized United Nations for being severely unfair to Israel, but he didn't explain how the United Nations was so. He only mentioned boycotts targeting Israel. He tells America about how committed his administration is to working with Israel, something which we already know, because Donald has already went ahead with the settlement homes. And then the decision of either the one or two state solution to try achieving peace. I've said it already, and I'll reiterate here. The government's weakness is that it only knows authority, war, and taxes when it comes to dealing with psychosis and economic problems. Donald assured America that his administration has implemented sanctions against Iran, when the problem of Iran's desire to make a nuclear weapon still remains. America values human life? America values money far more than life. The regulation reversal of the Securities and Exchange Commission, using this as an example because I've just covered it, shows that Donald's administration prioritizes business competition over both the environment and people. While America is also socially divided in so many ways over so many things, to the extreme of violence at times. If America valued life, people would work together. They would also get these psycho politicians out of politics. People wouldn't blame each other for their problems. They would also never put God before anybody. Being the creator doesn't justify God expecting his creation to put his will over their own, or expect his creation to put him before anybody, and make them shun people who don't accept Jesus. The questions. How is the media supposed to treat a man serving in the country's administration after having lied about business interactions with a country that's known for its political and economic crimes against the rest of the world, as the US has 72 sanctions imposed on Russia? Calling the media fake instead of explaining why he thinks Michael was unfairly treated is a red flag. Maybe Donald should call for a press conference about that and explain himself. Explain to America why he still respects and trusts a traitorous government official. Donald is also taking Michael's mistreatment personally, and this isn't about him. This is another red flag. As for illegally leaked papers, I haven't heard of these papers until now, and I've done a fair amount of research on Michael Flynn. I agree with this. If this is illegal, it's illegal. Even though Michael is a liar and should have been fired. How often has Donald been fair? Donald answered Town Hall Katie, saying the Palestinians need to stop the hate that they've been taught. The process would require questioning them about what they've learned. Indoctrination is different from personal experience. The Palestinians were taught the hate, making it non-organic contempt. I don't think Donald understands this. After listening to this conference, I've concluded it to be pointless and a waste of time, other than the detailed answers Ben gave. Donald only spoke emotionally about Israel. He made a few stupid comments and no valid points. I don't know if either the Israelis or the Palestinians were there first, but If the Israelis were, the Palestinians now should just accept that their elders lost the war, and just suck it up and go find somewhere else to live. Stop giving Israel a hard time, which is causing the American government unnecessary interference. These Palestinians are holding Israel back and making America waste its time and energy by dealing with their nonsense. If the Palestinians were there first, that civil war shouldn't have happened. It did though. And the Palestinians who fought that war lost it. Just accept that loss and move on. This would mean Israel is cowardly for needing this American alliance against them, hiding behind America. Donald defending I would have more respect for the Palestinians if they would just move on. Being a better man doesn't always mean prosperity. Andrew Puzder has recently revealed that he didn't pay the taxes of his illegal immigrant worker. He has also had many issues as a fast food executive, yet he's somehow been selected by Donald for the Secretary of Labor. Politico also talks about his ex-wife accusing Andrew of abuse, including a video on this page from 1990. This has nothing to do with politics or labor, so I don't understand what Politico's point is, even if this is true. Sherrod Brown said the American people want faithful cabinet members to Donald's promise of putting American workers first. But what doesn't make sense is how Andrew was selected by Donald to begin with. Andrew only just revealed not paying those taxes, so what did Donald know about him? Donald has said that he admires success. However, having enough fast food issues to fill a book doesn't mean success. I'll also add that I don't understand how Andrew can withdraw after not receiving enough congressional votes for confirmation. Julia Horowitz wrote in her CNN Money article that this guy is anti-government regulation, along with the $15 minimum wage and the Affordable Care Act. I know that conservatives seek to minimize government and that Donald despises the ACA. Referring to Wikipedia for some additional insight. Things started making sense as soon as I read that Andrew is a pro-life lawyer. In fact, he's active in a group called Lawyers for Life. Republicans and their fascism. His own workers were the first to go against this guy because he has a reputation for ripping his workers off and disrespecting them. Isn't Donald all about the American workers? I have seen this Hardee's ad, which Julia has mentioned, and while I'm not offended by anything like this, Donald has a reputation for sexism and denouncing the ladies. I don't know if I'd say this ad is a problem, but it's definitely something that would appeal to Donald. So, Andrew is both wealthy and pro-life, the two things Mr. Trump values the most. Helping women and children is great. However, I've already thoroughly covered the pro-life movement. Wikipedia also talks about his ex-wife's abuse allegation, but that's irrelevant. Wikipedia gives a different explanation than Politico, though. Andrew has helped Carl Karcher resolve his finances without facing bankruptcy, along with turning Hardee's restaurant around from its $700 million debt, while Politico said there were issues. This isn't about Andrew, though, and I now understand Donald's appeal to Andrew. That's all I needed. Wikipedia and Politico provide different information about Andrew Puzder, so I don't know what's really on Andrew's resume. He was denied confirmation for the Secretary of Labor role, and Alexander Acosta was immediately nominated after Andrew withdrew. My question is why Donald didn't go with Alexander first, as he seems to have a decent reputation. It looks like Alexander's appointment was also a catalyst for a better process for cabinet nominations, because Andrews wasn't vetted properly. This was also due to the shadiness of Michael Flynn, along with Betsy DeVos buying her way in. A vote that required Mike Pence to break the tie, which he gladly did. Why was the process ever anything other or less than what it should be? We're talking about the country's presidential cabinet here. Some more nominational conflict. With the swearing in of Mick Mulvaney into the Office of Management and Budget. Mick subscribes to the fiscal conservative philosophy. My perspective on this is the government should get what it needs to spend. My perspective on this isn't authoritarian, but based on needs. To call for low taxes and minimized government spending when we can't have either is irresponsible. Otherwise, sure, why not? I have to agree with John McCain on this. His comment about the future of the defense budget, as Tim Kaine cited Mick's 2013 government shutdown instead of signing the bill. Why Mick chose the government shutdown over the signing of that bill is the question. Do they simply want low taxes and minimal government spending just for the hell of it? I would like to know what these fiscal conservatives are thinking. This is an invalid philosophy because it isn't based on anything logical. To rely on a philosophy about something that is determined by accounting is illogical. So, Donald is going to cater to Mick by quickly creating a fiscal plan on short notice, due to Mick subscribing to this silly fiscal philosophy. How cute. Reading Mr. Mulvaney's Wikipedia page now, there's more nonsense. He refuses to have meetings with non-paying lobbyists. Lobbying is controversial, and is also something I don't agree with. However, this is stupid on Mick's part, even on the level that lobbying shouldn't be reality. The psychological part of me obviously wants to question his mentality here. His responsibility for the government shutting down was on account of his pro-life position. He didn't want Planned Parenthood funded, so he decided to endanger the entire country. This means he also acted on ego, making it about him, allowing his ego and personal opinion to cloud his judgment, just because he believes abortion is murder. So how is he any better than his negative opinion of women who get an abortion by shutting the fucking government down just because of his pro-life stance? Depriving Planned Parenthood isn't going to stop women from getting an abortion. The pro-life movement is taking shots at the wrong target anyway. The Regulatory Improvement Act. Mick supported this act. Searching it up on Google, the first two listings are SWAP's Regulatory Act. And if I've understood correctly what this is about, I would say Mick's support of this is a bit of redemption. I've looked a YouTube video up to explain the Dodd-Frank Act. The woman from CNBC made the one statement. Before Dodd-Frank, banks could use your money to trade for their personal gain. That told me all I needed to know. Cutting income tax was Donald's way of creating jobs, when the actual problem is that people are taking their business out of the country. As Donald explained that his administration has inherited an economic and political mess in this press conference on February 16th. What does income tax have to do with international job outsourcing? Donald also reiterated that he's returning the government to the people, as he also claimed in his inauguration speech. Is that why he keeps appointing wealthy people, a few of them being guilty of insider trading or have a questionable reputation? One of them having bought her way into the cabinet? Are the people wealthy? Some of them have been questioned about racism. If they are, that's not good. Minority prejudice or crime should never be in the realm of politics. Talking about how people have noticed the borders are strong, Donald mentioned that he has carried through his pledges, and how unpopular his pledges are, which many would say that's why they support him. Has Donald ever asked anybody why they oppose? Carrying through on his pledges only means Donald is a man of his word, not that his word is right, or that people who do are right to support Donald. A strong border doesn't eliminate everybody's desire or need to migrate. That only causes unnecessary complications for everybody, Americans and immigrants. I agree that the media is wrong to attack Donald's administration because that only indicates insecurity or an agenda. This is why I'm writing this book. Unlike most of the world, I understand that communication is the core essence of solving problems. Education and psychology are the elements to a stabilized world. Does Donald listen and answer questions? Based on his climate change denial, being a businessman and not a scientist, I would say he does not. People are obviously not interested in solving problems or having a stable world. Donald then talks about how his cabinet is full of outstanding people, which I'll say is very untrue. He specified Dan Coates as being the most respected. What does respect have to do with anything? Jobs are dependent on qualifications, not respect. Donald complains about his cabinet not getting approval. So, deal with that, instead of complaining about it in a national conference. This should be common sense. He now says the Democrats have badly screwed up. What and how have the Democrats screwed up? How does eliminating 2 old regulations with each new regulation make sense? What does age have to do with quality or necessity? Donald says he wants safety and environmental, but imposing regulations isn't always the solution. What about the Republicans who want to allow waste dumping, methane emissions, and contractors to be able to do as they please, for the sake of money? What about Donald's denial of climate change? If many countries are taking advantage of America through trade, tariffs aren't going to stop the mentality. Imposing tariffs means profiting off of those countries who are taking advantage of America. Maybe they do because they perceive America as weak and cowardly. They're obviously right if they've been getting away with shit for decades. Maybe America needs to stop talking about war, gay marriage, abortion, guns, marijuana, and various other things and start focusing on dealing with such matters as countries screwing them over through trade. Donald talks about how he's created jobs. He says Ford is going to create jobs by investing into Michigan. Why was this company going to open a new factory in Mexico? Also, why did Ford change their mind? A skepticism I have on these thousands of jobs, do they all provide livable wages? What about benefits? I've heard people say Walmart employees still require welfare. Is that true? If so, how are Walmart jobs anything to take credit for? Donald has obviously economically blackmailed them to invest in America, which isn't job creation. The economy needs to be dependent on entrepreneurialism, and not corporate investments. If entrepreneurialism is lacking and insufficient, figure out how to solve that problem. $1 billion was required by Fiat Chrysler to create only 2,000 jobs. Maybe that's the problem, that jobs are expensive to create. The companies are obviously able to afford to invest these billions, but that's irrelevant. When it comes to lying politicians, sometimes the people need to take responsibility and act for themselves. Politicians should always be legally obligated to pull through with their promises. Neil Gorsuch, he's a real winner. Aside from the mass pro-life appeal to him, Donald based his judge nominations on pro-life. I guess his mentality being that pro-life is the main qualification. Neil favors the corporate opinion that contraception is bad due to their religious belief. Neil is also against assisted suicide. How is Neil a defender of the law and the Constitution? The questions. These questions weren't written on CNN's page or heard on the recording on the YouTube video, so I'll have to do without. Yes, the illegal information leakage regarding Michael Flynn is a problem. However, does Donald not think his lying is also a problem? What was fake news? Never mind the collusion. What about crimes committed by Russia that called for the many sanctions imposed onto the country? Michael was telling Sergei that Donald was considering lifting the sanctions so that he and Sergei could sell a nuclear reactor to the Middle East. I don't understand what the Russian collusion has to do with anything. Donald has changed the subject from Michael Flynn's resignation to the Russian collusion being fake news, using the illegal leakage to make the verbal transition. Having listened to this and reading along with it, this wasn't any kind of attack. Wikipedia said Donald defended his administration while CNN said the opposite in their article header that Donald attacked the media. Donald defended himself. He didn't attack anybody. I only agree with him about the illegal information leaks, though. Chapter 15 note. Donald talks about drug cartels, the wall, and the Keystone and Dakota pipelines in his press conference. I didn't comment on either of those because I've already done so. Chapter 16. Donald nullifies stream protection rule. Scott Pruitt approved. Donald's Florida rally. The Republican insanity is showing with the elimination of Barack's stream protection rule, which means waste dumping is now allowed. I've covered the Congressional Review Act in Chapter 15, and here it is, the Republicans using this act to undo this rule. I asked why they want to do this in that chapter. This Fox article says Donald wants to revive the coal industry, and also for the simple and ignorant reason that they can eliminate this rule. Donald spent almost an hour defending his cabinet in that press conference. Why aren't those cabinet members trying to intervene? They're outstanding and respected people, right? The miners obviously don't care either. They would otherwise go on strike against this economically psychotic move. They're only enabling Donald in Congress by going to work. This craziness completely diminishes Donald's credit of job creation, whatever really happened here, as he gloated about that during his press conference. Natural gas is putting coal off the market, and Donald still wants coal back for the sake of creating jobs. The economy is more important than the environment to Donald. Never mind that such jobs will make lots of people sick and even die. This isn't job creation. Leave job creation to the entrepreneurs, Donald. If natural gas is the future of consumer energy, then let the economy evolve and stop politically interfering with it, at the expense of the environment, wildlife, and human health. ISIS continues to be a huge problem, but the US isn't ready to form an alliance with Russia, while Donald also wants to have a relationship with this country. The CNN article says Russia was both aggressive and destabilizing, according to James Mattis. Clicking on an embedded link, the other NATO members aren't providing sufficient financial support. So, how is anything supposed to get done in this world with leaders who are irresponsible and mentally unstable? Donald has proven himself to be severely economically irresponsible and has no concept of politics with his favoritism of successful and wealthy people, while Russia can't even get their act together to fight against a global threat. These are governments. Russia has fired a missile to violate the international law, like a rebellious teenager, while most of these 29 NATO members are being financially neglectful. These aren't lay people who are struggling to make ends meet, but nationally empowered groups of people who use the taxes of those lay people. These governments also behave like mafia families most of the time. Day Without Immigrants, 2017. I can appreciate this effort. However, these people are naive. Donald doesn't care. Donald is in office because both he and his supporters are anti-immigration. Donald also favors the wealthy and successful. He even said he admires such people. Donald will also damage the environment for the sake of job creation and profit. Last but certainly not least, Donald will also ignore the Constitution to achieve his fascist and bigoted policies, which is why he only has certain people in his cabinet. Donald is only in office to cater to both his own interests and his wealthy friends and associates, and is obviously using illegal immigration to keep America white with the travel ban along with the wall, which will never be built, but the attitude is there. Scott Pruitt is an environmentalist, so his confirmation is very ironic after Donald and Congress did away with the coal mining rule. Scott's Wikipedia page had a picture of protesters on it, in the nomination and confirmation segment. So after searching for videos on YouTube and clicking on 2 YouTube videos, the protesters pointed out that Scott is going to diminish the Environmental Protection Agency. Scott Pruitt supporter Myron Ebell explained that Scott can now help Donald implement his EPA agenda, while Scott's opponent, Jeremy Simons, claims that Scott is so extreme. So, digging into this, I'm going to find out what the case with this guy actually is. He's also both pro-life and anti-gay marriage, along with Anti-Affordable Care Act. So those positions explain Donald's other political interests in Scott. Scott also opposed environmental regulations. Looking at Wikipedia's menu, Scott also denies climate change, another red flag and obvious reason for Donald nominating him. I'll look at that afterwards. I would like to know what this activist agenda is that Scott believes the EPA is trying to push. Wikipedia has Scott's activist agenda statement in quotes, so the author doesn't know either. Although this paragraph mentions all of Scott's 14 lawsuits, which are all against EPA's attempts to protect the environment. I would say Scotty is the one with the activist agenda, as he sues for all of these efforts. He certainly is not an environmentalist. I now understand why Donald has nominated Scott, especially after Donald just got finished ending Barack's stream protection rule. Scott can now assist Donald in his raid against the environment for his job creation quest. Referring to the YouTube video, Myron Ebell is obviously also anti-environment, as he supports Scott. He only said Scott can advocate and implement Donald's EPA agenda. He didn't specify Scott taking legal action against the EPA on its environmental protection efforts. I also observed Myron's constant gleeful facial expression as Jeremy pointed out the damage Scott deliberately caused. Scott excludes carbon monoxide though. Maybe he's up to something that involves carbon monoxide emissions. Now for his position on climate change. Scott rejects the scientific consensus. What is this rejection based on, though? That assessment alone is pure arrogance. Scott knows better than the scientific consensus? This guy only knows how to file lawsuits to screw the EPA over in order to endanger the environment, from what I've read. He said human activity contributes a little, just because he thinks so? Scott also said he doesn't believe human activities, carbon monoxide specifically. Do scientists deal in terms of belief? Who asked him what he believes? He also said, measuring with precision, from my perspective, the degree of human contribution is very challenging. What the hell does that mean? Scott then declared that the global warming debate is far from over. Because he said it isn't? When does it end? When too much damage is done? When nobody can do anything? Naomi Klein mentioned, as written in The Guardian, that Justin Trudeau is partially guilty in this pipeline project, and he's a liberal. The rally in Melbourne, Florida had some reiteration, so I'll just never mind those parts. He started his speech off by complimenting Melania's prayer to the Lord, which was actually both inappropriate and unconstitutional because religion has nothing to do with America. I don't even understand why the Constitution says anything about God. Donald is also making this about him and them, complimenting them because they're his supporters. Continuing with some self-aggrandizing empty words, making his presidency all about him. Being in a state he truly loves and claiming a great victory together, and being among his friends. This is a problem because while he appraises the people for being hard workers, they're politically inept by not solving social and economic problems by electing responsible politicians and getting the dishonest politicians out immediately. So there really is no victory here. He then said he has made America great again, but doesn't provide any examples of how he's done so. Shouldn't he be there for America? What's their vision of a better future? The crowd cheers at his words big, bold, and what this country is about, without Donald explaining these plans he mentioned. The crowd doesn't even know what they're cheering about. What does patriotism have to do with anything? Is America on the economic and social decline because not every American citizen is saluting the flag? Well, some might say so, but I don't think they would be able to explain why. Donald yet again complains about this fake news phenomenon, without providing a few critical examples, only accusing the media of not sourcing or even fabricating sources for their false stories. I'm not saying the media is never dishonest, as many people also complain about that a lot. But Donald is wrong and hypocritical right here, making claims without backing them up. He also mentioned that he inherited a mess. Politics will remain a mess until Americans start getting their priorities straight and start electing politicians who care about the country's people and the economy. People who also want to work with the other world leaders. Donald seemingly doesn't understand that media is supported by ratings. Ratings which people provide by buying, tuning into, and by clicking on their content. Which means his supporters are perpetuating the media, while he stands there at the podium announcing that he's going to stop their false stories. There's that word win again. Yes, winning is the spine of American politics. Wait a minute. Donald declared that they aren't going to let the media tell them how to think or live. Is that why Donald is president instead of Bernie Sanders? Is that why all of these people are attending Donald's rally here? Because they're rebelling against fake news? Was the media lying about immigration, unemployment, healthcare, and ISIS? I guess 9/11 is also fake news? Does this also mean America has never really been under any attacks from other countries either? Therefore, war was never necessary because nobody was ever threatening America's freedom? Donald has been quick to ban Muslims from those 7 countries, fire Sally Yates, repeal both Obamacare and his stream protection rule, but yet he hasn't taken any action against the dishonest media. What's the holdup, Donnie? He then claimed the White House is running smoothly. So, cabinet members and associates mingling with Russia, firing on the spot for noncompliance, arguing with the Supreme Court, is his idea of the White House running smoothly? I've already explained my take on drug dealers, but not gangs. Donald has thrown drug dealers out of the country and intends to do the same with gangs. How does throwing them out of the country stop the mentality that caused the gangs to form to begin with? I can't let this pass, though. Donald has strengthened the borders to keep the drug dealers and gangs out, as they've seen on TV. Only a month has passed, and most of what I've covered is disgraceful. Some examples for now are ignoring Bernie Sanders about alternative energy when it came to the Dakota and Keystone pipelines, along with Donald's denial of climate change when he has given no valid debunking of it, his unconstitutional travel ban along with his irrational firing of Sally Yates, his bad choices for cabinet nominees, especially Betsy DeVos, his repeal of Barack's stream protection rule for the sake of profit. The context of Donald's repealing of the stream protection rule was job creation, economics. So I didn't get into the environmental facts about coal-based energy. He said coal is very clean at this rally, so I'll get into that now. Reading EnergyEducation.ca's information about coal, the opposite is true. Coal causes both air and water pollution, which are nitrogen oxides, sulfur, and particulate matter, along with greenhouse gases, carbon monoxide and methane. The water pollution is caused by using the water to clean the impurities out of the coal. See, a little bit of research and the facts are right there. I only typed coal energy into Google and clicked on this page. So how is NAFTA the problem when other countries are taking advantage of the stupidity of American politicians, as Donald said here? What other countries is Donald even referring to, and how are those countries taking advantage? I've only heard Donald talk about China. The dishonesty is just how most of the world is, which is why we have these regulations, acts, and such. So why blame the trade agreement if the American politicians are the problem? He just went from blaming the stupidity of politicians for other countries taking advantage of America to blaming companies for moving their business outside America and creating the tariffs to penalize them a minute later. It's called capitalism, Donald. It's not a nationalistic economic system. Capitalism doesn't salute a flag. It doesn't build walls. It doesn't fight wars. It doesn't imprison people. Penalizing companies for relocating their business outside America is not making America great again. It's making America fascist. People have a right to make money and go to where a better market is. Donald should understand this, being both a businessman and an admirer of success. All he's doing is condemning Americans for not achieving their success in America. This is hypocrisy. What's worse is, Donald just gave himself a pat on the back, mentioning that Japan thanked him for saving them millions of dollars. What does that have to do with America? Is Japan saving money going to bring American jobs back, using American products on Donald's terms? No. Donald incites the mass appeal madness by inviting a broadcaster over to his podium. A fan of Donald's. The crowd chanted, USA, for a few minutes. As a Canadian man of high school education, I can understand that the executive order is unconstitutional because that travel ban was directed at all immigrants from those 7 countries, not just the Muslim terrorists. I can also understand that it's only an order, not the Constitution or one of its many amendments. So why can't you understand that, Donald, being the President of the United States of America? It is the Supreme Court's constitutional responsibility to protect that Constitution, which he attempted to override with that order. Many immigrants were stranded in airports because visas were immediately cancelled. Obama this, Obama that. Was Barack Obama the only other president in America? Is no other president responsible for the problems America has? For this mess Donald has inherited. Barack is Donald's scapegoat, which is just pathetic and annoying. America never has any bad ideas, only the rest of the world does? How is political correctness, social justice, an ideology that causes many people to become triggered by mere words, a good idea? How is feminism, a demasculation ideology that puts men in a social damned if you do, damned if you don't predicament, a good idea? How is censorship, a tactic used by people with an agenda or who have psychologically locked themselves into an ideological bubble to silence opposition, a good idea? Chapter 17. 15,000 new immigrant enforcement positions. Rex Tillerson and John Kelly in Mexico. Politics is about social and economic management, along with protecting the people in the country. Respect is always secondary. Respect is dependent on people's mentality. Saying anybody is respected says nothing about the person. Everybody needs to personally experience another person to learn about its personality. Somebody who is morally good will be respected by like-minded people, and the same goes with those who are not. When I read or hear Donald say somebody is respected, that doesn't tell me that person is qualified. Respect is usually something valued in gangs and mafia, which is synonymous with fear in such worlds. What I've learned about Donald so far is that he's trying to isolate America and turn the government inside out. Therefore, this must mean H.R. McMaster is of the same ilk as Donald. Another word which Donald often says is tremendous. H.R. McMaster has tremendous talent and experience, according to Donald. Alright, experience in what? What does talent have to do with the military? Talent is a term that's associated with art, not war or politics. John McCain appraised Donald for his particular cabinet decision, but why did Donald make the right choice this time? While the rallies of the Not My President protests, which took place on February 20th in 2017, aimed to keep momentum, Olga Lexel said the intention was to continue on Tax Day March, as the previous Women's March protests were a success. Donald remains in office today in May of 2019. Listening to Donald speak on this embedded video on the ABC News page, he talked about fighting bigotry. Most people don't understand that social ills are not to be fought, but questioned, because they're psychological. I don't think Donald is one to talk about fighting bigotry, as opposition to gay marriage is a form of it. I don't care if the homophobia is religious. These people would reject all religions that prescribe homophobia if they were not. If homosexuality really is a social ill, legislation against marriage will not stop homosexuality. No, these religious people hate homosexuality because it bothers them, and they agree with the religion because the religion includes homophobia. Some of Donald's efforts that I've covered are efforts of undoing Barack's work, which would indicate racism. I think Donald was only using Muslim terrorists as an excuse to ban everybody from those 7 countries. I say that because he didn't discuss the ban with anybody. He also didn't listen to the Supreme Court. He only argued, instead of having a meeting to figure out how to make things work. With the white nationalism going strong, they would argue that blacks are niggers and are inferior. It's an ideology, no different than Christians saying that sin is of the devil and will be eternally punished if forgiveness for sin is not sought. Many Christians would say everybody is a sinner, and sin is not something that can be removed or escaped from, forgiveness being the only way to be saved. The same goes with being black to these psychopaths. If people with dark skin are inherently bad, then we need to figure out how to make their skin white. A silly notion? Well, white nationalism is psychotic. How are these people any better? Racism is bigotry. It's hatred without valid reason. Hate doesn't solve problems anyway. I'll reiterate my non-political position on immigration. It is my opinion, and I say opinion because this hasn't been tried, that the U.S. government should establish an agency that goes to the countries which the immigrants are coming from to investigate and find out why people are leaving their home country. If the country's government is the problem, this agency should take whatever action it needs to against that government. This agency should also investigate why the government became bad or corrupt. Maybe the citizens are the problem. If so, the U.S. president needs to go to the problem country and say a speech to those people. If those people don't listen, I then say the immigrants should be denied entry to the United States. If immigrants have been illegally in the U.S. for decades undetected, and have a job and a family, I say just let those immigrants be. I get it, they went there illegally, but that's a security flaw. While the U.S. government should have been intervening in the immigrants' home countries those decades ago. What should also be considered is maybe a border patrol officer or somebody else let some of those immigrants in because they're related or are a friend. Donald and his supporters can't just blame the immigrants all the time. To force those settled-in immigrants so suddenly makes Donald the bad guy. Donald has criticized other politicians of stupidity and lying, yet Donald is probably the harshest and most tyrannic. He's doing everything but what the actual solution would be. I think America is after easy answers and solutions, ones that are consequences. Stephen Inskeep explains on his NPR page that this is all about enforcing the law. That's the problem. This world is all about law and punishment, not solving problems. I'll proceed to comment on the discussion here. Stephen Inskeep, Marie Elena Incapié, Joel Rose, and Sean Spicer. Sean seems to have blatantly ignored Marie Elena's comment that Donald is using fear instead of America's welfare. Saying what the government is doing is giving both ICE and CBP the guidance and resources they need. Joel credits Barack for prioritizing the criminals, while Donald wants to remove all of them. Joel also explained that the White House has insisted this is not a mass deportation, it's only law enforcement on a more strict level. My question, What is this extreme law enforcement then, if it isn't mass deportation? What is the government's criteria, and how many illegal immigrants are they going to remove if this isn't mass deportation? Joel explained, the department is looking to hire 15,000 agents. Does this suggest Donald is trying to use the immigration law as an excuse to create jobs? Maybe Donald should declare mass deportation. He could hire most of his supporters. How many officers would that be? I guess I should also be asking what resources are needed. I also want to say that I think both pro-immigration and anti-immigration are too busy arguing over what's constitutional and not, when everybody's focus should be on what's going on, and why it is going on, and how it started happening, and how to stop it from continuing. I've already said that I get it, regarding the illegal entry into America is offensive. However, I think the policy of targeting all illegals who have been criminally charged is a fair policy. Again though, if the government was dealing with immigration as a whole, since it became a problem, there would be no issues with illegal aliens today. The government now has to issue such policies because nobody even sits down and thinks about how to solve a problem when it initially rises. This is why such a political mess exists. This memo includes a fascist policy that enables the deportation of illegals, based on belief alone. This places illegals at the mercy of the officials, as some of them could be corrupt, have an agenda, could have a personal grudge, or just be mentally ill. This is bad. This makes the government the bad guy. These immigrants being undocumented does not excuse such an extreme policy. How does making the choice for the officials to decide who becomes a target and why make sense? Protocol should be created for the officials to follow, to prevent either corrupted or bad judgment decisions. All illegal aliens should be subject to the same protocol. What I don't understand is while John Kelly has only applied a minor change to the criminal charges aspect of the immigration law, why he applies that change, but then grants the immigration officers the ability to decide, instead of having a general protocol toward all illegals. That sounds contradictory to me. John's memo first directing prioritization on criminal charges, but then leaving the decision of whom to target up to the officials. So, Donald is currently busy dealing with illegal immigration, fighting for his travel ban. His associates are mingling with Russia. He's also dealing with ISIS, unemployment, the mining industry, assembling his cabinet. But hey, let's spit on the transgenders. I've read comments on YouTube accusing transgenders of only identifying themselves as the other gender because they want to go into that opposite gender's restroom or locker room and look at them. These people actually go through surgery to achieve the change, so if they are undergoing this surgery just for the sake of going into the opposite gender's room to look, that's insanity. If that is the case, this isn't a matter of law, but mental health. So many are offended by transgenders that I don't understand what difference going into the opposite sex's restroom or locker room makes. Going into the room of their biological gender might bother those people. In Gavin Grimm's case, why were the parents complaining? If they were so because Gavin was behaving inappropriately, deal with him personally then. Don't take it out on the transgender world. If these parents were simply trying to discriminate, they're the problem. I've already explained how the procrastination of solving problems or not dealing with them properly can lead to those problems becoming worse, or affecting other people and even creating additional problems. Because the government isn't even about solving problems, but complicating everything by passing legislation and increasing security. The government can't understand that investigation and questioning is often required to learn about the problem, in order to figure out what action to actually take. Donald's wall proposal is a perfect example of this nonsense. This wall has now caused Mexico to be even more upset. Now, the concern that Donald may end up deporting non-Mexicans there. which could lead to serious problems in Mexico and even those misplaced deportees. They were upset during Donald's campaign about his slanderous generalized comments against Mexicans, and this makes matters worse. Donald has also threatened Enrique Peña Nieto with paying for the wall. So, this meeting is all about Enrique having to stand his ground against the US government. Donald just gave a speak at the Black History and Cultural Museum about fighting racism, yet he generalized Mexicans as both rapists and murderers. I would have called Donald out for that nonsense back during his campaign. I wouldn't even accept an apology, because Donald is obviously racist and that's inexcusable. This actually goes even beyond Donald, because he has supporters, lots of them. Lots of supporters who want this wall built. This wall is one of the reasons Donald got elected. These supporters didn't stop to think things over after Donald insulted the Mexicans. There is no excuse for such insults from anybody who runs for president or any position of power. If Mexicans were notorious for both rape and murder, they should be given the same treatment as ISIS. Donald wouldn't want a relationship with Mexico. I think Enrique should just cut ties with America and just move on. Peter Schechter said, "No relationship is perfect, and Mexico needs much development and improvement." So, America is perfect, Peter? He says that while Donald is the instigator, by both proposing this border wall and insulting Mexicans in general. Then, a laughable quote from Donald, saying he wants to go a different route if Mexico doesn't show him respect, stating that this meeting will be fruitless if Mexico doesn't show respect. How mafiatic of Donald. Border security would be a non-issue if America as a whole would get its fucking act together. Chapter 18. Donald has a meeting with 24 manufacturing CEOs. The administration plans to increase CSA enforcement. CPAC 2017. What was so magical about Donald's election that caused these companies to suddenly invest their millions into creating these jobs? These companies should have come forward and made the government deal with those problems, if there were any, instead of waiting around for the right person to get elected into office. So many Americans talk about how much they love America and how great America is. Yet, these companies build plants outside the country, instead of coming forward to demand the government make the necessary changes and pass whatever regulations to make their millions worth the investment for job creation. I have to say, even if Donald is to credit for these jobs, the companies are irresponsible. So what, these companies will only invest in job creation when the true prince inherits the throne? Americans are praising Donald, when they should be calling these companies out. That's the problem here. Praising God is the exact same nonsense. God is omnipotent, but also receives praise and worship for answering prayers to solve their problems, which should never happen to begin with, given that God is omnipotent. If omnipotence can't create immortal beings that don't have to take care of health, what can? What will happen when Donald is out of office? Are these companies going to resort back to taking their business out of the country again, if and when the economy goes sour again? Donald actually expects to have a good relationship with Mexico, after he's both insulted the country and also threatened to build a wall along their shared border, which he intends to make Mexico pay for. How can Donald expect to have a relationship after all of that? Worse yet, Donald talks about not being able to find a country where America does well, and America being at loss with everybody. So, America never does any wrong? The fact that the term recreational is combined with marijuana is the key thing here. Lots of people obviously want the stuff, so to keep politically fighting against it is unconstitutional. My only problem with it is that it travels in the air. There are solutions to problems, though. The spine of Donald's presidency is job creation. Yet he only recognizes medical marijuana, when there is a national demand for marijuana for both medicine and recreation. Passing legislation isn't going to stop the desire for marijuana. If it's dangerous, start questioning Americans about why they want the stuff. Capitalism is about profit, based on what people want and how many people want it. It doesn't care what's unhealthy or dangerous. Sean Spicer talks about not encouraging people during the opioid addiction crisis, when these politicians and government officials either can't understand that legislation isn't the solution, or they push for imprisonment for capital gain, knowing legislation only perpetuates drug use. Sean said the Department of Justice is looking into recreational use. What's to look into? People want to smoke weed, which makes it an economic demand. Passing legislation against weed is anti-economic. Imprisonment takes people away from their family, which is wrong. While medical marijuana is protected by an amendment, why does recreational use remain a Schedule I controlled substance? The planet produces it, which makes it natural, and people are simply responsible to learn about it before smoking it. It should be that simple. Under the Conflicting Reactions section of the mjbizdaily.com page, Bob Karp says Sean Spicer's comments aren't a big deal, but Sean denounces Bob, saying that he doesn't make decisions for the Justice Department or Donald. The question is, why do either this department or Donald make the decision for marijuana, when both the country's constitution and the economy already do? Not a very good argument from Sean. Not to me, anyway. In addition to that, however, I'll say that all who are against marijuana are also both anti-constitutional and economic. You're all un-American. I was unaware of private prisons until about 5 years ago. Private prisons are a commercialization of such institutions, which is improper because nobody should be making profit off of convicted criminals serving a sentence. Correctional facilities are institutions, not businesses. I agree with the opposition arguments. Prisons should be run by the government, by which is responsible for the laws, nobody else. If the prison is inadequate somehow, that needs to be corrected by the system. There are many people, usually right-wingers, who argue the straw man of luxury vacations to prisons when others talk about prisons being safe for the prisoners. The Amazing Atheist has uploaded a video recently about Fiona Apple's video talking about inmates being safe from COVID. Commenters were arguing that prisons shouldn't be resorts or vacations, while nobody was saying prisons should be a pleasant place on any level, only safe. Yes, prisons should be safe. Convicts are there to serve time, not to be put into a dangerous environment where they might not survive their sentence. To argue that prisons should be a dangerous environment is a criminal mentality. Saving money is clearly just an excuse. If crime is a problem, maybe a better system is needed. Or maybe some of the laws are stupid, and those laws need to be stopped. Maybe even less money should be spent on other things. The world throws money at things instead of solving problems, which is why crazy ideas like private prisons exist. Betsy DeVos used the inadequacy of public schools to push for private schools, when ironically, she could improve public education, now being in the presidential cabinet. My associate Alicia mentioned that private prisons are being used for cheap labor, which is not why the convicted criminals are there. They are there to be punished, not to benefit anybody. There is what Huffington Post refers to as a damning report that explains in details why for-profit prisons are dangerous. I don't think Jeff Sessions or the other Republicans care about what information Sally Yates or any media outlet has to bring to the table about these prisons. The Republicans only care about their precious profit. Jeff has decided to reverse Barack's policy to help with Donald's sudden smackdown of the immigration law, which is insanity because the smackdown is the actual problem. Damon Hanninger tried to provide additional support to this, saying these private prisons are more safe and humane. The better idea would be these companies providing funding for the government prisons if they are insufficient. There are a few more voices of reason, aside Sally Yates though. David C. Fathai and Bernie Sanders have made a statement that they also both see through the transparency of the corruption being tempted by the Trump administration. CPAC 2017. After complaining about the dishonest media once again, Donald criticizes people for calling strong borders and military controversial. Does he ever question those people about their attitude toward their negative opinions? Donald also pointed out that his audience at this convention didn't see the controversy in either a strong border or military. He just appealed to his own popularity. I've already clarified that my opinion is that the government should be investigating and intervening to solve the immigration problem. I've also pointed out that people are irresponsible to wait for the right president to come forward, which is exactly what Donald just credited himself to be. So, aside from these patriots, as Donald appraises them, waiting for the right president, he really isn't, because he's taking the wrong approach to immigration. As for the military, is America really under attack so much that its military needs to be strengthened? Aside from ISIS, of course. Donald starts carrying on about winning again, and appraising his supporters for getting him elected, while also attempting to disgrace the media because they doubted Donald's election. Very immature. He continues, bringing the pundits into it, rubbing their nose into his victory. Then adds insult to injury, saying they suck up all that money. I don't think you're one to criticize anybody about sucking money up, Donnie. A real low blow thrown at the pundits at nearly 5 minutes into the speech. They're not good at politics, but they're really good at sucking up people's money. What political good have you done, Mr. Trump? Donald commented, "We've been allowing our infrastructure to fall into total disrepair and decay." After a 5-minute obsessive rant about so-called fake news. Why did people neglect the infrastructure? Why couldn't American citizens demand that careless politicians either do something or get them out? Donald's rant was about the polls, which is silly, but then about the media both lying about Donald and fabricating sources, which he should be doing something about, instead of whining about it in his speeches. If the media is guilty of these offenses, his supporters are spitting in Donald's face by tuning in on their TV and clicking on their internet content because they're giving them ratings. Other people obviously read, listen, and watch, but that's why Donald needs to hold them legally responsible if they are lying about him and fabricating sources. I agree that Donald's opposition is wrong to support the dishonesty. I got tired of hearing the anti-Trump shit a few years ago, and I don't feel like researching every story. Because the media wants to fuck around by being shallow, catering to people's appeal of hearing what they want, instead of having integrity and providing actual information. There it is again, the "I inherited a mess" card. America is a mess because the people are careless, uninformed, willfully ignorant, lazy, and divided. They prefer to just blame, hate, and fight. Very few Americans have their priorities straight, while most other Americans push their nonsense opinions and beliefs onto others. These people don't know what the hell is going on, or what to do about anything. War is a part of American culture. Do these patriots ever research the wars that America has fought? Did they know who started each war, and what that war was about? I just did a Google search for a list of wars America has been involved in. There are 11 major wars that America fought in. The understanding of what the Confederacy was all about is scattered. That's how informed people are. What does "a little warm heart" mean? And was Donald referring to the media when he said, "the people you're watching"? What does losing the election have to do with Obamacare? How many elections are necessary for what? Donald claims he's going to make healthcare better, but gives no explanation how he intends to. Socialized healthcare is out of the question. After carrying on about Obamacare, Donald started talking about the $20 trillion debt and a disaster-marked foreign policy. Then jumps to not winning anything. America isn't winning what? What is Donald's obsession with winning? The audience again chants, USA, USA, USA. They obviously don't know what Donald is talking about. Repeating his patriotic statement, American steel only, Donald tells the story again about how he told a company representative that he demands American steel, then complains about the protesters. So, those protesters didn't have a point? They were nothing more than an obstruction to job creation? Donald proceeds to pat himself on the back for lifting restrictions on mining, which Barack placed to protect the water supply. Sorry, Donald, but coal is not clean. Donald really likes to rail on Barack Obama. It's fucking pathetic. I think what's really going on here is Donald is using the mining industry as an excuse to undo Barack's rule, while he also wants to bring the mining industry back because that's what Barack never managed to do. Donald also took a shot at the consultants for the Keystone Pipeline, whom Barack was dealing with. While Donald says that he wants regulations, there was nothing wrong with Barack's stream protection rule. I've also observed the audience cheering when Donald whitewashed his congressional undoing of this rule, which was about waste dumping and not climate change. This means either the audience is ignorant and intellectually lazy, or they don't care. As for these car companies coming back to America to invest for the sake of job creation, maybe that's another part of the problem. Nobody is opening mom and pop shops. Only corporations are coming back to invest their riches. Chapter 18 note. Both the transcription and the YouTube video of Donald's meeting with the 25 manufacturing CEOs ended at the same time, which was only 15 minutes, entirely too short for a meeting. I commented on what information was available. Chapter 19. Major White House Media Bar. Obamacare Repeal Plan. Barring a list of news media outlets, censorship, was Donald's solution to his claim of fake news. Keeping the media away will not stop them from lying about Donald or anybody. If they are guilty of any of that, they will only use this bar against Donald, while making himself look bad. The Washington Post mentioned pro-administration media, such as Fox, Breitbart, and the Washington Times were all invited, which would be a red flag here. I will personally give kudos to the reporters who avoided this gaggle, in honor of those who were censored. Donald wouldn't invite anybody. He never specified any of these names that he's invited in his speeches. He always generalized the media. The author of this article, Paul Farhi, also points Donald's hypocrisy out here. Donald criticized the media for their anonymous sources, while Donald himself served as one back in the 1990s for his own benefit. Yes, this fake news claim is clearly nothing more than Donald stirring false controversy up. I'm not saying the media is always honest, but Donald has nothing if barring is the best he can do, if this was actually a problem. He knows his supporters are sycophantically loyal, so he knows his supporters will eat his words up. Barack may have also chosen a pool of reporters, but he didn't start some nonsense controversy about fake news, and repeatedly rant about it in his every speech, also on Twitter, apparently. Sarah Huckabee Sanders didn't provide any explanation, obviously because Donald isn't really anti-administration and doesn't want his supporters to know his chosen reporters are pro-administration. The Christians love Fox News, although I don't know about Breitbart, CNN, or the other ones mentioned in this article. CNN's Jake Tapper complained that this ban was un-American, and I must say he's naive. Political ideologues and religious people only abide by the Constitution when it conveniences their agenda, if they aren't using the Constitution to favor their position, knowing their position is bullshit. The pro-life movement, for example, Mike Pence quoted the constitutional excerpt, "Men are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights," in his March for Life speech. The Washington Post's own Martin Barron stated that the White House has nothing to gain. The White House is obviously trying to hide something then. Jeffrey Ballou stated that the White House is unfairly acting against the Constitution by censoring certain media names. I hear your pain, Jeffrey, but that's what America is obviously becoming. If it was up to me, people would be organizing to force a complete governmental overhaul. Executive Order 13777, enforcing the regulatory reform agenda. Messing with government regulations is an action which Donald believes is another factor of economic growth and job creation. In this case, Donald didn't explain his idea of eliminating two old regulations upon the creation of each new one. Donald has so far cut income taxes, imposed tariffs on trade, spent $1 trillion on the infrastructure, insisted on American-made goods and equipment, and this is the third order on regulations. Aside from this being a lot done for the sake of bringing jobs back to America, what Donald has not factored in are the consumer obsession with low prices and saving money, and what everybody fears but businesses want, technological automation. I've clicked on a lot of videos over at YouTube within the past 10 years, and I haven't heard or read anything about regulations, the infrastructure, or NAFTA, which is relative to TPP. I can only speculate that Donald is either playing guessing games or using unemployment as an excuse to mess with regulations, tariffs, taxes, etc. Why? I think Donald wants to mold America into his own personal vision of an elitist aristocracy. Obamacare repeal plan. Governor's only discussion on healthcare reform. This document is 36 pages. Should something everybody in the world needs be so complicated? This document starts off with key takeaways. Trade-offs for governors is the first thing mentioned here. Why do governors need a trade-off? There are 3 parts to this, and my question for each of them are: 1. Why less federal funding? Isn't the idea to increase coverage? 2. Why do states need to oversee their markets? People aren't going after what drugs or assistive technologies they want, but what they need or are given a prescription for. 3. Why are they altering the market in a manner that will lead to more people getting into the individual market? The rest of this document is tables, which provide no information to comment on, ask questions about, or give my opinions on. Policy brief and resources. First of all, why is it that I have to dig so deep for information on healthcare? Also, this is from 2 years ago. Why is this information classified? What is the point of having a government if it's going to serve the people but also work privately from the people? The first bit of information on this document, on page 2, is the statement that healthcare is going to be transitioned from Washington, D.C. to the people. So far, so good. This is only a list of intentions, though, so we shall see. That was a crucial point that stood out from the rest. The House Republicans plan to stop burdening states with mandates. The governor's only discussion on healthcare reform PDF talked about protections. If Washington isn't doing anything to rip anybody off, and neither are the states, why are these mandates a problem? Allowing the states to design their own plans is great. However, from whom are the protections needed? Return to helping those in most need. This is strange, because the main focus seems to be money. The first key takeaway of the governor's only discussion is less federal funding, which clarifies different cost exposures. The second takeaway is about shifting more people to the individual market. Why change Medicaid if that's the potential effect? How will that help those with financial struggles? Utilize state innovation grants. Knowing how unstable America is, I don't think the states can be trusted to prepare their own plans. I would otherwise agree that this is good. Not that the government is any more trustworthy. Families are definitely entitled to the ability to spend their own money how they want or need to. Provide portable monthly tax cuts. I have to say, a lot of people out there are critical of Canadian healthcare, yet this system seems to consist of the same element. They receive support from an external. If our system is bad, why can't Americans pay 100% of their medical costs? Policy. The Republicans are heavily critical of Obamacare, yet this plan is complex and complicated. I'm developing an understanding of it, but I'm very skeptical of it. Healthcare is blown out of proportion due to prioritization of money over people's health, while the House Republicans contradict themselves by claiming to transition it to the consumers from the government. As I've mentioned early in this book, one of the biggest problems is the overpricing of drugs and assistive technologies, which is why people need coverage, along with another party to help pay for the costs. My associate Alicia has told me a few times about her neighbor living on disability only paying a fraction of what she pays, while she is a government employee. Healthcare tax credits. What I'm understanding here is that healthcare is mostly expensive due to these 5 forms of taxation. The question is, why were these taxes imposed on the ACA? The removal of them is irresponsible if they were necessary. I understand that the one-size-fits-all aspect of the coverage is ridiculous and unfair. However, to just remove those taxes because people can't afford the healthcare isn't the solution. The removal of both individual and employer mandates are a good move. Those were stupid and unnecessary. Again though, the question is, why were those mandates there to begin with? These tax credits are a big part of the repeal plan. Why are people so bothered by taxes? Taxes are an essential part of capitalism. Consumers are overly obsessed with saving money and concerned about taxes. Consumers want to keep as much money in their pocket as possible instead of spending it into the economy or giving it to the government so it can take care of everything it does. Health savings accounts. I don't understand why competition exists in healthcare. Only supply should be relevant. People need healthcare, which means there should be however many insurers in each state as needed. The prices should be based on actual factors that determine them, not anybody's decision what something should cost. The quality should also be the same. These accounts do provide investing freedom. However, again, they are a consumer tax haven. People just hate taxes for some reason. A breakdown of the leaked plan to repeal Obamacare. Reading this summary, I'm only just learning about this slush fund now. Was the public unaware of this? Why didn't Donald bring this up back in any of his debates with Hillary, or in any of his speeches? So yes, the first aspect of this plan is good, and a credit to Donald's administration. I am, however, sketchy about nobody doing anything about this slush fund thing, or even mentioning it. Although, I'm certain I'm not fully understanding what a slush fund is. I've read this particular sentence, money intended to offset reductions in spending on Planned Parenthood affiliates, over about 10 times. I don't understand the offset reductions part. The intent of this money is to counteract the reduction of Planned Parenthood affiliates spending off? I thought the Republicans were against abortion. This paragraph also advises the reader to see the Federal Payments to States section, so I'll find out when I read that. Reading the Hyde Amendment, I like that this article excludes cases of rape, incest, and women's health risks. However, I don't agree with the ban because that's only authority. Authority doesn't solve problems. The people with low income need to also be accounted for. But that's the problem that I see in my non-political perspective. Why is the government trying to expand for those with lower income instead of solving the problem of that low income? If the able-bodied people got the help they needed, or were psychologically evaluated, that would make it easier for the government to focus more on the disabled. There were 2 elements repealed from the Medicare expansion: the changing of able-bodied eligibility from being a state mandate to optional, along with enhanced federal matches. The eligibility is the problem with the ACA. However, this repeal making the coverage optional instead of mandatory makes this repeal a problem, which adds to the problem of ACA requiring eligibility. Isn't people needing healthcare eligibility enough? If income is the problem and causes disqualification for healthcare, that's criminal. Provide the people, but also help them increase their income. The National Federation of Independent Business versus Sibelius, Secretary of Health and Human Services, document is nearly 200 pages. So I've done a word search of all dimensions of the word mandatory. There are only 4 matches, so I'll take it from there. The first mention of mandatory is the information I'm after in this document. The context of making purchases. The government recognizes that health insurance is unique. C.J. Roberts disagrees, arguing under the premise that people also need cars and food. Yes, people do need food, although not cars. Food is also not expensive for those able to work, while the disabled people cannot work. People can get a loan for buying a car. The Republicans' mentality that health insurance is no different than purchasing cars or food would suggest states shouldn't even provide coverage, because health insurance is just another product for purchase. Changing state coverage from mandatory to optional doesn't match the mentality under this argument. Do people need coverage for food or cars? What's to be either mandatory or optional about such purchases? The second mention of mandatory says there is no coverage mandate for non-parent adults. Also that states typically don't offer any coverage either. So, while this aspect of the ACA is discriminatory, this contradicts what the repeal plan states, because no, the ACA had no mandate for non-parents specifically. Reading the Hills article about this freeze, the whole thing is about money. I'm not talking about the consumers, but the Congress and state lawmakers. They aren't concerned about people getting the health care they need, only the money. This is why so much confusion is being created. The Republicans are being sensible by repealing the unconstitutional cost-sharing subsidies, but this is about money, so that's probably why. They're repealing it for the wrong reason. Hey, you conservatives gave yourselves such a reputation. I'm only about 2/3 of the way through this repeal plan, and there's been talk about a slush fund, eligibility, mandatory state coverage, a freeze, cost sharing, and now risk corridors and risk adjustment. What the hell are all those all about? Why all of these confusing complexities over something everybody needs in life? Many Americans insult our socialized healthcare system and hate socialism in general, yet they don't even question this political mess. I think money has America's head up its ass. I think that's what's going on over there. Medicaid per capita caps is the first mention of what Republicans are replacing the ACA with. And I will say that it makes political sense. I looked Medicaid up and learned that this is a program provided by the federal government for those with a low income. I say it makes political sense because I've already explained my opinion about low income. The exclusions make sense because those people don't fit into the low income category. Planned Parenthood is specified under the 1-year federal funding ban. If abortion is such a big problem in America, maybe the people really need to take a good look at their country, and maybe consider a different approach to dealing with abortion. The pro-life movement should consider stepping away from their ugly attitude toward abortion. Stop with the miserable protesting, get out their superiority complex of a high horse, and actually engage in discussion of abortion with women and couples. Have educational lectures and develop a psychological approach instead of perpetuating the problem with angry and hateful verbal attacks. The pro-life movement makes a very bad impression on life and the world, and delivers a maliciously bad message to life in this world. I'm certain the unborn would be horrified if they could hear and understand, as the pro-life movement preaches with such hostility. Chapter 19 note. I was only able to find a definition for federal matching funds law. I couldn't find any information about enhanced federal match of the ACA, so I was unable to comment on it. Chapter 20. Donald's National Governors Association speech. Wilbur Ross's confirmation. Donald's first Congress speech. Donald would naturally avoid this White House Correspondents' Dinner as he started this fake news claim. Donald has never provided any examples other than their lies about his numbers. Even if they did, that's no reason to avoid attending this dinner. Being the better man always looks good in the end. I sincerely doubt this decision was not because Donald didn't run for president to hang out with reporters and celebrities, as Sarah Huckabee Sanders told ABC's This Week. This NPR article mentions that this dinner is about putting differences between the president and the press aside, but Donald believes the press and media are out to get him, so this goes beyond dysfunction. Donald commented at the National Governors meeting that the government should never stand in anybody's way when delivering needed reforms and services. While this is a strange comment, the people should be acting against corruption and demanding the government change any policies that are bad in any way. Not wait until some politician with great-sounding proposals comes along. The politicians should also be held legally responsible for carrying their proposals and promises out. Donald does act fast, I'll give him that. However, he doesn't behave properly. Most people are pro-life, which is a bad ideology, so they give Donald's entire administration that credit. I would give Donald credit for taking action against ISIS, but his secret plan was to have the Pentagon create that plan, and to call them ISIL instead. There's that word again, win. No, if I was in the military, I'd be demanding the information about a war that my country's government is about to send me to fight. If my country's government started the war, I wouldn't want to be a part of it. Winning the war is obviously necessary, but I'd be fighting it to achieve resolution. There is no victory if I'm fighting for the government that caused the war. How exactly is America in such constant danger, aside from ISIS anyway? I've heard so many times for the past 10 years that America has to constantly defend its freedom. America is full of crime and violence, which makes the country a danger from within itself. America has been fighting the Middle East for nearly 20 years, and has also spent $6 trillion, which has accomplished nothing. I would guess this is why some Americans complain about the government spending an excessive amount of taxes on the military. Donald says the military is depleted, and this is obviously why. Maybe the problem is that American voters and taxpayers never deny the government, when the government is wrong and are wasting their taxes. The conservatives are about government minimization and are anti-tax, but that's insanity. No, patriotic Americans only preach about supporting the troops, America being the greatest country, and how America is blessed by God. Donald's solution to defense funding is getting prices immensely cut. How are companies supposed to profit if they're being deprived of so much profit through cut prices as a result of these contracts? This trucker whom Donald spoke to said the highways between New York and Los Angeles have been full of potholes. This person specified that it's never been like that in 40 years. Which suggests this pothole problem has arose just recently. So, how did these potholes just suddenly all happen? Donald said he's getting into some contracts in his national governor's speech that will enable him to cut huge prices, specifically in airplanes. Now he's going to cut spending in programs of education, science, poverty, and the environment. Donald is going to end up depleting America's economy for the sake of military. He has often made the excuse for himself that he has inherited a political mess. He is now making that mess bigger. He also keeps saying he's going to keep Americans safe. I guess he intends to make their safety cost them their own country's economy. Wilbur Ross is Donald's Secretary of Commerce. The problem is, he also has ties with Russia. Worse yet, his Russian connection is a friend of Vladimir Putin. Donnie needs his billionaire friends in his cabinet. Increasing economic growth is the goal here, but I don't understand how tax cuts are the way to achieve that. The consumers need to get away from this mode of saving money, and start paying what goods and services should actually cost. This way, the economy has a healthy circulation of money, which is based on honest and quality production, and not at the expense of sweatshop laborers at almost no wages at all, which will enable more mom-and-pop shops. Goods can be made with high quality and produced without cheap sweatshop labor. Tax cuts will only deprive the government. Donald talks a lot about the infrastructure. How will the government keep that infrastructure maintained if the consumers are paying minimal taxes? Regarding the infrastructure, wouldn't working on it bit by bit, taking on the most important tasks first, be the more logical way? Rather than just going on this enormous plan to take the entire infrastructure on in one shot? If you had a room of about 20 sick people, 5 of them being terminally ill, but we have a cure for each, wouldn't curing those 5 first be the most logical step, then treat the rest of the patients? What I really don't understand about Donald's issue with trade is why he fusses about China so much. China is not involved in either NAFTA or the TPP. Vietnam is, but that still isn't China. Yes, China is guilty of some trading tactics, but they aren't involved. Therefore, China should be dealt with alone. Also, how is trade a big problem if China is the only country that keeps messing around? Donald doesn't mention other countries. Wilbur having outsourced jobs overseas really confuses me about Donald's nomination. Unless his nomination was because Wilbur has saved American businesses that Donald is interested in, coal and steel. Donald has railed against both shipping jobs overseas multiple times, and has also railed and politically bullied Mexico. Wilbur is the man, though, somehow. Is he also pro-life? Wilbur has explained during his confirmation hearing that job creation is a win-lose process, even a gamble at times. Maybe he will enlighten Donald if he's right. Clicking on an embedded link to a CNN article about Wilbur and climate science. Some good news about this guy is that he has pledged to give climate scientists a break. I don't know what business any politician has denying climate change, but whatever. Politics is about the entire country, not individual businesses. If Donald wants to deny climate change, he doesn't belong in politics. Bill Nelson has expressed his concern that Donald will hold Wilbur back from keeping the public informed about climate change, and that's likely what Donald will do. It's a shame that Wilbur is obviously blind to his nomination being because he's a job creator, along with his shared perspective on trade. So, Wilbur is going to assist Donald in renegotiating NAFTA because of China, while China has nothing to do with NAFTA? After the huge fuss that Donald has given over the Supreme Court suppressing his travel ban, he has actually decided to smarten up a bit. This doesn't solve the problem of excess immigration, but it's a step in the right direction. I'm uncertain that Donald understands yet what the problem with his travel ban is, as he's been repeatedly told that some aspects of it are unconstitutional. If he is trying to achieve safety and security, he would listen and revise his travel ban executive order. His attitude and behavior suggests he's making this about him. Marco Rubio states that he doesn't like the idea of millions of non-citizens being in the country. He sees this as better than what currently is. What I say to this is, the problem persists because nobody knows to identify the actual problem and figure out how to best deal with it. That is genuine progress. What this is just climbing out of the hole America has dug itself into. I did say this compromise is a sign of maturity, however. I do agree with the Democrats' skepticism and mistrust of this sudden change of Donald's heart, considering the unfolded drama from his travel ban. Especially after the many immigrants became stranded due to the immediate mass visa cancellations and the sudden mass deportation, if I'm understanding this article correctly. Actually, now that I think about it, what is Donald up to here? I also have to agree with Christina Jimenez that Donald would have to drop the wall proposal and rescind his executive orders to achieve redemption. I don't think Mexico should forgive him though, even if he apologized to them. This statement from Lou Barletta, that he refuses to discuss matters until the border is secure, which Mark Krikorian agrees with, is both stubborn and backwards to what's trying to be accomplished here. If this compromise is effective, the border security becomes less of a priority. This doesn't make any sense. Why did Donald come forward with his legalization idea, but then continue to push for the deportation crackdown, the wall construction, and the travel ban? Donald really believes America condemns hate and evil? How many Americans are white supremacists? How many are homophobic? There are various definitions of evil, but I'll go by my own. Any action against another for their own gain, or just to inflict harm. That racism and homophobia are those evils. Aside from hate and evil, what causes the social divisions are people's desire for others to suffer consequences, instead of trying to solve problems. People either don't understand the concept of problem solving, or they don't know how to. So they blame and place the responsibility of both the powers that be of this world and God. America does not condemn hate or evil. Some simply don't want to solve problems, and are the problem. I'm aware that was directed at the anti-Semitic threats and the vandalism in the cemetery, but while that's also a part of it, I addressed the hate and evil in general. Liberty and justice? Really? Is the pro-life movement about liberty? What about those who want guns banned? Why is pot illegal? Why do many people want gay marriage illegal? More like injustice. God says man living his own way instead of his is sin, and that homosexuality is an abomination? God is obviously not about liberty then, which means God disapproves of the Constitution, of the nation he blesses. No, Donald. See, the almighty dollar is most important to many people in America, including yourself. There is no unity and strength in America. Profit is the American spirit, which causes people to step on others and neglect the environment. Such empty words, regardless. Most of the speech is just rhetoric he's repeated in every other speech he's done. Maybe about 10 speeches now. I'd have to look over the other 19 chapters I've written, and I don't feel like doing that. Donald seems to spend more time talking in the meeting than getting stuff done. Not that I want it built, but Donald hasn't built a damn wall yet either. He also hasn't created a better healthcare plan yet. Yes, I've previously said Donald is quick to act on things. I guess this wall and the ACA are exceptions. The ACA being the mystery of the two because that's Barack's deal. I guess Donald is only quick with the executive orders because those don't require him to do any fucking work. Wait a minute. Donald spoke about liberty, yet he declared that he's going to make it difficult for companies to leave America. He also said he's going to cut taxes for American companies. He has to get that word American in there as much as possible to enable them to thrive anywhere and with anybody. Tax cuts would be great if taxes weren't a capitalistic essential. First of all, what do tax cuts have to do with thriving? And secondly, how does he intend the government to get its money with these tax cuts? Donald spent $1 trillion on the infrastructure, while also getting costs lowered to strengthen the military. So much for the economy. If other countries are making America pay high tariffs, find out why. Donald is increasing tariffs to blackmail the corporations to invest their business in America though. So that has nothing to do with the tariff treatment from those countries. Strange. I've just searched Harley Davidson on the Wikipedia presidential timeline, and this event of Harley Davidson executives showcasing their motorcycles in the White House front lawn isn't listed on the timeline. If Donald is talking about those millions of new jobs being the work done on their infrastructure, will those jobs be long-term, or will they end when the infrastructure work is done? I didn't read every individual American is mandated by the government-approved healthcare insurance in any of the documents. I read that the states were burdened with mandates, also that the repeal changed those mandates with optional. No, the way to make healthcare affordable is to give adult workers all livable wages and make prices what they should be. The employer part of the cost share system is good. Lowering costs is only depriving the economy because that's less money being spent. If I start a business and I price my products lower than the actual value of them, that means less money for me to pay my employees, and that I don't get enough money to pay for other aspects involved in producing the goods that I'm selling. That also means my customers aren't spending what they should be, putting that money into circulation. And I also can't. If people don't have enough money to hire additional employees, or pay the employees they currently have, because those people have lowered the prices, how does America expect the economy to thrive and people to have jobs, let alone good-paying jobs? I've heard people question why we don't just print more money, and people would mock them for being stupid. Yet the workers and politicians alike seem to just expect this money to magically appear into the economy and into the government's budget and treasury, as consumers spend less and enjoy a tax cut, while Donnie here goes crazy on the infrastructure and gets military supplies dirt cheap. This is weird. I'm not sure what Donald means when he claims that children will grow up in a nation of miracles. Working together as a nation would be a miracle, instead of arguing and blaming each other. As for education being a civil rights issue, is that why Donald nominated Betsy DeVos? Donald brings the Bible into this, and the problem there is nobody would need to sacrifice anything if God is omnipotent. Some Christians would argue that God created a perfect life, but that life screwed up and God harshly punished that life. That life wouldn't have screwed anything up if it was perfect. The Bible is hardly anything worthy of referencing. William Owens had to sacrifice his life for others, because God is an irresponsible creator, if this being does exist. So, we're all created by the same God, to make sacrifices for each other and this God? Looking at this from my psychological perspective, why do people want to commit sacrifices, and why do the religious agree with this divine need for sacrifice, instead of questioning the omnipotence why it desires sacrifice? Chapter 21. Donald signs a bill removing restrictions on gun purchases. Ryan Zinke confirmation. Jeff Sessions met Sergey Kislyak. Executive Order 13778. Restoring the rule of law, federalism, and economic growth by reviewing the Waters of the United States rule. Donald never explained what the problems with Barack's stream protection rule were, or his problems with it. He and Congress just went ahead and trashed it. This order states that the nation's navigable waters be kept pollution-free, but what I read about the repeal of Barack's rule said the exact opposite. Taking the order seriously, or trusting Donald, his administration, or Congress, after their nonsense attitude toward the mining industry, is impossible. Why review WOTUS if they just decided to discard Barack's rule? I call bullshit on this executive order. Signing it makes no sense. Executive Order 13779. First of all, why do these colleges and universities still exist in 2019? I've just looked up what these establishments are, and they exist because of the Confederacy. This confirms that the Confederacy was about racism and slavery. So, who actually won that war? Why doesn't Donald do something about this racism epidemic, instead of signing this order? This order talks about, copied and pasted directly from the order, extraordinary contributions to the general welfare and prosperity of our country, and have also produced many of our nation's leaders in business, government, academia, and the military, and have helped create a black middle class. While these colleges and universities were the result of a racist slavery institution? Ali Vitali said Donald quietly signed a bill into law, in her NBC article, that reversed Barack's regulation making access to guns harder for the mentally ill. Now, is this just because Barack is responsible, or is there actually a legitimate reason for this? No, this is an appeal to the National Rifle Association. So, Not only is Donald being irresponsible again, but the people also are. Their main defense for gun ownership is the Constitution's Second Amendment. And I'll get to that soon here. While I agree with Barack's regulation, Donald's travel ban comes to mind. He signed that order because of radical Islamic terrorists, who would be the equivalent to the mentally ill in this case. I've agreed that the travel ban is wrong because both Congress and the Supreme Court have declared it to be unconstitutional. Also because that ban affected many other people who have nothing to do with terrorism. I also explained, however, that I would have sided with Donald if he had discussed that executive order with his cabinet and Congress first, knowing he was bending the Constitution. I say this because I understand that this terrorism epidemic is a severe problem. If the Islamic terrorism wasn't a global problem, that order wouldn't have been necessary. Now, going back to this gun regulation, the main reason that so many Americans argue in favor of gun ownership is protection. So, these people who are arguing the Second Amendment don't care about the mentally ill acquiring guns so easily. They argue that they need the protection, but then use the Second Amendment to argue against Barack's regulation, which would eliminate some of the need for that protection. Maybe those people are the mentally ill. The Second Amendment reads, "A well-regulated militia, being necessary for the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." The key word there is militia. The other essential words are security and free state. The definition of militia: a military force that is raised from the civil population to supplement a regular army in an emergency. Does America currently have a militia formed? No? So, why bring the Second Amendment up? Security is an issue for the U.S. because of immigration, along with ISIS. However, Donald has signed an executive order, while NATO will be taking action soon. ISIS members are not Americans, so they aren't an internal threat to any free state's security, while illegal immigrants are in the country but are not the reason why Americans need protection. Which is why the Americans carry on about guns and often invoke this amendment. Free state? Is slavery going on in America, in any states? This also means that this amendment is about slavery, not gun ownership. What we have here is a former president who is more sensible, though obviously not knowing what this Second Amendment actually says or means. The current president, who endangers the country by rescinding Barack's regulation to appease an obviously oblivious organization called the National Rifle Association, possibly also because of a vendetta against Barack, who also signed a travel ban into effect to protect America. I think Americans and the president all need to do their homework about their own country. Ryan Zinke is Donald's next cabinet confirmation. Esther Wheeldon mentioned that Ryan is a former Navy SEAL, but also that Donald has chosen him because he wants to boost fossil fuel production. Ryan has also opposed endangered species protections, which makes him as big a psychotic loser as Walter Palmer and others like him, hunting for recreational sport. Ryan breezed through the hearing, only because environmental groups gave him a pass because they feel Scott Pruitt is far worse. An assessment I can't yet decide on, because I've just started looking into his political profile. The Republican Congress wants to overhaul the Endangered Species Act, but what's wrong with it? Do they want to overhaul it for the same reason and the same way they've done with Barack's policies? This article first mentions the scientists are afraid of being defunded and such, then rhetorically asks if Ryan will be up to the test of standing up for his associated scientists, because Ryan acknowledges changes in climate. I'm sure things will work out. I've read comments on social media stating that Donald uses people to get what he wants. And the next paragraph of this political article confirms this accusation of Donald. Donald will be having Ryan end the freeze on new coal leases right away, Also, of course, to reverse Barack's new offshore drilling ban. This is very bizarre and unexplained. Politico says the Utah delegation has called for Donald to revoke the Bears Ears National Monument, while the Salt Lake Tribune says otherwise. This monument being in Utah, I contacted my associate right away because she resides in that state. Having never heard of this monument, I'll comment on what I understand as I read the sources my associate has linked me to. Donald wants to reduce this monument, along with the Grand Staircase Escalante, although Ryan denies that either of these actions have anything to do with energy, which doesn't make sense because why was Ryan there if not? Donald is committing sacrilege here, for the sake of profit, while taking yet another shot against Barack. So if these reductions are not about energy, Mr. Zinke didn't explain what is going on. Public emails from the Interior Department show the obvious, also that Ryan is a liar. Amanda Podmore described Ryan's behavior as one of those slimy big shot ringleader types in the movies, sitting back in his chair, in a power pose, with his hands behind his head. The Guardian points out that Michael Flynn's association with Sergei is what got him fired. What invalidates this point is that Donald was forced to fire him. Donald actually vouched for Michael many times and didn't want to let him go. While Jeff Sessions clarifies that he didn't discuss the 2016 election with anybody in Russia, I would say he should have explained what he did talk to Sergei about during these 2 meetings with him, mainly because he met with Sergei, as Michael did, and also because Jeff is a politician. To be fair, as Nancy Pelosi accused Jeff of lying, Jeff didn't lie, he simply didn't disclose anything. I agree that meeting up with Sergei, the same guy Michael was associated with, twice is suspicious though. Jeff's response that he wasn't aware of those activities to the Senate Judiciary Committee's hypothetical question about Donald's communication with Russia is very peculiar. Jeff was obviously playing dumb. I would say this indicates he's guilty of something political. My question is, though, why did Patrick Leahy proceed to ask Jeff if he was in contact with anybody in Russia about the election, instead of sticking with that hypothetical? Either Jeff somehow didn't realize it was a hypothetical, or he played dumb. I also think they should ask him what he did talk about. They should also be questioning Sergei. Jeff's spokeswoman backed him up, so they should also question her. If Sarah knows Jeff didn't say anything about the election, she obviously knows something. A few tweets from Elizabeth Warren were integrated onto this article, one of them saying Jeff should never have been confirmed to begin with. To that I say, what does that tell you about politics, Elizabeth? The Trade Policy Agenda. Part 2A mentions the rejection of the notion that America ignores unfair trade for the sake of putative geopolitical advantage. Where does this notion come from if it's nonsense, or why reject this advantage if it's necessary or good? If whomever in America was turning a blind eye from being taken advantage of, which Donald has spoken about multiple times in his speeches that I've heard, then that's half America's own fault, especially because American workers and businesses were being screwed over. Comparing Donald's trade policy to Barack's. This PDF lists every trade agreement in the United States history, and there are 10 presidents listed. The only one Donald has a problem with is Barack's trade agreement. Donald's document has 9 pages, while Barack's has 66. First off, foreign taxes are the first words I read on Barack's policy. My question to that is, why did the tax exist to begin with? In general, what defines what taxes are necessary and how much? What criteria are taxes based on? The rest of Donald's document is only about top priorities. Nothing that has to do with my analysis, so I'll just juxtapose the objectives of each agenda for a comparison. Starting with the objectives. Insurance of fair competition opportunity for U.S. workers and businesses. Breaking unfair trade barriers down. maintain a balanced economic policy, insurance of intellectual property, strict U.S. trade law enforcement, labor provisions enforcement, resistance against efforts to advance interpretations, current trade agreement updates, economic strength and improvement insurance, strong advocacy for American workers, Barack's interests, over 18,000 foreign tax cuts, removing barriers for fuller trade, open service markets competition, preserving free and open internet, strong and balanced intellectual property rules, setting the highest enforceable labor standards, preserving environmental commitments, leveling the playing field for American workers, supporting small business exporters, promoting transparency and rules of law. There are many similarities here. So, Donald has criticized trade as a disaster. Does this mean Barack's agenda was not sufficiently put into action? Or was Donald just insulting his trade policies to try smearing him? Donald has actually added to Barack's trade policy agenda. Chapter 22. Donald's confidence in Jeff Sessions. EPA withdraws information request. Donald and Betsy visit a Catholic school. Donald gave Jeff Sessions the same treatment he did with Michael Flynn. He told reporters he had confidence in Jeff. Now, I'm not sure if this was a press conference or not, which involves a question and answer session afterwards. However, I think the problem is that nobody asks psychological questions. I've heard criticisms over the years about people not asking hard questions, but I think psychological questions are also important. What I mean is, in this case, a reporter should have asked Donald why he has total confidence in Jeff, especially after the nonsense with Michael. Reading that Donald answered, I think he probably did, when whomever it was that asked Donald if he thinks Jeff was honest to the Senate, sounds dumb and immature to me. If Donald suspected Jeff of otherwise, doesn't the person think Donald would have reacted? Donald obviously doesn't care either, judging by his attitude. Jeff also continues to deny having communications with the Russians. Of course, he said that, but then specified campaign talk. That's a bit suspicious. Are people trying to get Jeff to slip by repeatedly asking him? I've said this previously, back when Jeff was accused of racist remarks. This is a case where Jeff needs to be caught in the act. Nobody has anything on him otherwise. To be fair here, I don't understand why people believe he did talk about the campaign. The Democrats are being accused of pushing a political narrative at this point, so they're taking this too far. I have to say that I agree, mainly because they're going about this wrong. The harder they harass him, which essentially is what they're doing, is the more careful Jeff will start being if he is guilty. Of course, the context of this accusation is talking about the campaign, which is over. Unless Jeff gets involved with the Russians on something else, I think the Democrats should just let it go. This is bullshit. A few of the congressional Democrats called for Jeff to resign, while he hasn't been proven guilty of the accusation. Why did they even have the damn hearing if they were going to cut him out anyway? Clicking on another article, an embedded link says a report contradicts Jeff's denial. If this contradiction was Jeff denying any communications with Russia, while his spokeswoman, Sarah, said he did, he just didn't talk about the election, then I've already commented on that. I would say that she threw Jeff under a bus with that comment. Her specification of the campaign talk being his denial, this jumbles things up a bit. Why did they bother questioning Jeff? Or did his spokeswoman say that after Jeff's confirmation hearing? Another question is, why did this news of his two meetings suddenly emerge? William Owen's death is mentioned in this CNN article about Donald's speech in this aircraft. Donald said James Mattis assured him that the Yemen raid achieved intelligence. I don't remember reading about any intelligence when I covered William's death. I do remember reading that the raid was planned at a dinner, which was highly unusual. I think Williams' dad should have been granted the investigation he thought was necessary. So, the point of Donald's speech is that he plans to increase defense spending by 10%. This will also be yet another undoing of what Barack has done. It's almost like Donald thinks money grows on trees. Why is a retired neurosurgeon, who has no experience in the field, being confirmed to be the secretary of that field? Sherrod Brown said he gave Ben the benefit of the doubt because Ben made a commitment to fight against sexual orientation discrimination. This is good, however, that alone does not qualify him for this. This is also irresponsible of Sherrod. Chris Estes makes an empty statement. Dr. Carson comes to HUD at a time of change that brings with it opportunity. What does this mean? Armstrong Williams pointed out that Ben grew up in subsidized housing. This is better than fighting against sexual orientation discrimination. Does this qualify to run a federal agency, though? Armstrong also said Ben never lost touch with people. Another empty statement. Pam Fessler reported that Ben easily won because he supported HUD's biggest programs. Again, this is good, but support is not a qualification. Rick Perry regretted his pledge to dismantle the Energy Department, which I can't really take seriously without knowing why he did make such a pledge. I'm guessing this has to do with his dismissal of climate change. But again, why did he dismiss it? This article actually says both climate change and scientists. This article talks about Rick only having experience in 1/3 of the DOE's budget: oil, natural gas, and wind power. Does Donald not know who to nominate, so he simply nominates friends and people with similar traits? Pro-life, for example? Aside from Rick's inexperience, Donald's military budget proposal may heavily affect the DOE's budget, which will create another obstacle for Rick. Rick is also on board for clean energy. Do any of these Republicans even know which form of energy is clean? They obviously don't care. Money is their only concern. As this article also points out, most people are oblivious to the DOE's functions. Those people are the root of the problems because they care even less than politicians. Uh-oh! Jared Kushner was with Michael Flynn when he mingled with Sergey back in December. My question is, how is it that Donald is oblivious to these people meeting up with Sergey in an establishment Donald owns? Why are they all sneaking around? This also sounds like something that would happen in HBO's The Sopranos. Hope Hicks whitewashed Jared's involvement, saying they discussed the relationship, also that Jared has had meetings with many other foreign countries and representatives. Did Jared not know the White House was expelling everybody who was suspected of being a Russian intelligence operative? Why didn't he know enough to ask for permission to meet with Sergey? To even meet him at his father-in-law's place of business? The hunting and fishing aspects of Ryan Zinke's orders are the only ones I object to. Enough animals are killed, while many only fish for the fun of it. These people catch these fish only to release them back into the water, which is cruelty. Wait a minute. Ryan also wants to unban lead ammunition. This man is a psychopath and should be immediately put into prison. Every representative who has joined Ryan should also be imprisoned. Scott Pruitt has withdrawn the request for information from industry owners. He feels such information isn't needed. Everybody who knows what conservatism is about knows that this side of the political spectrum only cares about profit. So this comes at no surprise to me or anybody on the left. Any of these industries that don't take responsibility for their work are just as bad as Scott. This withdrawal doesn't mean these industries can just go nuts and cause whatever damage that happens, while they do whatever they want. I'm not 100% certain what's going on here, but I would keep my records regardless, only for personal use, just not send it to the government. Howard J. Feldman positively commented on this, saying this withdrawal both reduces uncertainties and lifts burdens. Well, this is reality, and life is full of both. Suck it up. The oil and gas industries are dirty, and these things are necessary. Lee O. Fuller also made a dumb comment, playing the job creation card. What does holding an information collection request back, a request that asks about equipment and emissions, have to do with job creation? I haven't heard about Betsy DeVos in a while. Donald visited a Catholic school located in Florida. The problem with this is, these schools are private. Neither Betsy or Donald belong there on government time. Betsy doesn't even belong in Donald's cabinet because she's all about non-government schooling, let alone religious education. It's called separation of church and state. Figure it out. As for Catholic schooling, nothing about Jesus Christ is proven, let alone his existence. Therefore, nothing about him can be educational. Donald said full education, so Catholic education can't be a full education. Now, in defense of religious schools, I've never attended one, so I can't know how they are with regular subjects, math, science, history, etc. However, if public schools are insufficient, that's a problem that needs to be changed. My associate Alicia has told me these private schools are expensive, which is another problem, even if these schools are better. Henry Fortier stated that school choice is a partnership with those who oppose these schools, and not a versus situation. Also about the parents choosing appropriate education. 1. What does Jesus Christ have to do with learning how to read, write, do math, etc.? 2. How is the horror of Jesus' sacrificial crucifixion appropriate for children? A girl at this Catholic school told Donald that she wants to own a business. What does the economy have to do with Jesus? Henry also mentioned affordability, as Alicia also told me. This would be why these schools are not the solution. Betsy has criticized public schools, despite never having attended one, ironically enough, and she is now in government. So maybe improve public schools instead of using her political position to promote non-government schools? Is education a civil rights issue? Education Week says not really. George Bush, Barack, along with Arne Duncan, and John McCain have all said education is a civil rights issue, making it nothing more than trendy political rhetoric. I don't understand why Donald would even say it is in the context of religious schools, which also means private schools. America is not a Christian theocracy, and Betsy is trying to abolish public schools from within the government, which would not be good for the non-religious or other minorities. Atheists are the least trusted people in America, after all. I don't see how these private schools would solve civil rights issues. David Powell quoted Donald stating in his article that the children will grow up in a nation of miracles, which is a quote from his first address to Congress. He said this before he said education is a civil rights issue. A very immature and empty statement from a man in a very powerful position in the world. I'm guessing Donald is saying that the civil rights issue will miraculously stop, among other national issues. The government somehow pushing for a school system it has nothing to do with will somehow solve this civil rights problem. I think Donald said that because it's a trend, while it's also speech filler. David Powell also said civil rights is a civil rights issue, not an educational one, which I don't know because I've never attended an American school, nor have I ever done any research. What Dave said next, I think nailed it. Donald wants white, wealthy parents to have the option of withdrawing money from the public. This is about conformity, making everybody the same. Chapter 23. Donald accused Barack of a wiretap. Donald discussed prescription price reduction. Where is the logic of accusing somebody, without evidence, of doing something months after the fact? Donald has accused Barack of wiretapping before the election, especially after not caring that Michael Flynn lied about talking to Sergey, along with firing Sally Yates on the spot for non-compliance. Also, having confidence in Jeff Sessions. Donald should have been psychologically evaluated as soon as he said he had no evidence. He has appraised law enforcement in his speeches, yet he somehow thinks he doesn't need evidence. Again though, he's going after Barack. This is just ridiculous. Barack's spokesperson vouched for him, but none of either of their time should have been wasted with this nonsense. Donald criticized Barack for stooping so low, while he's the one who made the allegation, which is baseless. Going back in time, Donald has tried to pressure Barack into showing his birth certificate to prove his American citizenship, yet Donald refuses to show his taxes. Now, to be fair, the writers of this USA Today article said that the president has no authority to order a wiretap, but how is that proof that Barack didn't do any such thing? Does that make this allegation an impossibility? Ben Rhodes took a shot at Donald, saying the president isn't allowed to order a wiretap, a rule in place to protect the citizens from people like Donald. Some more fake news right there, right, Donnie? This article is taking this allegation into the collusion direction now, while the main point is that Donald had no evidence. The problem is, an investigation is required now, because Donald has a vendetta against Barack. This article also talks about 3 ways this can go, all 3 ways being bad. Well, if Donald is actually right, this indicates how unstable and empty politics is. Congress had an investigation the next day, and this McLean's article, written by Darlene Superville and Julie Pace, says, distract from his own Russian scandals. Does that mean Donald is trying to cause a distraction? I'm not sure why James Clapper is bothering to express his vouchery for Barack because this case is pure hearsay, as Donald has no evidence. He said he can't deny it, but that's meaningless. I can't even say that it's good of him for standing up for Barack, because it's entirely possible that he is guilty. So, Donald knows this wiretapping happened in October at the New York skyscraper. He just has no evidence. How did he know the when and where? If he found it out himself, why didn't he investigate it himself? I've just asked on Google about Donald attempting to cause a distraction. But Sean Spicer said Donald has requested this investigation as a part of the Russian investigation, so I don't know what that distract part meant. Josh Earnest has repeated that the president is not allowed to order a wiretap. If Barack did order one, Donald wouldn't have a reason to accuse him, and this investigation would not be happening, so I don't understand what Josh's point is. So, this allegation is an attempted distraction, as Josh has accused Donald of leveling the allegation, also from Jeff Sessions. This is weird. First of all, this is baseless. Secondly, Sean Spicer said this wiretap investigation is a part of the Russian investigation. People keep saying the president doesn't have the authority to unilaterally order a wiretap, which is irrelevant information in the context of this investigation, being that Donald has no evidence. Now Josh is saying this is a distraction. If Donald accused Barack of this wiretap, he would have been told Barack ordered it. Continuing on March 7th here, the White House verified that Donald didn't discuss this allegation with the FBI this time. I criticized Donald as either ignorant of the United Nations Council or simply not caring later in this chapter. This timeline segment is after Donald speaking on the phone with Shinzo Abe. This Fox article points out that Donald misunderstands the legal system in terms of ordering a wiretap. More specifically, Donald believes investigations are customized to the president's preferences. Some more ignorance from Donald on Twitter is his Watergate reference toward Barack, which Congress responded to years after, to prevent anything like Watergate from ever occurring again. My question is, did anybody explain to Donald that only the FBI can order a wiretap? He's obviously unaware of that. Why bother with an investigation and just lock Donald up, if this paranoid wiretap accusation is impossible? This article recalls Donald's words to Hillary from their debate, that he's going to appoint a special prosecutor to have Hillary jailed. First of all, Hillary is not in jail yet, while Donald is heavily fixated on Barack. and now wants him in prison. The writer's point was entirely different. Actually, to add to this person's point, Donald still became president, didn't he? So, what was the point of these March 4th Trump rallies? The first paragraph mentions fistfights and arrests, so it sounds like Donald's supporters just wanted to get his haters riled up. This is the problem I have with even the division of people who know better, opposing Donald in this case. These people realize Donald is a terrible president, as I now understand myself. However, they give in to his supporters through protest and fighting. Would any of them strike Donald himself? No? Then why become physical with anybody else? Did these people think they were going to change the mind of any supporters? They're rallying in the streets in sycophantic worship. Some of them might not even know why they support Donald. Upon that, Donald likes to call everything fake news, and mention how everybody hates him. Donald is eating this right up. My method of dealing with people who don't listen and just argue is questioning them. A supporter had a sign which read, "Stop calling me a racist, you don't even know me." How about ask people why they call you a racist, instead of denying it? I'd like to ask Lisa Antoine why Donald is a great president, and why anybody is to thank her for voting, as her message was, "I voted for Trump. You're welcome." Such arrogance. Lisa also said the point of this rally was to unite Americans under Trump, so she doesn't care why many don't want to. She's clearly not interested in discussion, which is why she's the problem. She says Donald's opposers want Donald to fail. Did they actually say that? I'm not suggesting she ask anybody at this rally either. She has every opportunity to ask around on social media, or even her family and friends. While Donald has been a political bully to Mexico, I can't really sympathize entirely. It's not like the Mexican government is making any effort to deal with the Mexicans going over to the United States illegally. If the Mexican government did so, these consulates wouldn't need to have these legal aid centers opened. Donald is an extremist, which isn't solving anything. Now Mexico has to open these legal aid centers. Luis Videgaray is naive. Donald has fought against the Supreme Court hard for his travel ban. Luis thinks Donald will listen to his exhortation to respect the Mexicans' rights, especially how Donald has called them bad dudes. Luis says applying the state's obligatory law would mean economic damage, and highlights the need for immigration reform. I half agree. What needs to be done is a U.S. government agency needs to question these immigrants to find out why they've come to America. If the immigrants' country is a problem, the U.S. needs to investigate and then intervene. I've read and heard comments about the U.S. government doing this and that with the military in various countries. The U.S. government can also do this. Executive Order 13780. First of all, some of these executive orders are long and difficult to understand. Why doesn't a website exist that lists these orders and also provides the essentials of each, in language people can understand? NBC News says the changes are 2 removed countries, and that citizens will be suspended for 90 days, while refugees for 120. Previously approved visas will not be revoked. Iraq got itself excused because its government reassured to share information with the U.S. What brought about this revision? Did somebody advise Donald? Or did he simply lighten it up a bit, thinking this will appease the Supreme Court? Or is this revision in light of Iraq's cooperation? Donald not caring about North Korea testing missiles is a very strange piece of news. Why Donald has gone so far as imposing a sanction on Iran, but just turns this blind eye in North Korea, is the question. Especially when these tests are in UN Security Council resolutions violation, according to Shinzo Abe. Russia also fired some missiles off to taunt Donald back on February 14th. I guess that's fine with Donald too. Donald's own advisor, John Bolton, also understands that these North Korean missile tests are a violation. So, Donald is up to something here. Donald is either ignorant of the American Constitution, and now the UN Security Council, or he doesn't care. He's unfit as president if he's ignorant. He's unstable if he's careless. This NBC News article reads that Donald was asked if he's bothered by these missile tests. He explained that these missiles aren't nuclear, ballistic, or long range. He also said that he hopes to have a deal one day. Both Shinzo and John know these missiles are in violation, yet Donald doesn't seem to know. Donald also seems to be oblivious to North Korea's short-range missiles, causing concern to U.S. allies. I wonder what Shinzo and John's opinion of Donald's IQ is, as Evan Vucci mentioned earlier in this article that Kim said Joe Biden has a low IQ. Shinzo said that Middle East peace and stability are important for Japan. Well, don't hold your breath on that, Shinzo. Donald has put a political muzzle on Iran, while he has this shady double standard for North Korea. While yet, Donald has signed an order for the travel ban. Damn, politics sounds so much and so often like mafia. Now Donald is being given the Hollywood celebrity treatment, a welcome ceremony along with red carpets. I forgot to add Donald's tariffs to my small list of political instabilities in response to Shinzo's statement about Middle East peace and stability. Donald just can't seem to get it right. Hawaii is suing over Donald's travel ban revision, and they're the first state to do so. Could Hawaii start a trend? He seemingly wants to play by his own rules, so he's going to get what's coming to him, if Hawaii manages to do this, despite a society of sycophantic worshippers who idolize Donald like he's a god. Suing Donald is unlikely to change anything. It will be compensation for Hawaii, though. I agree with Douglas Chin that this travel ban revision is nothing of substance. I am sick of reading about this travel ban. Donald and the Democratic Congress want to combat high drug prices. What causes the high prices is the question. I don't know if this is related, but I have heard of a few cases of people jacking the price of a particular drug up within the past 5 years. I vaguely remember hearing about 2 cases on YouTube's The Young Turks and Secular Talk. Martin Shkreli was put in prison for price jacking. Government and private company investments are responsible for high drug prices. Donald's favorite thing also plays a role in prices: competition. The greed sets in when the competition is low in the market. Companies have no problem gouging consumers when the opportunity presents itself. NationalInterest.org has an embedded link into the text "Regulatory apparatus is focused largely on drug safety," which goes to a book about healthcare becoming a big business. I don't know what regulatory apparatus is, but this paragraph also says regulators have failed to emphasize cost effectivity. I guess drug safety is another factor in high prices. The Atlantic's article is long, which was annoying. I read 15 paragraphs and then gave up. That's all I was able to find regarding these drug prices. What I also have to say, though, is the government not knowing why indicates inadequacy on the government's part. The world should never tolerate this, as this is human health we're talking about here. This goes beyond Donald's presidency. This is an economic problem. The fact that private companies exist is also a problem. I think that's just an excuse to screw people over. Many would argue that healthcare is not a human right because nobody wants to work for free. However, deliberately raising prices is economic bullying. It's like the bully at school taking a kid's toy and holding it in the air, while the kid jumps helplessly to try getting the toy back. Chapter 23 note: I couldn't find anything on Google about Donald's talk on the phone with Shinzo Abe, so I went with a May 27th article instead. I won't be covering anything after April. Chapter 24. The Wiretap Revisited. Donald's revised travel ban has been blocked. After reading this on the timeline, I thought to myself, who the hell is anybody to tell Donald he can't delete tweets? When I read CNBC's article, the mention of the White House archiving Donald's tweets, I thought, alright, never mind. Yes, business is the primary purpose of social media, or at least what the site owners all want. I don't think of social media sites as business sites, only where people troll, start drama, and where people talk about their family when they shouldn't. People carry on about gun rights and protecting their family, but they don't give social media a second thought. Donald has complained in a speech recently about his presidential calls being leaked, so I don't think he would like his social media activity being archived. Reading in this article that he's legally obligated to have his tweets archived, I say, if you don't like it, Donald, get out of the Oval Office. Steve Jobs, now widow, has discussed Donald's travel ban with him. She's an opponent of it, so maybe she can talk some sense into him. I wish I could talk to Donald about it and ask him questions based on everything I've said about both his wall proposal and this executive order. Hear what he has to say about my perspective, which is one of problem solving through psychology. Alicia told me today about immigrants becoming sick and infecting others because they were held in tanks, without a change of clothes, medicine, and food. Alicia told me Donald made a disturbing remark that they're used to it. So cold and tyrannic. I understand that this immigration issue is a complex one, as it's about both illegal immigrants and keeping radical Islamic terrorists out of the country. Donald, however, isn't listening to anybody, while also ignoring the Constitution. Donald is doing everything but what he should be to resolve these big problems. Not only did Michael Flynn lie to the FBI about Sergey, but it turns out that Mr. Flynn was also a foreign agent for Turkey. Michael's The Hill article only sparked suspicion of his ties to Turkey, which described his article as Turkish propaganda, in which he slammed Barack not only for his insufficient support of the Turkish leader, but also of harboring a moderate Muslim cleric. Michael also wrote this in November, while the FBI questioned him about Sergey in January. This sounds more serious than his communication with Sergey. This is just too fucking weird. I had to rewrite this one because I was confused by the information. The US presidency is 4 years, and the same president can only be re-elected once, which means moving on after the president who appointed you leaves the office should be common sense. The way it's written on the Wikipedia timeline makes it sound like Donald fired these 46 holdover attorneys in the fashion of a mafia boss. What I mean is, Donald firing these attorneys like the mafia whacks its family members. The New York Times made it sound professional and businesslike, though. The timeline reminded me of the end of most mafia movies, The Godfather in particular. Scene after scene of killing. It's actually more so reminiscent of the Breaking Bad scene of Michael's workers being killed in prison on Walt's order. These guys said their firing was a surprise. I don't understand why they were still around if Barack left office and Donald didn't appoint them to stay. This New York Times article talks about nobody reacting to the Clinton administration removing 93 attorneys. Yet this action was called a scandal for George Bush, while the context of this article was the abruptness of Donald ordering the firings. These attorneys obviously don't belong if they're presidential appointees, but why haven't they moved on if they haven't been reappointed? Donald had asked Preet Bharara to stay, but he was also fired, which is very strange, and adds to my lack of understanding about this whole thing. Sean Hannity called these remaining attorneys saboteurs, accusing them of leaking information to hurt Donald. Did they? Reading further, it's a matter of which party controls the White House. Now this makes sense. Another of Donald's associates was involved with Russia. Roger Stone confessed to having exchanged private messages with Guccifer 2.0. Roger said he forgot about it because it was brief. He forgot about a private message from a hacker implicated in a massive cyber attack? This guy is downplaying this. He also said this isn't exactly 007 type stuff. Hitting the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, releasing personal information of 200 members is only brief and banal? Completely forgettable? So what would you consider to be serious, Roger? This guy is a loser. Sean Spicer has attempted to backpedal for Donald, reading his tweet about Barack ordering a wiretap. My skepticism of this is due to him neglecting to provide this clarity when Donald first made the allegation on March 5th. A week has gone by and he's saying this now? I will say that this confirms to me that Donald made this up. So, Donald says Barack didn't personally do it, but he's a bad or sick guy? Why or how is he, if this tweet was directed at the Obama administration, in a broad sense? This CNN article has Donald's tweets integrated on the page, and one of them reads, "The sitting president." That sounds directly to Barack personally, to me. The tweet below it screams a personal accusation. Sean also said the tweets speak for themselves, which doesn't fit his backpedal attempt, which was lame. Sean Spicer is a government official, which is scary. I would say Sean has insulted America's intelligence, but Donald is president, and his cabinet consists of the wrong people. If Sean had any integrity, he would have questioned Donald after he told Sean he meant surveillance, based on the actual content of his tweets. No, Sean decided to lie for Donald instead. Sean has made this worse than it was. First of all, why take this to Twitter, instead of informing such a suspicion to whomever this may concern? What about Neil Gorsuch? Secondly, as I've already said, why didn't Donald clarify his actual meaning back on March 5th? On March 15th, the White House is now aggressively at Donald's defense of his assertions, which is an enormous red flag. So, if Donald decides to tweet about a UFO doing something to Donald's property, are they also going to have his back on that? This is fucking stupid. Why not just have Barack thrown into prison just because? Why did Donald have to even tweet anything, if Donald's people are just going to stand by his word, no matter what he fucking says? Why stop at Barack? Why not just imprison every news outlet that Donald accuses of fake news? Donald is really spinning and twisting his own words, despite no evidence being found of anything he has said here, no matter what he actually meant. He said wiretap could mean a lot of things, and I would say he should have specified what of those many things he meant. But that's not even relevant. So, putting everything in a nutshell so far, Donald tweeted a baseless allegation that Barack wiretapped his phone. He was told that the president cannot order a wiretap. Donald later claimed that he meant the Obama administration and not Barack himself. Now his administration is backing Donald up, while Donald also claimed his context of wiretap meant a lot of things. Now guess what? Nobody's allowed to ask Sean Spicer if this was an attempt to cover the Russia investigation up. This allegation is now being rehashed by Sean. He said Barack used British intelligence. Sean also said Donald is confident that he will be vindicated. Vindicated of what? He tweeted a baseless allegation against a man he has a vendetta against, then changed his story. Then his White House associates defended him. They all should be removed from the White House. At least Devin Nunes and Paul Ryan are being honest here. Adam Schiff had the right idea, asking why the president would do this. I have different questions, but that's me. Yet another speech, and yet another mention of victory. Donald specifies for the Republican Party this time. This guy really likes hearing himself talk, along with the audience applauding him. Donald says he's going to fight very, very hard for jobs. He adds that he's going to fight for American workers. Maybe you should do some economic analysis instead, and find out what's causing this job loss, Donald. Instead of fighting for them. And for these Michigan workers. Donald is busy trying to validate his travel ban and getting illegals deported, while he also keeps promising to build a border wall, undoing everything Barack has done while he also makes these many speeches. I want to urge him to get to work, but he'll only do more things wrong and cause more civil unrest. Now he's talking about making a pledge of buy American and hire American. He wants to treat American workers like they're soldiers. Economic surrender. What the hell? These regulations Donald has mentioned he's eliminating exist to protect the workers from getting screwed over, along with protecting the environment. If they're killing the industry, maybe the industry needs to smarten up and change its ways. Donald has pointed out how various countries have been screwing America over for decades, yet he wants to eliminate regulations. Donald credited himself for bringing Mary Barra and Mark Fields into the Oval Office. Mary is a CEO, and Mark a businessman. I've only ever read in the timeline that Donald has had CEOs in the Oval Office. Aside from that, he denounced the Fuel Economy Standards midterm review, which, according to the Union of Concerned Scientists, Barack has set for new cars and trucks, and remained the country's most successful climate initiative. I'll state the obvious here. Barack. This Concerned Scientists page says automakers supported this. The problem is, no names are mentioned. I have clicked on a few sources to confirm that Barack is to credit for setting these standards. Another problem is, this page states 2.4 million oil barrels saved per day by 2030, as a quick fact, while Obama White House archives says reduce oil consumption by 12 billion barrels by 2025. The New York Times says Mitt Romney opposed this policy because it's too expensive for customers. To which I say, solve the problem then, because high cost is no excuse. Donnie's going to be pissed. His revised travel ban has been blocked. I'll say this though, I'm non-authoritarian, which means I don't approve of banning or censorship. In this case, Donald just doesn't get it, and these court rulings aren't going to change that. Donald needs to be questioned, but nobody is doing that. I would ask him why he refuses to listen to the courts, and what makes him think people are going against his effort to protect American citizens, as the Supreme Court obviously won't allow it because it's been observed to be unconstitutional on some major parts. I would also ask him if he's read and understands the Constitution, and if so, how this order is in compliance with it, how he perceives it to be. I would also ask Donald how this order is going to protect America, and if he cares that he's causing problems for innocent people, Muslim and non. Donald obviously suffers the delusion that the Supreme Court is against him, for some reason. If he was genuinely trying to protect America, he would ask what the problem is, then revise it based on that information. He should know the Constitution, though, which makes him unfit for presidential office. His main argument in favor of this ban is that the Constitution permits the president to suspend immigration. What Donald doesn't seem to realize is he's singling Muslims out. The countries included are all of Muslim majority, which Donald specifies. The Department of Justice also seems to not know the country's constitution. So, Donald isn't committing bigotry by singling Muslims out, Sarah? Are Muslims the only people who ever migrate to the U.S.? What part of suspending immigration do you not understand, lady? Donald is committing religious discrimination here. How does that protect America? Hawaii points out that tourism, business, and universities would be harmed by this nonsense travel ban. The Justice Department's lawyers discounted Hawaii's speculations of harm. What if this ban made their speculations realities? Isn't this whole thing about protection? By that logic, this travel ban itself is only speculation, because it's keeping them all out. Jeffrey Wall argued that this ban has nothing to do with religion. So, why are these now 5 countries banned then? Chapter 25. Tom Price says vaccines should be state decision. Steve Mnuchin, G20. Neil Gorsuch. Tom Price believes vaccines should be a decision made by the states. This is nonsense, because vaccines are a medical essential. Personally, I never bother with them because I never get sick. I experience ailments from time to time, which usually only last about a week. Many people do need them though, which is why vaccines should always be an individual decision. While vaccines are controversial in America, high prices and consumer affordability are also issues in this country. And also on both controversial and economic grounds, vaccines should be of personal choice, not state. So, states should have the choice because the governments are responsible for public health, because this happens by and large, because the role is appropriate for those governments? That's some crazy circular reasoning going on there. Wouldn't the governments be irresponsible by making vaccine choice up to the state? Donald doesn't trust the safety of vaccines. Well, he also denies climate change. The president should be making the decision based on the professional opinion or guidance of the experts. This is the same guy who specifically bans Muslim countries while also promises to build a wall to keep Mexicans out of America. There isn't much wisdom in Donald's mind. As for the people, how is religious belief a valid reason to avoid vaccination? There isn't much wisdom with those people either. These parents are denying their children on account of their own beliefs. If they don't believe in vaccination, fine, avoid it then, but get your child one. If you believe these illnesses are either a part of God's plan or God's punishment, stop complaining then and take what happens to you, even if death. What's this about exemptions? Are vaccines some sort of task or assignment nobody wants to do? All that needs to be done here is make vaccines choice for people and not states. Why is that complicated? Rex Tillerson went to Japan to talk to Fumio Kishida about North Korea's nuclear missiles. Rex explained that a new approach is needed after 20 years of failure of trying to talk North Korea out of their nuclear obsession. My question is, why does Kim Jong-un want these missiles so badly? Does Kim need a psychological evaluation? Also, what does North Korea need billions of dollars of assistance for? That's a large sum of money for Kim to just refuse to cooperate and be reasonable. Upon that nonsense, press advisors are also pre-selecting reporters to ask questions. Also, what does the federal budget have to do with this? Donald temporarily bans Muslim countries, promises to build a wall against Mexico, and to make Mexico pay for it, while the US provides North Korea with billions of assistance dollars, yet Kim refuses to listen. This New York Times article also reminded me of the missile tests that almost reached America. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Donald doesn't have his priorities straight. Rex said 2 days later that military action might be necessary. If Kim is threatening a nuclear attack, then this would be the only way. Kim is clearly insane, and he has power somehow. Aside this, Donald has said repeatedly that he's all about putting America first. Donald isn't America first if he has given Kim millions or billions of dollars. Looks like Sean Spicer has angered Britain, as he repeated a Fox News report accusation. This wiretap allegation is being blown way out of proportion, and this is going on in world politics. Andrew Napolitano first tries to drag Britain into this, then Sean does, after Britain was assured that this paranoid claim would not be repeated. This is all just Sean trying to downplay his comment, saying he was only repeating Andrew's comment. Continued on March 17th, the next day, Sean is a real piece of work. GCHQ now has to defend itself against this bullshit. I've already put this into perspective once. This was baseless to begin with, then Donald downplayed it. He claimed he meant Barack's administration in general and not Barack himself. Also that he didn't actually mean wiretap when he said wiretap. To the White House backing Donald, and now, Sean has brought Britain into this. Britain shouldn't have to say or do anything. Sean should be forced to apologize. Although, Britain has already been assured, which has already been proven to be void. So, what good would an apology be? Sean now says he only referred to that Fox News report. The question is, why bother? Britain asked that the claim not be repeated, so why bother even pointing it out? Donald again reiterated his promise to create a healthcare plan at a joint press conference, partnered with Germany's Angela Merkel, also to eliminate ISIS, but he's seemingly more interested in making speeches, undermining Barack, fighting the Supreme Court against his ruling against his travel ban, insulting Mexico, and whatever else he does, instead of actually getting stuff done. Donald also likes to credit himself for creating jobs, which was actually blackmailing major car corporations to invest in America. Another appeal against Donald's precious travel ban ruling. The Department of Justice also obviously doesn't understand that presidential actions must all comply with the Constitution. I've clicked on the embedded video on this Politico article written by Josh Gerstein, and Donald yelled about this ruling against his watered-down ban to his audience. Donald thought he could get his ban passed by watering it down, when the actual problem is that it violates the Constitution. He refuses to listen. If I've repeated the word unconstitutional too many times, well, maybe if Donald and his sycophantic supporters would listen, I wouldn't have to. A protectionism conflict is what's going on with trade. Donald wants to favor American companies and workers, while Donald has also spoken multiple times that other countries are abusing America. The world's top powers are banded together to rebel against the protectionism for the sake of avoiding national favoritism. Tariffs are Donald's solution to this abuse. Well, the forms of abuse need to be listed, and then the best action to be taken against these abuses that Donald has been talking about. Donald has accused China of money manipulation. The question is what China does really manipulation? Donald talks a lot, but he hasn't done much explaining. The free trade critics complain about lost jobs due to companies outsourcing to save money. They aren't making sense, because people generally look for low costs for everything. Donald got the cost of those jets cut, because the military is depleted. This makes Donald a hypocrite for being one of those critics. This is simply a business strategy in terms of trade, and it is bad for the economy, but that's just the mentality of most people. Businesses also want technological automation, which is economic suicide. People will be out of work and not have money to spend, which will cause bankruptcy because those businesses aren't making any money, which will lead to economic collapse in the end. Wolfgang Schäuble mentioned that this G20 event was a bit rocky, then pointed out that the leaders aren't even all on the same page about what protectionism is. That would probably be why this G20 was rocky. Definitions are very important in communication. People often say the wrong word, which can easily be corrected. However, when the whole discussion is about something in particular, and that something is not mutually understood by everybody involved, things will go wrong. I often tell people to define this or that word when I'm engaged with them about a controversy. I will point out that this article only mentions that Donald favors American companies and workers. There hasn't been any mention of other countries abusing America. I also haven't heard the audio of this event, so I can't know if Donald ever addressed that issue, if it's true. The pledge to fight against protectionism is all that's been mentioned. These other world leaders are probably rebelling against Donald because they believe he's only favoring his own country's economy, using the abuse as an excuse. Donald's America First platform doesn't make him look good. Donald goes on and on about fake news, yet he tweeted about the wiretap, everything that came about from that, adding insult to injury. Then he tweeted that the Russian collusion is fake news. This was just after Donald made a statement to Germany that they owed NATO, to which he was told on Twitter that isn't how NATO works. My question to that is, how could Donald not know how NATO works? This tweet is obviously Donald pouting because his attempt to distract failed. Somewhat failed. If the Department of Justice also confirms, as James Comey says, Donald's phones were clean, after this department had Donald's back on his revised travel ban, I think it's safe to say that Donald is full of it. James again also clarified that no president can order a wiretap without the judge's approval. Unfortunately, Donald doesn't listen very well. He even has speeches, so he can vent his frustrations to his supporters. Donald knows no shame, has no dignity, and will go whatever lengths to push whatever agenda. He doesn't care who he inconveniences or hurts. Twitter is his main tool. Another rally. Donald brought Henry Clay up, talking about his use of tariffs to protect the American industry. Donald wants to continue masking the problem, to get money out of it, instead of at least trying to solve the problem. Why not solve the problem instead so the protection is no longer needed? I guess that isn't the Republican way. As for the infrastructure, maybe if America kept it maintained, it wouldn't need to be fixed nationwide all at once. So, is healthcare really that complicated that it's taking this long to establish a system? Donald said his administration is going to get a lot of things done. Really? Let's see here, Donnie. You've insulted and politically bullied Mexico. You've been nominating the worst people for your cabinet. You've desecrated and defiled Bears' ears. Fought with the Supreme Court judges about your bigoted travel ban. You're on a quest to completely undermine Barack Obama. You've fired people on the spot for no good reason, while defending the actual corrupt ones. Recently, you've tried to pressure Germany's Prime Minister to pay NATO up, having to be told that isn't how NATO works. What are you getting done, Donald? Oh, now you're going to reduce taxes. Then what is the government going to spend? Why bother with money? People want to spend as little as possible and not pay taxes. Why bother with a fucking economy? He complained about his cabinet not being approved yet, again. Ever think to ask why not, Donald, instead of complaining to your audience? Of course, he probably wouldn't listen to anybody's answer or explanation. He only wants to argue and complain. He only wants to play the victim. The rest of this is reiteration, which I've already commented on. As I searched for information about Neil Gorsuch's hearing, I instead found an article from The Guardian about Donald's attacks on the judiciary. I've done a word search on Donald's timeline and found nothing about these attacks, so I have no information and can't comment on this page yet. I will go over these attacks on Chapter 26 and then come back to this. Not only has Neil criticized Donald, but Donald's attacks are so intense that a subpoena was being called for. I don't know what comments Richard Blumenthal was referring to, but he also told Neil to publicly reject them. The Democrats are upset about the Republicans denying Merrick Garland a hearing, so they wanted Neil to be grilled. I don't think grilling Neil because of that is quite fair. That had nothing to do with Neil. In fact, I've just clicked on a video of Al Franken using that freezing truck driver story to question Neil. And there were a few comments that criticized him for doing that. I have to say that I agree. Neil explained that he has treated all of his cases equally. He also mentioned protecting tribal lands, nuclear waste pollution victims, etc. I would need to see video footage of these cases. I don't know what it is with these politicians and hearsay. In light of Donald's attacks on the Constitution, along with both the judiciary and the press, Patrick Leahy was uncertain how he feels about a judge who shares Donald's vision. Based on everything I've read and seen on video so far, I share Mr. Leahy's opinion. This article just provided the context for Alphonse Madden's case, the freezing truck driver whom Neil dissented, while other judges saw that Alphonse was wrongfully fired. I was unaware that Neil was one of the many judges that heard Alphonse's case, and this has changed my opinion about Al Franken and the comments on that video I watched. So, Neil was against Alphonse and sided with the company. I guess Neil feels Alphonse should have suffered or even died. Even if the man signed a legal contract agreeing to remain with his vehicle, would have been void because he has the right to be healthy and safe. Chapter 25 note. Neil Gorsuch's nomination hearing is 11 hours long. I didn't have time to cover that. I couldn't find a source that covered the essentials of his hearing either. Chapter 26. Devin Nunes secretly visits the White House. Paul Ryan cancels the ACA repeal. Executive Order 13782. Donald has actually done something really good. Is it too good to be true, though? Donald has signed an authorization bill for NASA's 2018 budget for $19.5 billion. What I don't understand, though, is why Donald denies climate change but cares about space exploration, along with space science and technology. Reading along, I counted them, 5 paragraphs from that one that mentions human space exploration, which I find strange because climate change was what came to my mind first. This budget is at the expense of climate change research initiatives. This authorization bill was obviously just a trick to cancel that out. Some more craziness about the wiretapping allegation from Donald. David A. Graham has described Devin Nunes' behavior best, calling it cloak and dagger in his Atlantic article. Now I feel stupid for complimenting him before. Nobody knew he was at the White House, which means he broke into the building to view intelligence information. Wouldn't the White House have gladly provided him the resources if Devin made arrangements to be there to do whatever he was? I've already covered the wiretapping stuff 2 or 3 times, and I don't even know what he's talking about. What intelligence information? David said here, that claim, like many of Nunes' statements so far, raises at least as many questions as it answers. No kidding, right? The Democrats have become more focused on how Devin acquired the intelligence community's new surveillance information, due to his sneaking around because he required that secure location. Again, I've covered every mention of this wiretap in the Wikipedia timeline, and I'm also in the dark about this. Devin was only mentioned a few times, but nothing about any information. So Mr. Nunes is supposed to consult the committee members first, but he decided to just give Donald incomplete information anyway, after pulling his cloak and dagger silliness, which now has everybody disturbed, only to now have to apologize for. Devin then said, after apologizing, that he would do it all again. What the hell is he apologizing for then? Does Devin even know he's wrong, and why? So, Devin's excuse is that Donald is taking a lot of heat. So, he's going to behave like a teenager who would sneak into a building to do something stupid, only to tell on himself later, because the president is taking a lot of heat. Only to admit he would do it again, after having to apologize. This makes Devin look like a suck-up. He's an adult in the world of politics, and is obligated to follow rules and such. Well, he knew he was wrong, but would do it again. Not only that, but Donald's administration is under investigation about Russia, so Devin shouldn't be briefing Donald about anything. Getting out of a car, which he rode with a senior staffer, then disappearing, should place Devin himself under investigation. The next day, Devin apologized for not sharing the information. This political article first points the obvious out. The congressional Democrats are skeptical of Devin's mental fitness. It also said Devin is not in possession of the information. What information? Intercepted transition messages were mentioned at the beginning of this article. Now it says Devin is waiting on some other information. Is Devin going to sneak into the White House again when that information arrives? He said that he expected it on Friday, so the Democrats can do surveillance of the premises that day. Devin told reporters that they need to keep sources and methods quiet, after he went ahead to go public about the intercepted transition messages, before consulting Adam Schiff. Also, while the Democrats were questioning Devin's fitness, the writers of this political page Austin and Nolan also point out that Donald's associates are the investigation subjects, as did the Atlantic. Devin is clearly shady. He obviously can't be trusted as an investigator if he's going to go through such disturbing lengths as sneaking into a government establishment and hopping out of a car to cater to a party who's involved with people who are being investigated. A professional investigator would hold back and not give anybody special treatment. Devin has superiors and should never go over their head. Devin just keeps burying himself with his every attempt to defend himself. He now explained in a news conference, I don't know if he was trying to cover his ass here or not, that the transition team members were unmasked, only to be shot down by the Democrats, clarifying that these observations are broken down during the investigation process and not at White House briefings. I'm with Jackie Spear on this one. I think something was up. Paul Ryan had to deliver some bad news to the president, that the Obamacare repeal and replacement bill was going to be trashed. There is an embedded link to another Guardian article, so I'll go there first. I guess I can forget about going back to my commentary on the repeal plan, which is a relief, as I decided to go back to it at a later time because of how weird it was. I was actually getting stressed out trying to understand what I was reading. Looks like Donald has given up on his ACA repeal bill due to failure of convincing the skeptics. Donald blamed the Democrats for this, without explanation, something I've personally gotten used to on YouTube after so many years. And now, after the months I've spent on this book, I'll ask, why is the cancellation the Democrats' fault, Donald? Again, I've personally read over Donald's healthcare system, and it's so damn complicated I had to move on, and then go back to it later. I remember going over the executive orders, along with going over a page comparing Obamacare to Trumpcare, which showed that Trumpcare is actually worse. The Republicans are reacting to this like they've had to put a suffering dog or cat down. This taunting of vote, vote, vote from the Democrats, though. Immature, guys. Chuck Schumer added a statement that this healthcare replacement failed because the Trump administration is incompetent. I half agree with this assessment. The Republican Conservative Party isn't necessarily incompetent. They're simply backwards. They only favor the American Constitution when it conveniences them. I guess this cancellation is also significant to a book entitled The Art of the Deal, co-written by Donald, because the Republicans were unable to close this deal. Louis Gohmert made a statement that he blamed House leadership while he opposed this bill, even as a Republican. He didn't explain himself, though. Typical. Bradley Byrne comes along, acting like some Republican hero, saying he will still vote, despite this bill's cancellation. He still appraised both Donald and Paul Ryan for doing a great job. What? Also a loyal Republican? Yet another mafia-like term. Coming back to this first Guardian page I've clicked on, that book is mentioned here. I see what they're talking about now. Donald has a reputation for being both a negotiator and a winner. Well, this isn't a business setting. This is a presidential setting. Healthcare is not a matter of negotiating or winning. This congressional failure essentially debunks this book, Donald's reputation, and the premise of his election campaign. Wait a minute. There was no deal because this bill was insufficient in repealing and replacing Obamacare? That was the problem? Donald was rejected from within because he wasn't hardcore enough? See, now the media is painting this like a battle loss for Donald, which is stupid. Lawrence O'Donnell disgraced Donald on TV, with some obnoxious words. Donald likes to scream fake news a lot, but this isn't fake. It's simply unprofessional and weak. March 24th is the day that Donald signed for the Keystone XL pipeline to be built, not giving a damn that millions of Americans are opposed to it. Donald boasted this pipeline, despite Bernie Sanders coming forward before about alternative energy. Donald said he's going to call Pete Ricketts, while Jane Kleeb explained that Pete has nothing to do with Nebraska permits. I guess his idea is that Mr. Ricketts is going to work his billionaire scionic magic and pull through for Donald. Will that actually happen? Usually when somebody runs to his powerful friends, donors in his case, he's a scheming snake. Donald then joked to Russ Girling about the opposition causing long delays of this pipeline, making those millions of people sound like just a population of losers who just want to stand in the way of progress and don't know what they're talking about. Donald also advised Russ to get his millions back from his consultants. This pipeline obviously does not serve America's interests, as the State Department ignorantly declares it does. Not only do millions of Americans not want this pipeline built, but an alternative energy source is of the essence, especially in light of the climate change emergency. No, this pipeline serves the Republican conservatives' interest, a political party that wants to tear America apart. The state even made a statement about serving the national interest, while one of the key points of this article is the opposition, along with the inclusions of energy security and environmental impact, which are both obviously and clearly not the case. As for Donald's campaign promise, moving to a page from The Hill via an embedded link, I've said before that Donald pulling through with his promises doesn't make those promises good, or Donald right for making those promises. Also that his supporters are obviously ignorant and even insane. The Hill adds that American steel is aside from Donald's precious promise, which means this pipeline can't be manufactured with that gesture of patriotism. Tiernan Sittenfeld naively explained that this pipeline will threaten water, land, and the climate, for the sake of profit. They don't care, Tiernan. Explaining that is pointless. There are already millions in opposition, and if they don't overcome this, it's hopeless. Thomas Donahue claimed this pipeline deserved the green light. So, the environment doesn't deserve anything, right, Thomas? Because profit, economic growth, and job creation are all far more important than life, right? Such an extreme measure, amongst other projects, is required to try resuscitating a collapsing economy, while the Republican Party is only interested in ideas that suit their economic interests and wealth. The second to final paragraph confirms what I've said before, that the 42,100 jobs, as specified by The Hill, would only be temporary, because the construction of this pipeline only consists of projects, and not a task that needs to be repeated. This pipeline isn't a product being sold in stores. The Hill adds that only 35 of those jobs would be permanent. Naomi Klein points the hypocrisy of two Canadian politicians out, who are climate leaders. The pipeline begins in Alberta, which is the source of the oil. These two obviously aren't bold enough if they're in favor of this pipeline. At this point, with the already building history of Donald's dispute over the travel ban, electronic devices are banned on flights from Arab countries. The Economist mentions that this ban was due to a terror threat from weeks before, but also because Ibrahim al-Assuri has plotted some explosive attacks because of a US raid. The US obviously didn't learn from that mission that costed William Owens his life. Why the hell did the US Special Forces raid the Arabian Peninsula anyway? If Donald is going to eliminate ISIS later, with a careful strategic plan involving NATO. So, is this new Business Innovations Office a good idea? Has Donald actually done something right? The administration has called it the SWAT team of former business executives. Reading that this office is for private enterprises is a turnoff. This article doesn't say if this office is only for private enterprises. If it is though, no, this is just Donald pulling his usual shit. The best that can be said about this office is that it's very unique. Donald simply favors private businesses, and this office is otherwise just a bizarre link to assist them. I've also looked the definition of status quo up, and the definition said the rich have no concern with interfering with the status quo, because that could ruin them. That part of this doesn't make sense. Reading on, this office is also for improving federal agencies, while being nonpartisan, which means that it's open to both sides, everybody. Who cares if it's only for private businesses? Another purpose is to improve the Veterans Affairs Department, so that aspect of this office is good. Now, Donald mentions intractable problems. Are they intractable, or is the actual problem that politics is incapable of solving certain problems because this world of politics is limited and is only willing to think toward its backward interests? Maybe the problem is that the people only think in terms of only deserving it if you earn it, while they also want minorities deprived of rights. Or am I misunderstanding what Donald means by intractable problems? Donald wants this new section of government built. He also talks about his ahead of schedule and under budget mentality. But the reality is that Donald has been focused on all of the wrong things, as he also wastes so much time giving speeches, obsessing with Barack's presidential efforts, and chasing after Mexico. I also suspect that Donald is only inflating what this office is going to be, and whitewashing its potential and goals. He has pulled a few tricks. One of them was the recent NASA budget, which was really just to cut funding for climate change research. I can't remember what the other one was, but I think it had something to do with Planned Parenthood. Something about the repealing and replacing of Obamacare. I've already covered Barack's executive order, numbered 13672, which was actually an amendment to Richard Nixon's 11478. Donald originally continued to enforce this order, which was in favor of the LGBT. Now, he's revoking it. This was also a sudden move. This is obviously horrible, because Donald is enabling companies with federal contracts to not only violate labor and civil rights laws, but also forces these women to maintain these companies with their own tax dollars. This is especially harmful to women. These companies are also able to force an arbitration clause in case of either sexual violations or discrimination. A side effect of this arbitration clause is that these violations go unheard, while the victims are often too afraid to come forward, due to possible company retaliation. This is a tough one, because while my opinion is that the sexual victims especially should stop being afraid and speak out, I know that a lot of shit can come down on them. I have to say that I think such victims are naive if they think it only happens to them. Meaning, to come forward would surely cause many other victims to also come forward and make everything come crashing down on these companies. Of course, the opposite can also happen. Non-victims can just jump on and make false claims. A problem with society is most people tend to believe hearsay, and they don't apply any skepticism or ask for evidence. I'm sure many women came forward on Bill Cosby's case, whom Bill never did anything to. I actually would normally say that lawsuits should be private, because they're none of anybody else's business. But exposure is important if it's something that's a common occurrence, and people need the element of fear to get them to stop, especially if the occurrence is dangerous. I don't know what exactly a private case means, but I'm not talking about putting these court trials on TV either. Fair pay. Donald told a woman at his rally, when women start working as hard as men. Reversing this ironically exposes Donald's transparency, as the reversal of fair pay lifts the paycheck transparency mandate, thus enabling companies to screw women of their wages. I'll note that if the picture on this NBC News page is of Donald signing the order that reversed Barack's, the women on that picture who are applauding this action are psychos. They're throwing American women under the bus. Why does a median wage exist? And why are women's median less? Is this median suggesting that all men are better educated than women? The median would be based on the qualifications and the corporate status, and not gender, if education is the basis of the wages, and climbing the corporate ladder. Those are two fallacies of this median, if I'm understanding it correctly. One, the suggestion that women are never better educated than men, And 2. This median exists as a gender division, while it's based on education. This median in relation to Barak's order is another problem. Why do companies need to screw the women over if this median is legitimate? I say it's bullshit, but that's just me. People should be paid in accordance to their position, and changed when either given a raise or a promotion. Men and women working in the same position should never be paid differently unless some agreement or contract exists. Chapter 27. Donald's attacks on judiciary. Trump's attacks on our justice system. Part 1. Most of the attacks on judiciary are about Donald's travel ban. This guy throws a bigger tantrum than a child, by the sounds of it. Donald likes to have meetings and make speeches, but he can't discuss matters with these judges. He yells, "How dare you defy me?" whenever somebody doesn't do what he says. He's like any leading villain in movies. That's not a quote of his, he's never said that, that's just my interpretation of how he sounds. He's also messing with the courts, which would hold convicts in contempt anytime they get out of line. From what I've seen in movies, anyway. Donald doesn't seem to understand that his executive orders affect more people than just the criminals. The defunding of the sanctuary cities is the first one mentioned on this Washington Post page. Donald has some strong fallacious words in response to the court's ruling against that order. These immigrant sanctuaries have nothing to do with cartels or trafficking. Maybe they do provide for connected people, but unknowingly. He also said this ruling was erroneous, but neglected to explain how, along with taking a cheap shot at this judge, using the term unelected. This page says Donald also lashed out at the wrong court. What's worse about these tantrums is, he uses Twitter to lash out. Charles J. pointed out that Donald was sending the dangerous message that, as the leader of the free world, I should be able to do what I choose. The court shouldn't be able to get involved. No, Donald, the presidency is not about your choosing. How would the world be a free one anyway, if it has a leader that does as he chooses? The presidency is about making the best possible decisions for the country as the highest representative of that country. Other people need to have a say in it, and others need to be in second of command to assure mistakes are corrected and deal with emergency situations. You are otherwise a dictator and a tyrant. I think Charles' assessment is an understatement. Donald is beyond understanding. He is outright ignorant and careless. Donald's main problem is that he takes things to the extreme. He abuses his power. Defunding those sanctuary cities is the wrong idea and is an extremity, while again, those who have nothing to do with the problem are hurt by it. I've covered the travel ban several times in this book, but the Washington Post article has mentioned a few pieces of additional information. Donald strangely commented that the courts seem to be so political, but also said it would be great if the justice system would be able to read a statement and do what's right. So, what has the justice system not read, and what was done wrong? Donald has this attitude that he never does anything wrong, yet he's the one with the severe communication problem. Even Neil Gorsuch has told Donald to calm down. Another case was before Donald became elected. This attack was racially charged. Donald claimed Gonzalo Curiel didn't qualify as a judge because of his ethnicity. This was about Donald's university. Students were filing a defraud lawsuit. His university obviously is a scam because Donald has attacked this judge based on his ethnicity. Gonzalo also hates Donald because of these lawsuits, and is biased because he's Mexican, apparently. I found a video on YouTube of Donald being interviewed upon searching for his 2016 San Diego rally. Here, Donald fallaciously discounted Hillary's words about Donald's racist comment, quoted by Jake Tapper, by using Hillary's emails. Hillary possibly said that to smear Donald, but that doesn't mean she's wrong. I also find it strange that Hillary is not in prison now, in 2019. This is the second time I've heard before his election. He said she would be. If thousands of people have acclaimed this university, That reputation should have been able to help beat those defraud claimants, and Donald wouldn't have resorted to this nonsense. Donald told Jake that he's building a wall, which would have nothing to do with Gonzalo because he's American-born and also a judge. He goes from that argument to saying he's trying to keep business out of Mexico, to saying this judge is proud of his Mexican heritage. This interview is just fallacy after fallacy so far. Is Gonzalo a rapist, Donald? Is he connected to the cartel? How is Gonzalo a bad dude, Donald? If Donald was right about Gonzalo acting against him because of his Mexican descent, then yes, that's wrong and he's unethical. However, Donald hasn't proven this, making it a straw man. Jake asked Donald if his assessment that Gonzalo's Mexican descent disqualifies him from the judge profession is the definition of racism. The problem is, Jake didn't ask Donald what the definition is, if it isn't racism. Donald made another straw man argument that he's proud of his heritage. Is Donald saying Gonzalo's pride was interfering with his ability to work? Donald continued, saying he's going to bring Hispanics jobs. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Donald brought the wall up again, while this whole controversy is about claimants filing a defraud lawsuit against his university. What does the wall have to do with those? Donald added that he has spoken to many lawyers who agreed that this case should have ended. This is hearsay. I guess none of them were of Mexican descent, because Donald complimented them as the best, or maybe simply because they were on his side. I searched Google for an information compilation of Donald attacking judges, and I found a 90-page PDF file entitled Trump's Attacks on Our Justice System, so I'll break that all down. I was going to only cover the attacks, but I'll see what this document has to say. This PDF observes in the first part that Donald has nominated mostly white male judges, talking about his impact on the courts. It also points out that Donald promised to rely on the Federalist Society for lawyer nominations. This means either this society is sexist or Donald is, if he actually carried through with that promise. I'm guessing he did not. The Federalist Society. The About Us page explains that this organization consists of both conservatives and libertarians, so Donald obviously relied on the conservatives exclusively, which means I guessed half wrong. This page states that the society is all about the Constitution. However, conservatism is against many things. Conservative organizations are oppositions which stand against liberties that also mean harm against minorities. Therefore, I don't see how any conservatives can be a part of this organization. The description states preserve freedom and separation of governmental powers, yet these conservatives want everything banned. I think this organization is shit. So, maybe Donald did rely on them, as he promised. Here we go. The Federalist Society is anti-LGBTQ. These people remind me of Betsy DeVos, with her theocratic lunacy. Betsy was involved with that Citizens for Traditional Values organization. This PDF is revealing how dark and psychotic this Federalist Society is. The Judicial Crisis Network has spent millions of dollars to block Merrick Garland from being nominated. I thought to myself when I read that about Neil not having anything to do with Merrick's injustice. So, he was behind that. Or was this network responsible for that? The curtains of that are being lifted here though. This PDF is unveiling what happened there. The Illuminati doesn't exist. It's the wealthy who are funding these religious organizations that are causing the corruption, if this PDF is legitimate, of course. I'll never know if any of this is true for myself. I don't doubt it though. Betsy DeVos bought her way into Donald's cabinet. I also don't doubt these organizations do exist. I also know that Christianity and Islam seek to dominate. I will also say that this is the first time I'm hearing about any of these organizations, and I've taken a lot of information in over the past 10 years. I've only ever heard of the Illuminati, the Freemasons, and the Skull and Bones. These are secret societies, though, not movement organizations that are seeking to promote change. Going beyond Merrick's blockage and Donald's judiciary attacks, what's actually going on is the wealthy are trying to achieve their vision of national ruling by investing into these frontal organizations and using the president to get them into the government, provided that this document is authentic, of course. I'll never be one to just accept anything as the gospel without sufficient evidence. This is also a case of money and politics on an extreme level. Aside from Merrick's blockage, the pro-life stance is a strong indicator that this is true, because the pro-life ideology shouldn't be a main political driver, an influence, or be regarded as a nomination qualification. After writing about Neil Gorsuch, reading that Donald's judiciary all have the opposition to both humane legislation and regulation is no surprise to me. Donald had a peculiar obsession with the pro-life trait with his selection of judges. Neil sides with corporations who are religiously opposed to Obamacare's contraceptive mandate, which is psychotic. That mentality alone provides an understanding of how twisted Donald's judiciary is. I'm thinking the Republican Party wants to establish a Christian nation of competitive business, with a wealthy survival of the fittest type of economy, where the wealthy have all of the benefits and resources, while everybody else who fails in business lives in a dystopian society underneath, left with the scraps, while not being allowed to have abortions, smoke weed, learn about evolution, while all the gays and lesbians are forced out upon detection. Moving on to the second part of this document, Donald is the first Republican to become president in a long time since 1992, which is probably why Donald is being so aggressive and stubborn. Many of his supporters love that about Donald, but that doesn't mean it's good. These Republicans want to achieve an American Aryan race. Do people really think a sensible president would outright try to flush Mexicans and Muslims out of the country and undermine a black president? I already realize winning is the main political objective of the Republican Party, as David Frum wrote that these conservatives will reject democracy if they can't win. A loser mentality right there, childish even. I've mentioned that the Republican mode of government sounds better to me, minus the power. As I said the first time, I'm not about power. It's the concept that the system is about both the people and those they've elected. The definition of democracy is a system of government by the whole population or all of the eligible members of a state, typically through elected representatives. This definition says either the population or eligible members, so it seems that both parties actually have it backwards. A republic involves the people having supreme power, not the president. These judges are also originalist, so if the republic definition has changed, the conservatives are contradictory to their own judiciary philosophy. Reading about racial gerrymandering and these Republicans causing voting complications for minors and the disadvantaged is strange because I've only been hearing about Russia interfering with the election since Donald got elected. While Donald's judges are focused on bringing the democracy down, what will they do if Donald doesn't get reelected? How will they continue to attack the democracy? James Ho obviously understands the conservatives' agenda is to take America over, as he wrote his dissent about why no limits on donations should exist. The exchanges of money going on are for corruptive actions, and are the actual problems. Many do want money out of politics, which is a position I would also have if I was American, because the process should be about proposals and qualifications. Chapter 28, Donald's Attacks on the Justice System, Part 2. I've clicked on one of many embedded links to a Washington Post article, which consists of a Steve Bannon video and quotes which Philip Rucker included in his writing. Steve talks about the deconstruction of the administrative state. The problem being that taxes, regulations, and trade pacts are all economic essentials in this world of dishonesty and greed. If this is what these people want, they all live in a fantasy land. Steve is proud of Donald for standing his ground and delivering all of his economic promises, constitutional damage, to his supporters, courtesy of the wealthy Christian donors. Donald is actually the kingpin in this desire for a dystopian business world of relentless competition, where anything goes, for both workers and the environment, the apocalypse being on the Constitution. With this now understood, I guess I have to say that Donald is at least being courteous to all the immigrants, different religions, and minorities, by removing them all so none of them end up suffering this conservative nightmare of a capitalistic dystopia, even though it's a very impolite courtesy. Another link, which is embedded within a sentence about gutting laws and such, talks about a litmus test. This Washington Post article explains that Donald will only nominate legal doctrine devotees, a doctrine to challenge the broad power federal agencies, a doctrine which I guess Donald himself created. So that's what's going on there anyway. Donald has established this doctrine that is actually anti-legal, that is designed to gut federal laws, undo environmental protections, cut both employee and civil rights, and so on. Next up, a Rolling Stone article brings originalism up, the idea that America's Constitution is to be interpreted in its original form, without its amendments, I'm guessing. Originalism is the gateway which Donald and his legal cohorts, Brett Kavanaugh is another buddy of Donald's aside from Neil, are using to break America down, to achieve their psychotic vision of corporate oppression. The Federalist Society is the clandestine group behind this, Donald's provider. From what I'm reading here, the court system is Donald's way to achieving this Republican dream world of nationalism. These Republicans are using legislation to strip everybody of their rights and liberties, and to oppress minorities to achieve their competitive business utopia of deregulation. Can Donald and these judges do this? Donald is president, isn't he? The Federalist Society is a conservative breeder for both lawyers and judges, which Donald relies on for his nominations. Yet another conservative-based group is the Wellspring Committee. Fuck it. I previously decided to ignore the monetary figures and the details of them, but I'll add some of that in. Aside from the millions of dollars spent to block Merrick, which is corruption, the Judicial Crisis Network had to cover Brett Kavanaugh, due to a legitimate sexual assault charge. This organization has also spent millions to attack Democrats with ads. This organization wanted to spend $250,000 to pressure Mitch McConnell, while it did spend a little less than $250,000 to pressure Michigan's senators. There is more, but that's just a few examples of the monetary corruption that goes on, all in the name of turning America inside out. So, Donald nominated Neil and showered him with vague and baseless compliments because of his writing about judges having the power to second guess? Also to complicate health, safety, and environmental protections? This document consists of 67 pages. I would go over it, but this book isn't about Neil. What I'm understanding here is that Donald's strategy is nominating all of these backward judges to take the unpopular actions, so it's done behind the scenes. This document covers healthcare, worker protections, environmental protections, and gun violence. Now, I remember Scott Pruitt's confirmation, which incited protests because people know he's bad news for the environment. So that isn't exactly in the background. This PDF has just explained that Donald is using the justice system to take the unpopular actions to break America down, in order to establish the Republican vision by building it back up, after screwing minorities and women over, enabling them to rebuild it with ease. So, there's not really much I can do with anything written here. I'll just cover the next 20 or so pages, and include bits of information, and then leave people to read this PDF for themselves. So, going over each of these political components, I guess the idea here is that both Donald's secretaries and judges are double teaming. I'll go through the names of both cabinet members and judges whom Donald has selected, and which component they're legally tearing down. Brett Kavanaugh and Chad Riedler against affordable health care. Neil Gorsuch along with Brett Kavanaugh against worker protections. Andrew Oldham along with Brett Kavanaugh, Patrick Wyrick, Scott Pruitt, and Damian Schiff, all against environmental protections. James Ho, Don Willett, Kyle Duncan, and Kurt Engelhardt, along with Stefanos Bibas and Amy Coney Barrett. Also, Howard Nielsen, Brett Talley, and Brett Kavanaugh, all against gun safety. As for the gun controversy, this would be why the conservatives want criminals to have easy access to them. That's unpopular. I do know that there were a few more public shootings recently, and some people, including Donald, are using the blame video games narrative again. They don't want to pin the responsibility on who actually is responsible. They always need to use something as a scapegoat. That's what's going on here, anyway. People can just read this document for the details of everything. That's all explained between pages 12 and 23. There was also a released study of judges document, which I've included on my sources page. It's only 7 pages. Getting into rights and legal protections erosion here. This paragraph starts off with Donald being sued for housing discrimination. This happened in 1973, and also somehow started Donald's career. Hillary also brought this up in one of the debates. This NPR article provides details about a white female tester who talked to a building superintendent that rejected a black man before her. I've searched this up on Google and found a PDF copy of the lawsuit file. Then there's Donald's theory that Barack was not American-born, which Donald was harassing Barack about over 10 years ago. That was just pathetic and shameful. This part covers people of color, women's equality, LGBTQ equality, the disabled, immigrant rights, and Native American rights. The women's equality segment talks about Donald's lewd behavior toward women. I've commented about it myself back in my preface. However, none of this stopped Donald from getting elected, while most if not all of his supporters remained devoted to him. Aside from Donald's discrimination, Jeff Sessions did some damage as he left office. Ben Carson stood back as HUD secretary and did almost nothing. If I've understood correctly, Tim Scott tried to discourage Republicans with questionable track records from being brought forward. A tiny bit of light on this shit. Aside from Donald, Jeff, and Ben, Amy Coney Barrett, Diane Wood, and 2 other judges have all denied justice to black workers. Now for some racism expressions. Lyles Burke admired Jefferson Davis. Mark Norris tried keeping KKK monuments in the public, of majority black areas of residence. Brett Talley has allegedly written in praise about the KKK. Ryan Bounds, Naomi Rao, and Kenneth Lee have also done some racial writings. Last but not least, in the racism department, read this PDF about Wendy Vitter for some weird shit. Aside from Donald's often public, sexist remarks and behaviors, Brett Kavanaugh has made the life of Dr. Blasey Ford and some other women legally miserable, but was still confirmed. I'll give Lisa Murkowski a thumb up for not supporting this psycho. Then there's Naomi Rao again, who has offensively expressed herself. I didn't understand this next part. Neil Gorsuch, Stephen Breyer, along with Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, have all joined together and struck California's disclosure laws. Whatever compelled unconstitutional speech about fraudulent crisis pregnancy centers means. If that's bad, those guys did it. They've also legally discriminated against Planned Parenthood. Then there's James Ho again, pushing his pro-life view on the Catholic bishops over in Texas. Also, Wendy Vitter urged propaganda against birth control pills. Gordon Giampietro and Jeff Mateer also pulled a few tactics to conspire against these pills. Then there's yet Kyle Duncan, who supported Hobby Lobby to avoid birth control, while Neil Gorsuch ruled for this loser corporation. Thomas Farr has held women victims back from getting justice for discrimination and sexual harassment. He wouldn't even allow filings. Don Willett limited victim compensation. Kurt Engelhart refused to allow claims. LGBTQ equality, persons with disabilities, immigrant rights, and Native American rights all come next in this part. But I'm going to stop after women's equality. I'm sure I've made the insanity of what Donald and the Republicans are doing clear enough. I encourage people to read this document, as I've only mentioned names and provided a brief summary of the first 22 pages. Part 4. My opinion on everything. I'll cover my ass first. I was politically illiterate before I started writing this book, as there were also holes in my understanding of everything I've heard from other people talking about political news, on the news broadcasts themselves, along with the few podcasts I watch regularly. There are still aspects of the post-war dispute between Israel and Palestine that I don't understand. I need a timeline to fill the blanks in. I'm probably badly wrong on many other things, mainly because there are so many political conflicts, and most of them are complex due to politics being about power. I also don't have any resources, other than Alicia Martin. This book was strictly from website articles. It's not like I can just ask the politicians, world leaders, corporation CEOs, or whomever questions of my own, to get answers that aren't available on the internet. I also wanted to avoid getting help from people, aside from Alicia, mainly because I'm an unknown author, and I can't know if this book will sell. I have an invitation. I've published this book with the attitude that the entire book is wrong. I'm sure I do make valid points, ask questions, and make comments that need to be, but I'm non-political because I have a different attitude than most other people. If this book is hated by many, I will be glad to rewrite it with some other people who have a better understanding of American politics and believe their view of government is better or more realistic. That's my statement of faith, that I want to be fair about everything. Donald and the world at large. Going through 2 months of Donald's presidential timeline, my problem is actually with politics in general, but mainly with the Republican Party. I think Donald is an intensifier for this party. When I covered Malcolm and Donald's phone call about Barack Obama's agreement regarding the refugees at the Australian detention center, I drew the conclusion that the world itself was weird. My initial idea was to go over Donald's first 100 days, but I decided to stop at 2 months in because I got tired of Donald's repetitions. The travel ban conflict, his speeches, reiterating ISIS, the wall, and the travel ban, America being abused, etc. His undermining of Barack, politically bullying Mexico, and a list of many other things. That attack on the judiciary document exposed conservatism, legitimate or not. So I felt that nothing more needed to be said or questioned, and I decided to make that document the closure to this book. Sanctions are something I've learned about, and reading about how many countries have sanctions just causes me to feel even less about this world than I did before I started writing this book. Same with the executive orders. The people are so unstable that so many of these orders are required. What I have noticed about people throughout my years on YouTube is that they always attack everything about controversies and problems, but the actual cause. The cause which they just don't care to try and figure out and wouldn't care to even look at. They're only interested in hate, blame, finding the like-minded people for an echo chamber, and a way to play victim. Now, I obviously don't want anybody to attack anything, but to question people and educate them on issues. Of course, people can't educate others if they're psychologically stuck in an ideological bubble, meaning there's few people to do the educating. The initial purpose of this book was to see for myself if Donald is either a good or bad president. And while the case of that became obvious within the first half of this book, I began realizing the conservative side of American politics was the actual problem. I and other people in past years would say this system is broken. My current understanding is that conservatism is the severe systemic hindrance. Politics isn't necessarily broken, it's simply infected with this religious and greed-driven, grotesquely inhumane political party that is one half of the dichotomic system in America. The voters have a bigoted hatred of minorities, and a fascist desire for old-fashioned values of social closed-mindedness, who support warmongering and money-obsessed politicians, who use religion to carry their corrupt agendas out. These supporters hold their rights up for political bidding, to achieve policies that outlaw social differences, to maintain a conformist/antisocial societal norm. I won't even say fuck you to the conservatives, because I know they're mentally ill. They'll only laugh that off and eat it up. Then self-project and tell me I'm the one who's mentally ill. I also now realize that the world can't really be helped because most of the people are insane. I can't expect the left wing / liberals to do anything, because the conservatives are too large in numbers and far too fallacious and tactical to overcome. What I'll say is, politics is a world-class mafia, the only difference being that they don't kill each other. Many are obviously dying due to economic inadequacies caused by backward politics, but these politicians don't whack each other. In Donald's case, he either throws his associates under the bus or he fires them if they step out of line, or when he got what he wanted from them, while he also talks a lot about respect and loyalty. I say mafia also because of the talk about nuclear weapons along with alliances.